when any harbor or other place in the American continents is so situated that the occupation thereof for naval or military purposes might threaten the communications or the safety of the United States, the government of the United States could not see without grave concern the possession of such harbor or other place by any corporation or association which has such a relation to another government, not American, as to give that government practical power of control for naval or military purposes. The Lodge Corollary placed a veto on the transfer of private property between individuals. 262 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine extended Monroe's principles to corporations or associations under the control of a non-American government, made the doctrine applicable to Asia, seriously infringed on Mexico's sovereignty, and generated considerable ill will in Latin America toward the United States. The Mexican-American War, 1846–1848. Westward expansion under manifest destiny in the 1840s led to a war with Mexico, the only time war has been declared by the United States against a Latin American country. After the United States annexed Texas in 1845, President Polk's major objective was to acquire California, at the time a province of Mexico. Recognizing the weakness and political disorganization in Mexico, Polk provoked the war. Worried about British and French designs on Mexico, Polk at first tried to get Mexico to negotiate away its Northwest territories, but Mexico refused. With strong currents of anti-Mexican racism growing in the United States, Polk increased the pressure on Mexico until a minor provocation gave him cause to declare war in 1846. After almost 2 years of military conflict, secret offers through special agents, and bitter disputes about the continuation of the war in the United States, Polk forced Mexico to accept his terms of acquisition of territory. President Polk faced a hostile Congress and a frustrated public divided over the conduct of the war with Mexico. Many Whig Party members, abolitionists, peace advocates, and other critics called the war with Mexico a crime and an outrage and demanded that Polk withdraw U.S. forces from Mexican territory. However, as the war dragged on, and after U.S. forces captured Mexico City, an all-Mexico movement in the United States urged annexation of all of Mexico in a burst of heightened imperialism. Polk resisted these demands as he tried to legitimize his more limited goals. At the height of the war, mostly European Catholic immigrants deserted from the U.S. Army and formed the St. Patrick's Battalion. Alienated from American society and mistreated by the U.S. Army, the San Patricios realized that the battle with Mexico was not a war of liberty but a conquest against fellow Catholics such as themselves. Many were killed in action and some were executed, including the battalion's leader, John Riley, by the U.S. Army as betrayers and deserters. The unit continued to function after the war with Mexico, although it was disbanded in 1848 and many of its surviving members stayed on in Mexico. American troops left Mexico City in May 1848 after Mexico had ratified the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which ceded to the United States 55% of Mexican territory. In return, the United States paid Mexico $15 million and assumed responsibility for Mexico $263.5 million in claims against the Mexican government by U.S. citizens. The war cost the United States $100 million and 15,000 lives, but many considered the price very low for what the United States had achieved: a vast amount of territory, valuable resources, and a continental power base stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans. The extremely harsh terms of the treaty ending the war contributed to further tensions between the United States and Mexico that lingered for decades. Mexico and the U.S. Civil War. Mexico became embroiled in the U.S. Civil War due to the foreign policy blunders of the Confederate States and French efforts to install a monarchy while President Abraham Lincoln was consumed by internal war. The Confederate government attempted to open relations with Mexico in 1861, sending John T. Pickett to negotiate a commercial treaty with President Benito Juárez. The Mexicans were angered by Pickett's blustering and insulting remarks and overt plans for Southern expansionism. After failing to get the Mexicans to agree to a transparent scheme to return lost territories from the Mexican War in exchange for recognizing the Confederacy, Pickett was forced to leave Mexico in disgrace and was later condemned by Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy. The French invasion and occupation of Mexico was the most spectacular and dangerous challenge to the Monroe Doctrine yet encountered by the United States. Not only did it refocus attention on the clash of European and American systems, but it was a concerted effort to check the United States and all forms of republicanism in the Western Hemisphere. The French intervention in Mexico was originally sanctioned by Spain and Great Britain on the grounds that their nationals had just claims from economic damages arising out of the violence and chaos in Mexico at the time. The struggle to drive the French out of Mexico and uphold the Monroe Doctrine was carried out in Washington by Secretary of State Seward and Mexico's minister, Matías Romero, a young and energetic diplomat who lobbied Congress to invigorate Juárez's cause. While Seward spoke the language of the Monroe Doctrine throughout the Civil War, Romero resorted to a successful propaganda campaign on behalf of Mexico in U.S. newspapers and periodicals. The real victors in the conflict, of course, were the supporters of Juárez and Juárez himself, who fought a guerrilla war against the French while maintaining vital links with the United States. Ironically, Mexico's efforts to solicit U.S. assistance to drive out the French resulted in the beginning of large-scale foreign investment in agriculture, mining, petroleum, and mail. 264 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Steamship communication. Thus, the U.S. Civil War and the period of French intervention actually helped propel the further expansion of foreign investment in Mexico. The Porfirian dictatorship. General Porfirio Diaz seized power in 1876 and didn't relinquish it until he was toppled by revolutionary forces in 1911. U.S. relations with Mexico improved during this time as the earlier desire for physical conquest under Manifest Destiny was replaced by the pursuit of economic domination through expanded trade and investment. Diaz believed that Mexico's economic development required extensive foreign investment and a strong state, capable of stifling all opposition and protecting the nation's territorial sovereignty. In exchange for diplomatic recognition in 1878, Diaz changed Mexican law to allow greater foreign investment, mainly in railroads and mining. He then granted a railroad concession to Americans William J. Palmer and James Sullivan to build a railroad from Mexico City to Laredo and from Mexico City to Manzanillo. With foreign investment now welcome in Mexico, U.S. capital and industrial surpluses extended into Mexico during the last 2 decades of the 19th century and continued to expand during the administrations of Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and Woodrow Wilson. By 1911 the United States controlled almost 40% of foreign investment, mostly in railroads, mining, and real estate in Mexico, a figure almost equal to that of all U.S. investment in Latin America. Although trade and investment generated a kind of economic miracle during the Porfirian era, many Mexicans resented U.S. ownership of Mexican land and economic resources. While foreign investment spurred economic growth, it also evoked a hostile nationalist reaction toward U.S. influence in Mexico. By the time of the Mexican Revolution, Mexico had become the father of foreigners and the stepfather of Mexicans. Porfirio Diaz's early efforts to accommodate foreign investors and his willingness to subordinate Mexico to U.S. economic and political interests eventually gave way to a concerted defense of Mexican sovereignty and criticism of U.S. interventionism after 1895. In an 1896 speech attacking U.S. hegemonic pretensions contained in the Olney Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the Mexican dictator spelled out the Diaz Doctrine, a belief that one of the principles contained in the Monroe Doctrine keeping Europe out of the Western Hemisphere was a responsibility for all countries in the Americas, not just the United States. While one of the major goals of the Diaz dictatorship was to modernize Mexico, the difficult task of balancing the growing forces of nationalism and xenophobia with the expansionism and gunboat diplomacy of the United States. Mexico 265. Eventually contributed to the outbreak of the Mexican Revolution and the demise of the aging dictator. Mexico and the United States in the 20th century. The United States and the Mexican Revolution. The United States contributed to the conditions that brought about the Mexican Revolution, one of the most massive and violent civil wars of the 20th century. Once the Mexicans initiated a coup d'état that toppled the old regime in 1911, the United States faced a major problem in trying to control the forces unleashed by 36 years of the Diaz dictatorship. The Mexican Revolution challenged two administrations, those of William Howard Taft and Woodrow Wilson, at a time when war loomed in Europe and revolutionary nationalists threatened U.S. investments, access to raw materials, and security related to the Panama Canal. With a long border with Mexico and a concern for stability, it was inevitable that the United States would meddle in Mexican affairs. The revolution also attracted the interests of oil executives, journalists, photographers, and soldiers of fortune, many of whom benefited from the turmoil inside Mexico and the frustrations that plagued policymakers in Washington. President William Howard Taft President Taft continued many of the policies of his predecessor, stressing the importance of money and power as key ingredients in successful American foreign policy. Taft's strategy of using dollars instead of war to promote order in Central America and the Caribbean became known as dollar diplomacy. President Taft believed that if the United States could reorganize and control Latin American finances, it could eliminate the likely reason for foreign intervention. By the time Taft left office in 1913, Mexico was in turmoil and was threatening the security of the United States. Although Taft maintained a hands-off policy toward Mexico in the early stages of the efforts to rid Mexico of Porfirio Diaz, he later allowed Francisco Madero to arm and organize a revolt in San Antonio, Texas, and ordered the U.S. Army to form a maneuver division in 1911 in anticipation of a possible invasion of Mexico. Henry Lane Wilson was sent as U.S. ambassador to protect American business interests during the turmoil. Madero's attempt to launch his revolution against Diaz from the United States was a risky endeavor since it clearly violated U.S. neutrality laws. However, the Taft administration viewed Diaz as a political anachronism, and Madero was a popular figure in the United States. 266 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 5 months after Madero began his revolt, Porfirio Diaz resigned under pressure from the United States and the growing success of Madero's troops in the north. Although President Taft did not intervene to remove Diaz, he sent 20,000 troops to the Texas border and ordered U.S. warships to several Mexican ports. By the time Woodrow Wilson assumed the presidency in March 1913, Madero had been assassinated and his government replaced by a coup led by General Victoriano Huerta with the encouragement of U.S. Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson. Over time the revolution became more violent and the U.S. role in it more substantial. All evidence suggests that Henry Lane Wilson was actively involved in the conspiracy of Mexican forces to remove Madero, often acting against his instructions from Washington. Of course, Ambassador Wilson's actions violated Mexico's sovereignty, and his association with the fall of Madero seriously damaged U.S. Mexican relations. President Woodrow Wilson denounced dollar diplomacy and the misuse of the Monroe Doctrine, but in an effort to moralize American foreign policy he ultimately became one of the greatest interventionists of all American presidents. With a missionary zeal, President Wilson, a former political science professor at Princeton University, tried to promote democracy and stability through a variety of diplomatic tools: non-recognition of unconstitutional governments, special envoys sent to share Yankee wisdom, Pan-Americanism, electoralism, the creation of more efficient and nonpartisan police and military forces, the encouragement of private foreign loans, and threats of force. Wilson tried to make his non-recognition doctrine more inclusive during 1914 to 1916 in what he called the Pan-American Liberty Pact, a treaty arrangement in which signatories would agree to support only Republican governments in the hemisphere, but it failed to gain much support due to Latin American fears of U.S. intervention. When diplomacy failed, Wilson intervened with military force. Between 1913 and 1921 the United States intervened repeatedly in Latin America and the Caribbean. Wilson sent troops into Mexico 3 times between 1913 and 1918. After watching events unfold in Mexico, Wilson came to detest revolutions and viewed democracy and elections as a cure-all for the region. On assuming office he told the U.S. Congress, "We are the friends of constitutional government in America, we are more than its friends, we are its champions, and I am going to teach the South American republics to elect good men. Wilson's crusading moralism in foreign policy was resented in Latin America and opposed by European powers such as Britain, with virtually no interest in promoting democracy of any type. President Wilson viewed the situation in Mexico with horror and dismay. Mexico 267. And refused to recognize the Huerta government. With little information to go on, he was buffeted by conflicting forces in the United States. American corporate interests wanted the United States to tolerate Huerta on the basis of his ability to provide stability and protect American investments, while his advisors wanted tough measures. Wilson sent William Bayard Hale to Mexico to report on Huerta. Hale was part of a group of special agents, many of whom knew absolutely nothing about Mexico or revolutions, that the president would dispatch to Mexico. After his visit to Mexico in 1913, Hale recommended not recognizing the Huerta regime, a policy that was adopted by the president. In dealing with Mexico, Woodrow Wilson thought he could act as his own Secretary of State, thus avoiding expert authorities, and refused to admit that his policies had failed. Having little confidence in his own consuls, he came to rely on amateur diplomats and special agents who were responsible only to him or his inept Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan. In his analysis of the Tampico incident, a clash between Mexican and American troops, and the invasion and occupation of the Gulf of Mexico port city of Veracruz in 1914, Robert E. Quirk argues that many of these agents did not speak Spanish and had never been to Mexico. John Lind, the former governor of Minnesota, for example, knew nothing of the Mexican situation, did not know the language, and was an implacable anti-Catholic. He was singularly unequipped to handle his mission. Yet he had been sent to Mexico by Wilson and Bryan to try to persuade Victoriano Huerta that he should resign the presidency and hold free elections. By sending ill-informed emissaries to advise and cajole Mexican revolutionary leaders, and by sending American troops onto Mexican soil Veracruz in 1914, and a punitive expedition in northern Mexico to capture the elusive bandit Pancho Villa, Wilson left a legacy of animosity in U.S. Mexican relations that lasted for generations. As Howard F. Klein points out, part of Wilson's difficulties were based on sheer ignorance and the naive assumption that one man with a portable typewriter and self-righteousness could handle the innumerable details of foreign policy. Ignorance and false assumptions among Monroe's ghosts in Washington would condemn the United States to repeating some of the mistakes made by Wilson's successors, particularly during the Cold War when dealing with Central America and the Caribbean. By the time the violent phase of the Mexican Revolution had ended in 1917, nearly 10% of the population was dead and 1 million people had fled into exile, mostly to the United States. Despite the end of the revolution in Mexico, the United States found it more difficult to operate unchallenged in Central America because of domestic opposition. 268. In the United States, people were tired of dollar diplomacy and repeated military intervention and the lack of support for U.S. policies among other Latin American states. Angered by repeated U.S. intervention during the revolution, Mexico refused to cooperate with U.S. efforts to capture and subdue Nicaraguan rebel Augusto Sandino and, instead, sent him arms and money between 1926 and 1933. Argentina spearheaded diplomatic efforts on behalf of the principle of non-intervention throughout the 1920s and attracted a majority of the Latin American countries to the cause. Even the Central American leaders, often the most subservient to U.S. domination, began to protest Washington's actions. Mexicans continued to criticize the Monroe Doctrine during the 1920s and 1930s, and U.S. diplomats eventually learned the importance of ignoring the slogan in dealing with Mexico. Mexico and the Monroe Doctrine were rarely discussed at the same time by American officials after 1920. U.S. Petroleum and the Bucareli Agreements. The network of railroads constructed with American expertise and capital during the Porfirian era, combined with the investments of British and American oil companies, helped Mexico become the world's third-largest petroleum producer by the time of the Revolution. Oil was the only U.S. economic interest in Mexico that underwent a boom during the Mexican Revolution, due in large part to increased demand during World War I, the conversion of the world's naval fleets from coal to oil, and the beginnings of assembly line production in the automobile industry. Those who participated in the Mexican petroleum industry between 1911 and 1921 were not deterred by the revolution, although some were enemies of the goals of the revolution. As W. Dirk Rate argues, by the end of the decade, the oil companies had financed the Mexican Revolution in the form of taxes, forced loans, and theft, and in return, North American companies had gained preeminence in the industry by having outmaneuvered their British competitors in Mexico. Several individuals made small fortunes. Registered of the American oil men who left the United States and went to the petroleum-producing regions of Mexico, conspired against the revolutionaries, and made millions off of black gold. William F. Buckley was the most notorious. He moved to Tampico, Mexico, in 1911 to open a law office with his two brothers and founded the Pantepec Petroleum Company of Tampico in 1915, but he was forced to withdraw from Mexico in 1917. He then formed the American Association of Mexico, a network of agents and informants to spy on alleged revolutionaries in the United States and Mexico, and aided the unfriendly Senate investigation into Mexican affairs by Albert Bacon Fall. Buckley opposed. Mexico 269. President Venustiano Carranza on grounds that he had ties to Bolshevism and radical labor leaders, and President Alvaro Obregón as well when he replaced Carranza in 1920. He was sympathetic to President Harding's hardline policy toward Mexico but was forced to leave in 1922 after being expelled by the Mexican government. The ideals of the Mexican Revolution were embodied in the 1917 Querétaro Constitution, the first socialist constitution in history, but some of its provisions became sources of friction with the United States that were not settled until the 1940s. Of chief concern to the United States was the interpretation and application of Article 27 of the Constitution, involving the nationalization of subsoil mineral and oil deposits. American oil companies, fearing they would be expropriated, applied strong pressure on Washington to oppose Mexican efforts to apply the constitutional provision retroactively. President Obregón repeated Carranza's promise that Article 27 would not be applied retroactively, but he refused to put it into treaty form. As a result, the U.S. government refused to recognize Obregón until August 1923, when the diplomatic impasse was broken by the Bucareli Agreements. The Bucareli Agreements, named after the site of the conference in Mexico City, amounted to a gentleman's agreement between personal representatives of President Warren G. Harding and Mexican President Alvaro Obregón. It attempted to pacify the oil companies concerned about constitutional provisions concerning the ownership of subsoil mineral rights. The agreements modified the effects of Article 27 by establishing the doctrine of positive acts, an interpretation whereby Mexico recognized the legitimacy of oil concessions made prior to the 1917 Constitution if the owners had taken positive acts to initiate oil production. The Bucareli Agreements paved the way for de jure recognition of the Mexican government by the United States and provided the basis for a long-term improvement in U.S. Mexican relations. However, between 1923 and 1927 Mexican U.S. relations worsened when Mexican governments enacted petroleum laws limiting the ownership of oil rights, contending that the Bucareli Agreements were binding only on the Obregón regime. As a result, business interests in the United States mounted a vigorous campaign to intervene in Mexico. It wasn't until President Calvin Coolidge appointed Dwight W. Morrow, a Wall Street financier, as ambassador to Mexico in late 1927 that relations improved. Morrow, a good diplomat with a simpatico style, helped pave the way for a good neighbor policy for Mexico. The good neighbor policy. The Morrow mission marked an important step in eliminating the interventionism in Mexican affairs during the first 3 decades of the 20th century and set in motion diplomatic initiatives that reaped major dividends. 270 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. During the 1930s. Although the good neighbor policy is associated with Franklin D. Roosevelt, the concept had been employed earlier by Elihu Root, Charles Evans Hughes, and President Herbert Hoover. In reviewing his Latin American policy, Hoover declared in 1930 that as a result of these policies, carried on throughout my administration, the interventions which had been the source of so much bitterness and fear in Latin America were ended. We established a goodwill in Latin America and not hitherto known for many years, under the specific term good neighbor. The origin of this new Latin American policy was the increasingly tense environment in inter-American relations caused by contrasting interpretations of the Monroe Doctrine and its various corollaries, years of U.S. military intervention and occupation, dollar diplomacy, and heavy-handed diplomacy. Beginning in the 1920s, Washington recognized the linkage between improving the image of the United States in Latin America and expanded opportunities for trade and investment. During the Roosevelt administration, non-intervention, reciprocity, and multilateralism became increasingly important as the possibility of war in Europe increased. The most difficult test of the good neighbor policy occurred in 1938 when Mexico decided to expropriate the properties of 16 foreign oil companies, including the powerful Standard Oil. The companies responded aggressively by establishing a boycott of Mexican oil and carrying out a vicious propaganda campaign in the United States through company-subsidized magazines. In hopes of convincing the Roosevelt administration to intervene and put a halt to the seizure of American oil companies, Mexicans were accused of being thieves, fascists, and Bolshevists. The campaign against President Lázaro Cárdenas failed when Roosevelt and his ambassador to Mexico, Josephus Daniels, resisted the pressure to intervene from aggrieved oil company owners, jingoistic or bellicose nationalists interested in an aggressive foreign policy, and Secretary of State Cordell Hull. Roosevelt did not want to see the good neighbor policy drown in Mexican oil and realized that Mexico's strategic location was an important factor with war pending in Europe. In contrast to earlier disputes over U.S. property rights, the United States did not contest the legality of the expropriation and ruled out both military intervention and economic reprisals. To settle the dispute, the United States insisted that the owners of expropriated properties be compensated by the Mexican government, although negotiations dragged on until the Nazi threat to the hemisphere spurred a settlement agreement signed on November 19, 1941. In return for Mexico's agreeing to pay the oil companies $40 million for American-owned oil properties, the United States continued to purchase Mexican silver at world market prices, promised the extension of Mexico 271 credits, and continued military assistance. The American attitude toward Mexico during the petroleum nationalization controversy, and the U.S. decision to adhere to the non-intervention pledges made during the Good Neighbor policy, opened the way for Latin American collaboration with the United States during World War II and fostered cordial relations during the early stages of the Cold War. The United States and Mexico during World War II, the outbreak of war in Europe and the end of the more radical phase of the Mexican Revolution with the election of Manuel Ávila Camacho in 1940 signaled the beginning of a new era in U.S. Mexican cooperation that lasted for over 3 decades. After German submarines sank several Mexican tankers in the Gulf of Mexico in 1942, Mexico declared war on the Axis powers, and the United States and Mexico became formal allies. This marked the first military alliance between the two nations, sealed a historic reconciliation, and set the stage for an era of good feelings throughout the war years. For the United States, Mexico represented a strategically important part of the Americas as well as an important source of raw materials and cheap labor. Wartime collaboration with the United States facilitated the influx of foreign capital to finance Mexican industrial development. Mexico and the United States developed joint defense arrangements during the war effort, although the United States provided the bulk of military assistance funds. U.S. aid helped Mexico to develop a modernized Air Force squadron of 300 men who were trained in the United States and later saw combat in the Philippines. To counter the shortage of labor in the United States throughout the war, President Roosevelt and Ávila Camacho established the Bracero program in 1942 to allow Mexican agricultural workers to replace American workers who had been drafted into the war. This contract labor program continued until 1964. The United States and Mexico also collaborated during the war to eliminate subversive activity in Mexico, mainly through J. Edgar Hoover's Special Intelligence Service and Radio Intelligence Division agents of the U.S. Federal Communications Commission. Wartime collaboration involving U.S. and Mexican secret police and security agencies continued after 1945, particularly in anti-drug efforts during the 1980s and 1990s. Mexico and the United States during the Cold War. Relative harmony prevailed in U.S. Mexican relations during the Cold War, with Mexico emphasizing economic growth while Washington worried about combating communism, building an anti-communist alliance, and establishing stability along its southern border. To stimulate its own the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Industrial production. After the war, Mexico's government emphasized state-owned enterprises and economic regulation. Bilateral trade increased steadily during the Cold War, reaching nearly $5 billion in 1980 and accounting for more than 60% of Mexico's imports and exports. However, with Mexico's revolutionary heritage of strong nationalism and antipathy toward outside intervention, policy disputes in the hemisphere often injected a discordant note in U.S. Mexican relations. For example, Mexico opposed U.S. intervention in Guatemala, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Chile, Grenada, and Panama, and U.S. policies in Central America during the 1980s. Mexico maintained diplomatic relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union during the Cold War and opposed the collective sanctions imposed on Cuba by the Organization of American States in 1964 at the urging of the Johnson administration. Mexico alienated the United States by extending aid to the beleaguered Sandinista government in Nicaragua, opposed the Contras, and recognized the Marxist FMLN guerrillas in El Salvador and their political party as legitimate political actors. Mexico and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union's interest in Mexico stemmed from its long border with the United States, its revolutionary heritage, certain economic advantages, and its tradition of one-party governments. Mexico was the first country in Latin America to recognize the new Soviet government in 1924. Throughout the Cold War, Mexico maintained close and uninterrupted relations with the Soviet Union and Cuba despite repeated reprimands from Washington for what it considered a political heresy. The relative durability of Soviet-Mexican relations during the Cold War was closely associated with Mexico's sense of vulnerability to the United States. By maintaining access to great powers outside the hemisphere, Mexico felt that it could offset the historic domination and exploitation of its territory carried out by its northern neighbor. Interestingly, while Washington complained about Soviet influence in Latin America from the 1940s to the end of the Cold War, Mexico allowed the Soviet embassy to operate significant intelligence operations against the United States and Latin American countries. Paradoxically, the United States never found it necessary to invoke the Monroe Doctrine or intervene militarily in Mexico during the Cold War era, despite the presence of alien powers lurking to the south. President Eisenhower told a group of advisors in 1960 that if the Soviets ever took over the government of Mexico, the United States would have to declare war on its southern neighbor. Although in some cases the perceptions of U.S. policymakers have been real, in most cases the dynamics of the fundamental causes of revolutions, and the consequences of U.S. responses, have been poorly understood in Washington. As the Mexican Revolution. Mexico DHS. Demonstrates, domestic circumstances create the conditions that bring about revolutions, not arms, propaganda, and agitators from the Soviet Union. From cordial to unfriendly relations. From 1970 to 1982, with the help of new discoveries of petroleum and natural gas, Presidents Luis Echeverría and José López Portillo sought to reorient Mexico's domestic and international policies. To stimulate and regulate the Mexican economy, the government intervened more and expanded the number and size of state enterprises, but it incurred large debts that eventually led to a long and profound economic crisis during the 1980s after the price of petroleum dropped. The petroleum boom enhanced Mexico's role as a third world leader in the 1970s, and the Mexican government sharply criticized American foreign policy. After the dramatic drop in petroleum revenues, Mexico announced in 1982 that it could no longer service its foreign debt. It started a series of economic adjustment policies deregulating the economy and privatizing state enterprises that were accelerated after the election of Carlos Salinas de Gortari in 1988. President Salinas lowered tariff barriers on the assumption that manufacturers would thereby become more efficient and competitive in the world market, liberalized rules governing foreign investment, and proposed a free trade agreement with the United States and Canada in 1991. This export-led industrialization of the Mexican economy brought on a flood of American products and investment in Mexico that some found to be an affront to Mexico nationalism and a sign of increasing dependency on the United States. Mexico and the Central American crisis. Mexico's severe economic plight in the early 1980s stirred a lot of alarmist talk in Washington, including statements about countries falling like communist dominoes and the possibility of a Castro-type revolution in Mexico. With little understanding of Mexico and events in Central America, the Reagan administration tried to demonstrate a connection between Mexico and the revolutionary turmoil underway in El Salvador and Nicaragua. By portraying Mexico as a weak domino subject to revolutionary forces from Cuba, Central America, and elsewhere, Reagan and conservative members of Congress hoped to gain support for a military solution to perceived security threats in the region. Mexico joined the Contadora Group in 1983 along with Colombia, Panama, and Venezuela to push for negotiated settlements of the armed conflicts in Central America. While appearing to support the idea of a negotiated settlement, the Reagan administration was firmly op. 274 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Opposed to such a solution since it would have accepted what Washington abhorred, namely, a revolutionary government in Nicaragua and the legitimacy of at least some of the demands of rebel groups in Guatemala and El Salvador. Although the Contadora peace process failed due to the opposition of the Reagan administration, it provided an experience in negotiations that set in motion the leadership of and motivation for a Central American-generated peace agreement in August 1987. In the end, President Reagan's struggle to stop revolutions in Central America helped drive millions of people to El Norte in an effort to escape the violence and destruction being carried out in the name of anti-communism. The North American Free Trade Agreement and the Zapatista Revolt. The North American Free Trade Agreement linking Mexico with the United States and Canada has brought renewed attention to the close ties between Mexico and the United States. The brainchild of President Carlos Salinas, NAFTA was first signed on October 7, 1992, ratified by the U.S. Congress in late 1993, and went into effect on January 1, 1994. It established an economic union whose combined gross national product exceeded that of the European Union. At first there was little resistance to accepting NAFTA in Mexico since it promised more jobs and cheaper goods, but in the United States with an economy 20 times larger than Mexico's the general public disapproved of NAFTA. Indeed, major currents of opposition came from organized labor and within the Democratic opposition in Congress. However, with the Clinton administration lobbying hard for its passage, and with Mexico spending millions on its own lobbying effort, NAFTA passed by a narrow margin. Many trade experts believe that eventually NAFTA will help the Mexican and American economies, but after 3 years in operation NAFTA's benefits have been minimal in the United States. On the same day that NAFTA went into effect, 1,000 peasant soldiers of the Zapatista Army of National Liberation captured 4 towns in southern Mexico and held them for several days, claiming their revolt was in opposition to NAFTA and neglect of impoverished areas such as Chiapas by the PRI government. The EZLN revolt embarrassed the Mexican government while gaining sympathy due to well-organized publicity and propaganda efforts from its leadership, including the charismatic Rafael Sebastián Guillén Vicente, known as Subcomandante Marcos. The Mexican government responded with military force and has since contained the revolt in Chiapas. However, the use of the name of the revered hero of the revolution by Mexican peasants has helped to prolong the tension over government policies and economic development strategies such as NAFTA. Mexico 275. The 1997 massacre of 45 unarmed women and children in Octal by paramilitary forces allegedly aligned with the PRI indicates the fragility of peace in southern Mexico. Drugs and corruption. The cultivation of illicit drug crops and transshipment to the United States expanded greatly throughout Latin America after the economic tragedies of the 1980s. In Mexico, the flow of cocaine to the United States created powerful drug cartels and increased involvement of the U.S. government in combating drug production and trafficking inside Mexico. Beginning with President Nixon's creation of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency in the early 1970s, drug trafficking has become a sensitive issue for the United States and Mexico. By the 1990s, the major locus for combating the drug trade was along the Mexican border, not in the Andean countries where most of the world's coca leaf is grown and processed into cocaine. Evidence of close ties between drug traffickers and Mexican law enforcement authorities has not helped diminish the inflow of drugs or improved Mexico's image in the United States. The extent of drug-funded official corruption in Mexico in 1996 to 1997 has generated skepticism among U.S. legislators and anti-drug officials about Mexico's commitment to combat drug trafficking and related corruption. The arrest of 3 Mexican Army officers in 1997 underscored how deeply the drug traffickers have penetrated Mexico's governmental institutions and the military. General Jes G.S. Gutierrez Rebollo, the head of Mexico's anti-drug agency, was arrested in 1997 for protecting drug traffickers while amassing $500 million between 1990 and 1996. Carlos Salinas's older brother, Rael, has been in jail for 2 years on corruption and murder charges, which he continues to deny. In a successful 1998 undercover sting operation, U.S. Customs officials captured 26 Mexican bankers involved in the laundering of drug funds. As Mexican drug gangs have grown into drug lords in their own right, they have eclipsed organized crime from Colombia as the major law enforcement threat to the United States. The expansion of Mexican drug trafficking activities near the U.S. border has shifted the front line of the drug war from the Andean jungles of Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia to America's doorstep. Mexico's #1 cocaine trafficker was Amado Carrillo Fuentes, commonly known as Lord of the Skies for his use of aging Boeing 727s to fly Colombian cocaine into Mexico for re-export to the United States. At one time, Carrillo Fuentes allegedly employed General Gutierrez Rebollo, before he was arrested in February 1997. 276. Viva Democracy! Throughout the Cold War era, government officials in Washington refrained from interfering in Mexican domestic politics and largely ignored violations of human rights and the undemocratic nature of Mexico's political system. However, the U.S. media and a growing number of non-governmental organizations, disturbed with the trends in Mexico in the 1980s, began to focus more attention on the lack of democracy, the plight of Mexican labor along the border, drug trafficking, and immigration. As the quality of Mexican elections has improved since 1988, driven in part by domestic pressures for authentic reform, the PRI has had to endure greater challenges from the left and right to maintain its hold on power. In July 1997, the PRI lost its monopoly of power for the first time in 68 years, indicating further erosion of authoritarian rule south of the border. The election of Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas of the Democratic Revolutionary Party to the mayor's job in Mexico City, and the loss of PRI control of the lower house of Congress, dealt a major blow to the country's ruling party. President Escobedo Zedillo is now the first Mexican leader since 1913 who does not have virtual control over the congressional branch. With over $50 billion in American investments, $156 billion in bilateral trade, over 10 million American tourists who flock to Mexico each year, and some 350,000 Americans living in Mexico, the United States has good reason to worry about political turmoil and economic uncertainty. Moreover, many of the new lawmakers in Mexico are cool toward NAFTA and believe that PRI governments have been too pro-American in recent years. With multiple forces within and outside Mexico pushing in the direction of greater democracy, Mexico is likely to have a more competitive and complex form of government in the 21st century. The political adjustments that this will require will not come easily, neither for Mexico nor its distant neighbor, the United States. Conclusion. Important legacies from a complex and difficult past continue to influence U.S. Mexican relations. The loss of territory in the middle of the 19th century, followed by repeated U.S. interventions in Mexico's internal affairs, have strained bilateral relations until recently. With the increasing importance of trade and investment, the United States and Mexico show signs of cultural integration, but problems still loom on the political front, particularly the nature of Mexico's political system in the aftermath of the Cold War. The fact that the two countries are so closely intertwined economically and socially has made use of the Monroe Doctrine as a justification for direct intervention costly and problematic. Large numbers of Mexican Americans residing in the United States have served an important Mexico-Plt. role in both the Mexican and American economies through labor benefits and remittances. On issues such as drug trafficking and environmental degradation along the border, the United States has come to realize that cooperation with Mexico is not a luxury but a necessity. Nicaragua. Timeline of U.S. relations with Nicaragua. Nicaraguan independence from Spain is achieved. Clayton-Bulwer Treaty is ratified. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. Cornelius Vanderbilt establishes transit company. William Walker declares himself Nicaraguan. President Walker is killed by firing squad in Honduras. Jose Santos Zelaya serves as elected president. U.S. Marines land in Bluefields. U.S. Marines occupy Nicaragua. Bryan Chamorro Treaty is ratified. United States sponsors presidential elections. Marines withdraw. U.S. Marines invade and lead effort to capture Augusto Cesar Sandino. President Hoover withdraws. U.S. Marines after failing to capture Sandino. Anastasio Somoza's army assassinates Sandino. Somoza is installed as dictator, rules until 1956. Somoza supports overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. Somoza is assassinated. Son Luis Somoza assumes presidency. Bay of Pigs invasion is launched from Nicaragua. Sandinista National Liberation Front is founded. Luis Somoza dies of heart attack. Takahito Somoza assumes power. 280. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1977. Jimmy Carter is elected U.S. President, emphasizes human rights. 1978. Somoza orders assassination of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro. 1979. Somoza is overthrown, Sandinista revolution begins. 1980. Somoza is assassinated in Asunción, Paraguay. 1981. Ronald Reagan assumes U.S. presidency, with intentions of getting rid of the communist menace in Nicaragua. Contras are formed in opposition to Sandinista rule. 1984. CIA mines Nicaraguan harbors. 1986. Iran-Contra affair derails Reagan's Contra policy. 1990. Violeta Barrios de Chamorro is elected president. 1996. Daniel Ortega is defeated by conservative Arnaldo Alemán. Introduction. Since independence in 1821, Nicaraguans have rarely experienced a long period without the presence of U.S. troops and mercenaries. From the middle of the 19th century to the end of the Cold War, Nicaragua played a significant role in U.S. history because it was seen as a prime location for a transoceanic canal, and its revolutionary politics raised security and economic concerns during times of international conflict. Until Theodore Roosevelt arranged for the separation of Panama from Colombia in 1903, Nicaragua was the likely spot for an Isthmian canal. With a river and lake system facilitating transit across the Central American Isthmus, Nicaragua became a target for external intervention, great power conflict, and foreign adventurism. Between 1853 and 1933, U.S. armed forces intervened in Nicaragua 13 times. After 1911, the U.S. Marines occupied Nicaragua continuously for a period of 22 years. What differentiates Nicaragua from the rest of Latin America is the duration and intensity of U.S. control over its destiny. The history of U.S. involvement in Nicaragua reflects well-intentioned efforts to achieve a better society, including the imposition of the trappings of democratic government and improved fiscal management. However, little attempt was made to consider the needs or interests of the Nicaraguan people, and inevitably the U.S. interest in promoting democracy contributed to some form of military intervention. For the past 90 years the United States has been a critical actor in Nicaragua's internal affairs, setting the terms of development assistance, foreign policy, and a national identity. Yet what is surprising about U.S. involvement in Nicaragua is how little the policymakers in Washington understood, or cared about, Nicaragua itself. Galshayaralun 2°13-8 Nicaragua is different. Nicaragua and the United States during the 19th century. Nicaragua and the Monroe Doctrine. Nicaragua's independence from Spain came in two stages, the first when it attached itself to the Mexican Empire in 1821, and the second when it broke from Mexico in 1823 and joined the United Provinces of Central America. This arrangement lasted until 1838, when the Federation collapsed. Partisan regional hostilities and economic devastation plagued Nicaragua as it attempted to forge its own political identity during the 19th century. The Monroe Doctrine was dormant until the British captured San Juan del Norte in 1847, an important Caribbean port, eliciting a strong U.S. protest because it violated the non-colonization clause of the Monroe Doctrine. Washington's concern over British encroachments in Central America led to the signing of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850, which provided for joint U.S. British control over any future canal. Later, top officials in Washington began demanding the termination of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty and exclusive rights to build a canal in Nicaragua. 282. In 1869, President Ulysses Grant determined that an American-owned canal was essential to U.S. security and prosperity. He appointed an interoceanic canal commission to study possible routes. The commission recommended Nicaragua, rather than Panama, and use of the San Juan River and Lake Nicaragua. The Monroe Doctrine made numerous appearances in U.S. Nicaraguan relations over the next century, but Nicaragua never became a cause of the numerous corollaries appended to President Monroe's message. A Yankee president for Nicaragua. During the 1850s, Nicaragua played a major role in the expansionist movements in the United States. After the Mexican War and the subsequent discovery of gold in California, people from the East Coast streamed westward. However, until the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, the most popular route was through Nicaragua via the San Juan River, Lake Nicaragua, and stagecoaches to the Pacific coastal town of San Juan del Sur. Cornelius Vanderbilt and his associates soon obtained concessions from Nicaragua to establish a transit route across Nicaragua, and by 1851 were operating a lucrative transit company linking New York with San Francisco. During this time Nicaragua was constantly embroiled in civil wars between conservatives in Granada and liberals in Leon, a carryover from the colonial period that continued well into the 20th century. Into this volatile situation stepped William Walker, a native of Tennessee with degrees in law and medicine and a passionate advocate of manifest destiny, who teamed up with enemies of Vanderbilt, disgruntled liberals from Nicaragua, and financial backers from New Orleans who wanted more slave territory. Walker invaded Nicaragua in 1855 with 57 other Americans and before long had captured Granada and taken over the country. With the support of officials in Washington and pro-slavery Southerners, Walker had himself elected president of Nicaragua, the only time a U.S. citizen ruled as chief of state in Latin America. Only the United States recognized the fraudulent government. In search of a Central American empire, Walker legalized slavery, decreed English as the national language, decreed an anti-vagrancy law to ensure forced peasant labor for landowners, offered large land grants to attract more American troops, and pursued a general plan to Americanize Nicaragua. To get rid of Walker, Central Americans united in a national war that resulted in expelling the Yankee president in 1857. Walker returned to Nicaragua 3 more times to pursue his dreams of wealth and empire, but he was eventually captured by British naval forces. They handed him over to the Hondurans, who ended his romantic filibustering activities. Nicaragua. 283. For a firing squad in 1860. William Walker's agents in Washington stressed the importance of driving the British out of the region and upholding the principles of the Monroe Doctrine. Walker was endorsed by leaders within President Pierce's Democratic Party who were instrumental in convincing the president to recognize Walker's minister to the United States. The Walker episode left deep scars in U.S. Nicaraguan relations. It discredited the United States throughout Central America and raised fears of losing sovereignty at the hands of Manifest Destiny or the Monroe Doctrine. When U.S. Marines began to intervene and occupy Nicaragua during the first 3 decades of the 20th century, Nicaraguans were immediately reminded of the exploits of William Walker 50 years earlier, now considered the first U.S. Marine to intervene in their country. Although filibusters failed, the episodes of William Walker and others had an important impact on the development of the Monroe Doctrine and U.S. Central American relations. As numerous private mercenaries and soldiers of fortune attempted to extend American influence over Central America, the Monroe Doctrine assumed a new significance among policymakers in Washington. The excitement of Walker's exploits contributed to the frequent use of the doctrine in congressional debates and in the press. The efforts of the filibusteros to use repeated military expeditions to achieve a tropical empire were of little benefit to those on the receiving end of U.S. aggression. Walker's band of mercenaries did not bring prosperity to the region and closed the transit route across the isthmus. The filibusters also contributed to the reinforcement of common stereotypes of Central Americans as inferior to Anglo-Saxon North Americans through the use of greaser and other words of disparagement which hastened the U.S. Civil War by attempting to spread slavery into Central America and the Caribbean. Whatever support there may have been for the Monroe Doctrine as a strategy against foreign interference during its first 3 decades of existence was erased by Walker's greed, arrogance, and racism in Nicaragua. Nicaragua and the United States during the 20th century. The battle for a canal route. Republican Theodore Roosevelt set the tone for U.S. relations with Central America after becoming president in 1901. For Roosevelt and his advisors, there was no question whether a canal was needed to span the isthmus. The only questions that remained to be answered were where to build the canal in Panama or Nicaragua and how to nullify the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850 that called for the British to be included in any canal construction project. By the turn of the century, the British had all 284 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine, but conceded U.S. strategic superiority in the Western Hemisphere and agreed to replace the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty with the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty of 1901, giving the United States sole authority to proceed with the canal. In late 1901 the Walker Commission recommended the Nicaraguan route because it would cost less and involve a shorter distance than a canal through Panama. At this point, 2 individuals, William Nelson Cromwell and Philip Bonaventure, mounted a furious lobbying campaign on behalf of the former French company that had gone bankrupt trying to build the canal in Panama several decades earlier. Acting on behalf of the new Panama Canal Company, Cromwell made a $60,000 contribution to the Republican Party through Senator Mark Hanna of Ohio, a good friend of President McKinley's. A wizard at numbers and politics, Cromwell convinced the new Panama Canal Company, now in the hands of the Frenchman Bonaventure, to lower its price, and the Walker Commission switched its recommendation to Panama. In the meantime, under intense pressure from the pro-Nicaragua lobby, the House of Representatives passed the Hepburn Bill, which ordered that the canal be built in Nicaragua. The debate now included the flamboyant Bonaventure, who joined Cromwell to lobby for legislation that would put the canal in Panama. Within 6 months they had the votes to pass the Spooner Amendment, instructing President Roosevelt to buy the canal company's claims for $40 million and start construction in Panama, provided he could obtain the necessary treaty from Colombia. Following a volcanic eruption in the Caribbean, Bonaventure lobbied the Senate suggesting that Nicaragua could suffer the same fate, thereby weakening the argument for the Nicaraguan route. After the Nicaraguans denied publicly that volcanoes presented a problem in their country, Bonaventure bought out the entire supply of Nicaraguan stamps in Washington and placed one on each senator's desk with the note, "Official testimony regarding volcanic activity in Nicaragua." The Frenchman's ploy worked. Roosevelt's dramatic diplomacy shifted to Colombia, where more treaty work was needed before canal construction could begin. After the Colombians balked at the deal offered by Secretary of State John Hay in 1903, attention focused again on Nicaragua, but by this time it was too late to stop the powerful players Roosevelt, Cromwell, and Buenaventura from securing the Panama route, regardless of the recalcitrant Colombians. Although Nicaragua lost in the battle for an Atlantic-Pacific waterway, its importance to the United States did not end with the completion of the Panama Canal in 1914. The Panama decision shattered any hope Nicaragua might have had to possess a canal and contributed to events that influenced future U.S. Nicaraguan relations. Nicaragua's dictator at the time, José Santos Zelaya, became a thorn in the side of the Roosevelt and Taft. Nicaragua 285. Administrations by approaching the Japanese and Germans about a Nicaraguan canal that would compete with the U.S. controlled canal in Panama. This action set in motion U.S. efforts to get rid of Zelaya, including collusion with Nicaraguan conservatives and the landing of 400 U.S. Marines to protect the rebels. Zelaya was forced to leave, but his removal was the beginning of a political drama including more intervention and Nicaraguan efforts to manipulate the United States for its own political and economic advantage that continued for decades. The Bryan Chamorro Treaty of 1916. With the presence of U.S. Marines in Nicaragua after 1911, the United States was assured of a succession of governments in Managua that were compliant to its needs and demands. To solve a deteriorating financial situation, Nicaragua proposed to sell to the United States, for the sum of $3 million, exclusive rights to build a canal through its territory. Several years later the Bryan Chamorro Treaty was signed and ratified, giving the United States exclusive and perpetual rights to build an interoceanic canal through Nicaragua, 99-year leases of 2 small islands in the Caribbean, rights to establish a naval base in Nicaraguan territory bordering on the Gulf of Fonseca, and the option to renew both leases and access rights for another 99 years. In exchange for this generous arrangement, the United States would pay Nicaragua $3 million in gold to be applied to the reduction of its debt. The Wilson administration viewed the Bryan Chamorro Treaty as the only practical solution to end the constant political turmoil, but it also served the purpose of deterring further European encroachments in the region. The Bryan Chamorro Treaty turned out to be a short-term solution to what would eventually become a long-term problem: continual U.S. intervention. Obviously the United States did not need, or want, a second canal in Central America after spending $352 million to construct a canal through Panama. But the Bryan Chamorro Treaty offered the United States a monopoly over Isthmian transit and would virtually ensure U.S. strategic and economic dominance in the hemisphere. Unfortunately, the canal option agreement with Nicaragua proved to be one of the most disruptive and contentious issues in U.S. Latin American relations at the time. It led to the collapse of the Central American International Court of Justice, contributed to the rise of the anti-imperialists and nationalist revolutionaries such as Augusto Sandino, and became a major factor in President Coolidge's decision to intervene in Nicaragua after failed elections and turmoil in 1925. Coolidge and his advisors also worried about what was erroneously perceived to be a Bolshevik threat from Mexico that might upset U.S. interests in Central America. 286. An election doctor for Nicaragua's ailing government. By 1922, Washington's attitude toward Latin America had changed from believing in the necessity of military intervention to stabilize governments and drive out foreign powers, to the belief that honest elections would pave the way for the withdrawal of U.S. military forces. To improve the Nicaraguan political system, at the urging of Washington, the Nicaraguan government contracted with Harold W. Dodds, a young political scientist, to come to Nicaragua and write a new electoral law. He arrived in 1922 with the intention of fixing Nicaragua's electoral and party system so that the State Department could retire the Marines from Nicaragua, leaving behind a U.S. trained legation or embassy guard that would maintain order and supervise the elections to make sure they were fair. The 1924 presidential election of conservative Carlos Solorzano was fraudulent and grossly unfair, but the United States had little choice but to recognize him so that the Marines could be withdrawn. However, less than 3 months after the departure of the Marines, Solorzano was forced to leave office and liberal-conservative revolts broke out once again, requiring the redeployment of U.S. Marines to Nicaragua in 1925. Dr. Dodds's political medicine had obviously not worked, and U.S. Marines remained in Nicaragua to try to end the civil war. As more and more Marines landed, President Calvin Coolidge struggled to justify the U.S. intervention. At first he claimed that troops were needed to protect American lives and property. Later he invoked national security considerations to protect the interoceanic canal rights that the United States had received from Nicaragua under the Bryan Chamorro Treaty, and to halt Mexican efforts to foment disturbances in Nicaragua. Augusto Cesar Sandino and the anti-interventionist war President Coolidge relied on diplomatic supervision and the U.S. Marines to solve Nicaragua's political problems. Although he was criticized at home for sending troops back into a country racked by seemingly endless and internal bloody conflict, he was convinced that military power and the diplomatic wisdom of Henry L. Stimson could straighten out the situation in Nicaragua. After failing to stabilize the situation by backing a doomed minority government and promoting power sharing, the United States poured more troops and naval forces into Nicaragua to protect U.S. interests. Before long Nicaragua was in chaos again and the United States was deeply involved in another Central American war. By 1928 U.S. naval vessels were in Nicaraguan ports, and more than 5,000 U.S. Marines were occupying the principal cities. With the United States now caught in a political/military stalemate, Pres. Nicaragua 287. Dent Coolidge sent Stimson to Nicaragua to mediate the conflict. By promising to supervise the next presidential elections and demanding that the Nicaraguans organize a truly nonpartisan guard to exercise military and police functions, Stimson was able to get both government and rebel forces to end their hostilities, except for one lone holdout Augusto Cesar Sandino. Outmanned 5-1, Sandino's forces retreated to the mountains, where they fought against the U.S. Marines for the next 6 years. Stimson left Nicaragua shortly after his mediation efforts, not realizing he had helped to start an anti-imperialist war of liberation to rid the country of a U.S.-backed dictator and the conception of a revolution in Sandino's name some years later. With his defending army of national sovereignty, Augusto Sandino launched a campaign against U.S. imperialism that resonated throughout the 20th century. The U.S. Marines searched in vain to find and capture Sandino and his rebel army, one of the few Nicaraguan efforts that proved effective against U.S. domination in Central America at the time. Using guerrilla tactics, Sandino and his ragtag army, under a red and black flag emblazoned with "Liberty or Death," fought against the United States. Sandino was a complex figure. His political ideology incorporated a range of ideas that were frequently misunderstood or mythologized. Some of his formative years were spent as an exile in Mexico, where he became an admirer of the socialist dimensions of the Mexican Revolution. In his struggle against dictatorship and foreign domination in Nicaragua, Sandino considered himself a nationalist and anti-imperialist. At one point he collaborated with Farabundo Martí, a rather well-known communist from El Salvador. However, they differed over both goals and strategy. In one meeting with Martí, Sandino explained to him that our first task was to defend and liberate the Nicaraguan people from the imperialist claw, by expelling the dogs and the Yankee companies from our soil, and that the next step was to organize the workers. Sandino succeeded with the first task but was killed before he could tackle the second. A supporter of Pan-American ideals such as a formal alliance of Latin American states, Sandino often called for the abolition of the Monroe Doctrine as part of his anti-imperialist message. With Marine casualties mounting and the cost of the war escalating during the Depression, President Hoover caved into domestic opposition to the Nicaraguan War and withdrew the Marines in 1933. At this point the responsibility of terminating Sandino's rebellion was left to the National Guard, under the command of Anastasio Taco Somoza Garcia. Somoza convinced Sandino and his weary army to surrender in 1934 and then, in an act of treachery and betrayal, had Sandino, his broiher, and 2 members of his armed guard assassinated. Although there is no evidence linking American officials with Somoza for the murder of Sandino, it was widely 288 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Believed in Latin America that the United States was guilty if only indirectly in the affair. Once in power, Somoza made sure that Sandino's name was purged from all Nicaraguan textbooks. The Somoza dynasty. After the death of Sandino, power fell into the hands of National Guard commander Anastasio Somoza Garcia, who used the Guard, his Partido Liberal Nacionalista, and U.S. assistance to rule Nicaragua until his assassination in 1956. Power then passed to his sons Luis and Anastasio Tacayo Somoza Debayle. The Somoza dynasty in a little over 4 decades came to own most of Nicaragua and accumulated a fortune to close to $600 million. Control of the National Guard became the major instrument of the dictatorship and the longevity of the Somoza family rule. To dominate the Guard and its power would provide Somoza the means to overcome his lower middle-class background and his history as a business failure, petty criminal, and sometime inspector of latrines. The patriarch of the Somoza family, he was not content to remain the head of the Guard and in 1936 had himself elected president of Nicaragua. With these two positions in hand, Somoza operated a ruthless dictatorship characterized by corruption and greed, increased economic inequality, political manipulation, and friendship with the United States. Under his slogan of "Bucks for my friends, bullets for my enemies," Somoza murdered tens of thousands of Nicaraguans who impeded his rule, including peasants, workers, and students. All three Somozas had studied in the United States, were fluent in English, and displayed a fawning obedience to the needs of U.S. foreign policy. In 1939 the elder Somoza received an official invitation to visit President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the White House. In a much disputed anecdote that has been repeated many times, Secretary of State Cordell Hull is alleged to have shown Roosevelt the list of visiting heads of states. On seeing the list, Roosevelt spotted Somoza's name and then asked Hull, "Isn't that man supposed to be a son of a bitch?" Secretary of State Hull fired back, "He sure is, but he is our son of a bitch." Asterisk with Washington's seal of approval, Somoza returned to brag about how he was now the best friend of the United States in Latin America. In exchange for his friendly treatment by the United States, Somoza named Managua's main street Avenida Roosevelt. During World War II, the United States poured millions of dollars of military aid into Nicaragua that expanded the power of the National Guard and made Somoza even richer. Nicaragua's armed forces benefited from hemispheric defense efforts. Nicaragua 289. During World War II with a U.S. built naval station, ships, an air base, and troop training. Nicaragua and the United States during the Cold War. Somoza's dictatorship managed to survive the post-war elimination of dictatorships in neighboring El Salvador and Guatemala and growing hostility from the United States during the first few years of the Cold War. As the United States traded its non-intervention and pro-democratic principles for anti-communism beginning in the Truman administration, Somoza managed to notice the change, modify his style and rhetoric, and attempt to meet the needs of the United States during the Cold War. The United States turned down Somoza's offer to send troops to Korea, but the aging dictator offered the United States unflagging support in the Organization of American States and the United Nations. During the Eisenhower administration, Somoza provided critical support for the 1954 CIA operation to overthrow Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz. He was rewarded handsomely with more aid, but most of it filtered down into the pockets of his own family and cronies, including the National Guard. When Somoza was gunned down by an assassin in 1956, President Eisenhower sent his personal physicians to Nicaragua to try to save the wounded dictator, but to no avail. Luis Somoza followed in his father's footsteps and allowed CIA-trained Cuban exiles to leave from Nicaragua in their effort to overthrow Castro at the Bay of Pigs in 1961. He was so excited about the prospects of Castro's demise that he came down to the docks at Puerto Cabezas and shouted to the departing invaders, "Bring me a couple of hairs from Castro's beard." Nicaragua benefited during the period of the Alliance for Progress by receiving increased amounts of economic and military assistance. When Luis died in 1967 of a heart attack, Takeito assumed absolute power. To further seal Nicaragua's close relationship with Washington, he contributed $1 million to Richard Nixon's presidential election campaign. The Somoza Lobby. The Somoza dictatorship would have ended earlier if it were not for Nicaragua's friends in Washington, carefully cultivated through a lobby network with direct access to the floors of Congress. Somoza's friends were known as the Dirty 30, mostly conservative members of Congress who were willing to protect Nicaragua from cuts in American aid based on its human rights abuses and other offenses. Although there were anti-Somoza 290 members of Congress and their staffs, they lacked the clout of the pro-Somoza lobby. As the insurrection against Somoza gained strength after 1975, Somoza used public relations/lobbying firms and friends in the U.S. Congress to improve his image in the United States. Somoza paid 3 public relations firms $250,000 yearly to provide him with a political facelift. He hired Washington lawyer William Kramer and Fred Korth to lobby against cuts in military and economic aid to Nicaragua. In Congress, Somoza courted old friends including Representatives John Murphy, Charles Wilson of Texas, a blustering anti-communist, and George Hanson, Larry McDonald, Jesse Helms, and Robert Bauman. Somoza's defenders saw him as an anti-communist ally of the United States. To lose him would jeopardize U.S. interests in Nicaragua and elsewhere. The ghosts of Sandino and the Nicaraguan Revolution. The chronic repression under the Somoza dynasty eventually gave rise to a revolutionary coalition headed by the Sandinista National Liberation Front. Founded in 1961 by Marxist-Leninists Carlos Fonseca, Tomas Borga, and Silvio Mayorga, who had broken with the Communist Party, the FSLN struggled as a small guerrilla force until 1978, when it emerged as the major force in the anti-Somoza movement. The 1972 earthquake and a series of changes in the international environment accelerated the revolt against Somoza. When international relief funds were donated to Nicaragua after the earthquake, Somoza and his cronies walked off with the bounty while the rest of the nation grieved over the loss of life and the damage. Middle-class opposition was directed by newspaper editor Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, who organized a boycott of Somoza's staged elections. The revolt against dictator Somoza eventually became a popularly backed insurrection endorsed by the Catholic Church and other major sectors of Nicaraguan society. After Jimmy Carter was elected president, the United States turned against Somoza by emphasizing the protection of human rights, leading to more defiance from the dictator and increased violence against the opposition. After Somoza ordered the assassination of Chamorro in 1978, the insurrection escalated with the FSLN serving as a unifying force, further broadening the opposition coalition. By the middle of 1978, Somoza had ordered his National Guard to bomb cities suspected of harboring insurrectionary forces, and the FSLN gained strength at the expense of the dictator's loss of authority and international support. With his country and his dictatorship in shambles, Somoza was forced to step down and leave Nicaragua in July 1979. After he arrived in Miami, Florida, U.S. disagreements with the new government in Managua contributed to Somoza being denied exile in the United States. He soon fled to Paraguay, where he was protected by the dictator General Alfredo Stroessner until he was assassinated by Argentine leftists in 1980. The last Somoza left Nicaragua a bitter man, critical of the ingratitude of the United States for forcing his departure after years of his support for the United States during the Cold War. He called President Fidel Carter for betraying Nicaragua and told U.S. representatives in Managua before packing his bags that I helped them for 30 years to fight communism. I'd like the American people to pay back the help we gave in the Cold War. The U.S. can't afford to lose a good partner. I am transitory, but the Reds are not registered. During the long reign of the Somoza dynasty, Nicaragua became so closely identified with the United States that Somoza's removal at the hands of a bloody revolution was portrayed as the end of the National Guard and prior military rule. Unfortunately, the long nightmare of foreign involvement did not end with Somoza's departure. By the time the Sandinista-led rebel coalition took power in 1979, the war to remove Somoza had resulted in 50,000 deaths and Nicaragua faced an estimated $1.5 billion in property Losses and huge foreign debt inherited from the dictatorship. Once in power, the Sandinista-led coalition drew its inspiration from the anti-imperialist stance of an earlier generation of Nicaraguans who had opposed U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. Despite the fact that several members of the collective leadership of the Sandinistas were Marxists or Marxist-oriented, the Nicaraguan Revolution did not try to mimic the Cuban Revolution under Fidel Castro. Government policies aimed for a redistribution of wealth and income along socialist lines, but the regime was hardly totalitarian in its political or economic orientation. At war with Nicaragua, President Reagan's approach to events in Central America consisted of using U.S. economic and military assistance to roll back what he believed were communist advances in the region. Once U.S. military and economic assistance was terminated, the Sandinistas committed the Cold War sin of seeking support hundreds of advisors and hundreds of millions of dollars in assistance from the Soviet Union and Castro's Cuba. To restore U.S. predominance after the Carter years, the Reagan administration focused on Nicaragua, where it hoped to subvert and eventually overthrow the Sandinista regime. In an effort to bring down the Nicaraguan government, the Reagan administration organized and equipped a counter-revolutionary army called Contras, mostly Nicaraguan exiles operating out of neighboring Honduras. Many of the Contras were former National Guard personnel and political allies of the former dictator, financed through secret appeals to foreign governments and wealthy private individuals in the United States. With assistance from the CIA, the National Security Council, and the White House, the Contras began a strategy of hit-and-run attacks on the Sandinista government. As the Reagan administration's war against the Sandinistas continued with little in the way of military success on behalf of the Contras, opposition developed in Congress, the media, college campuses, and the general public. Once the Iran-Contra scandal became public in late 1986, and the Central American presidents mobilized efforts to end the war, the White House was doomed in its efforts to keep the battle going. In his determination to keep the Contras alive, Reagan gave 294 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Major speeches on the importance of Contra aid. Reagan's 1988 request for 6 months of additional funding was defeated by an 8-vote margin in Congress, reversing U.S. policy in Central America from military solutions to diplomatic solutions. Without U.S. assistance, the Contras were no more than a hollow fighting force with little chance of success. Although the Contra War failed militarily, it inflicted great pain on Nicaragua, destroying sections of the nation's infrastructure and causing 30,000 deaths. The Contras became part of the peace process negotiations in 1988 and were finally disarmed and repatriated in 1990. The economic tragedy that remained after the war stimulated much of the domestic discontent in Nicaragua that led to the Sandinistas' defeat in the February 1990 elections. By subjecting themselves to democratic elections, the Sandinistas hoped to move forward with the important task of rebuilding war-torn Nicaragua without having to devote large sums to the anti-Contra effort. Nicaragua and the United States after the Cold War. The surprising defeat of the FSLN's candidate, Daniel Ortega, in the 1990 presidential elections put an end to Nicaragua's revolutionary experiment and Sandinista rule. With the election of Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, leader of the United Nicaraguan Opposition, Nicaragua now entered the post-Cold War world, but the task of healing the wounds of 2 decades of internal war presented formidable challenges. As if things were not bad enough in Nicaragua, President Chamorro faced difficulties in obtaining assistance from the U.S. Congress, now in the hands of conservative Republicans, disruptions from former Contras, and further complications due to the FSLN's continuing control of the Nicaraguan army, police, and unions. As president, she devoted her time to reversing the Sandinista revolution, pushing for national reconciliation, and struggling for ways to achieve economic recovery. However, during her 6-year presidency she dueled with the Bush and Clinton administrations over strings attached to foreign assistance promised to Nicaragua. Without a perceived security threat in Nicaragua, the United States seemed more interested in pressuring her to change certain government personnel and settling the claims of Nicaraguans who had emigrated to the United States, than in supporting her reconciliation policy. In the 1996 presidential election, FSLN candidate Daniel Ortega tried to camouflage his revolutionary past while campaigning for the presidency again, but he was defeated handily by arch-conservative José Arnaldo Alemán, who considers himself the antithesis of everything the Sandinista revolution once stood for. On taking office, President Alemán faced a litany of economic and political woes left over from 10 years of revolution and Nicaragua 295. 6 years of the Chamorro administration. In 1997, Nicaragua had 60% unemployment and the worst poverty in the Americas outside of Haiti. To change the situation inside Nicaragua, Alemán must still deal with a powerful Sandinista front and large numbers of Nicaraguan Americans living in Miami who are demanding the return of more than 100,000 homes, farms, ranches, and businesses seized from supporters of the Somoza dictatorship. Conclusion. Of all the countries in Central America, Nicaragua has suffered the most in the hands of Washington policymakers. Each of the periods of U.S. intervention proved to be counterproductive to U.S. interests and detrimental to the development of Nicaragua. The William Walker episode was extremely damaging to Nicaragua, and the decades of U.S. Marine occupation failed to establish democracy or stability there. Constant meddling spawned a revolutionary environment and the need for dictators and a national guard to maintain political control in Nicaragua. The nation's misfortune of trying to carry out a socialist-style revolution during the presidency of Ronald Reagan proved damaging for both Nicaragua and the United States. It is ironic that a country so closely tied to the United States should have become the site of so much bloodshed and brutality. Although one can debate whether internal or external factors are the cause of revolutionary upheaval, there is no doubt that Nicaragua's close and subordinate relationship with the United States carries much of the blame in this case. Panama. Timeline of U.S. relations with Panama. 1821 Panama declares independence from Spain, but as part of Gran Colombia 1846 Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty is signed 1850 Clayton-Bulwer Treaty is ratified 1856 to 1903 14 Major interventions by U.S. forces 1898 Spanish-American War increases demand for canal 1899 to 1902 Pro-Nicaragua and pro-Panama route advocates battle in Washington 1901 Hay-Pansfot Treaty is signed 1903 Hay-Heron Treaty is signed but rejected by Colombian Senate Republic of Panama is established Hay-Buenavarilla Treaty is signed 1914 Panama Canal opens for transit 1934 United States agrees to modify 1903 Treaty in favor of Panama 1946 U.S. Army School of the Americas is founded 1964 Anti-U.S. riots in Canal Zone 1967 President Robles is impeached over treaty negotiations 1968 Arnulfo Arias is elected president, is overthrown by Colonel Torrijos 1970 Colonel Noriega becomes head of military intelligence 1977 Carter-Torrijos treaties are signed, are ratified by one vote in U.S. Senate. 298 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1983 General Noriega becomes commander of Panamanian Defense Forces. 1984 to 1986 Noriega assists United States in Contra campaign 1988 Noriega is indicted for drug trafficking 1989 United States invades Panama to capture Noriega Guillermo Endara is placed in power by the United States 1991 to 1992 Noriega is tried, convicted, and sent to a Miami prison 1994 Escobedo Pérez Valladares is elected president TIIZ. Multinational Drug Interdiction Center is proposed to coordinate anti-narcotics efforts from Howard Air Force Base after December Bill 999-1998 approval of Counter-Narcotics Center delayed after President Pérez Valladares denounces written agreement as an ill-conceived pile of paper 2000 Panama assumes sovereignty over its national territory under Carter-Torrijos treaties. Introduction. Panama's importance to the United States stems from its location as a land bridge between Central America and South America and its narrow width separating the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Instead of establishing independence at the time of separation from Spanish control in 1821, Panama's leaders joined the newly formed Confederation of Gran Colombia. As Colombia's northern province, Panama eventually became important as one of several sites for an interoceanic crossing in Central America. By the middle of the 19th century, French, British, and U.S. interests began to converge on a series of Isthmian projects that would enhance national interests in the region. By the 1840s, the French had acquired rights to build a railroad, a canal, or both in Panama. The British concentrated on routes in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, whereas the United States focused on building a passage for ships across the Isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico. However, it was not until Panama's independence in 1903 that the United States forged an alliance, allowing for the construction of a canal, to continue a project that had been started by the French in the 1880s. The key to U.S. Panamanian relations was a lopsided treaty signed in 1903 giving the United States rights that ultimately generated anger, violence, and resentment from Panamanians for the next three-quarters of a century. Under the treaty, the United States built and operated the Panama Canal, one of the marvels of transportation technology in the early 20th century, but more than 30,000 people died building the canal, first under the French and later during the 10 years it took the United States to Panama 299. Finish the canal. Panamanians got such an unfair deal in the 1903 treaty crafted by a Frenchman and a U.S. Secretary of State that they spent years demanding concessions and modifications from Washington. President Carter finally replaced the old treaty with two new treaties that will eventually turn over full control of the canal to the Panamanians after December 31, 1999. Panama is still important to the United States as a remnant of its need to control events in Latin America. Drug trafficking and money laundering in the 1970s and 1980s eventually led the Bush administration to mount an invasion of Panama to remove its military dictator, General Manuel A. Noriega, in 1989. Since that time, the United States has been slowly extricating itself from both Panama and the operation of the canal, in anticipation of the day in which the alliance, forced on Panama in 1903, comes to an end. Panama and the United States during the 19th century. Panama and the independence of Latin America. Panama's economic and strategic importance was recognized by the Spanish long before a railroad or canal was constructed across the isthmus. Although Panama did not become independent until 1903, it emerged from the tumultuous period of struggle for independence as an integral part of Colombia. Prior to Panama's separation from Spain, the United States expressed little interest in Panama, trade was almost non-existent, and Panamanian leaders remained loyal to Spain. The Monroe administration recognized Colombia's independence in 1822 and sent diplomatic representatives who were instructed to emphasize free trade and U.S. involvement in any future interoceanic canal in Panama. Panamanians viewed the possibility of a ship canal through the isthmus as a savior for their economic difficulties, and they regarded independence as a prerequisite for achieving that goal. As the United States expanded westward under the banner of Manifest Destiny during the 19th century, interest in an interoceanic crossing in Central America blossomed. By the 1850s, Panama and the United States were being drawn into an alliance that would last for another 150 years. U.S. expansionists faced numerous obstacles in Central America, not the least of which was British and French interest in building a transportation link. Recognizing the importance of gaining concessions and crossing rights in Panama, U.S. diplomat Benjamin Bidlack signed a treaty, the only alliance treaty signed by the United States in the 19th century, with Colombia's foreign minister, Manuel Maria Mallarino, in 1846, giving the United States transit rights in Panama. 300. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. In exchange for U.S. promises to protect Colombia's sovereignty over Panama, the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty committed the United States to an interoceanic route through Panama with the right to intervene militarily to protect whatever transit facilities existed. In short order, the United States had a strategic interest in Panama, the right to send U.S. troops to put down secessionist outbursts, and a huge stake in the political destiny of the Panamanians. Between 1848 and 1902, U.S. troops landed in Panama 13 times, often pitting U.S. forces against the local population. The Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty was somewhat nullified in 1850 when the United States and Britain signed the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, which provided for joint control over any future canal. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty was controversial in the United States and frustrating for Central Americans interested in playing off one power against another for economic gain. When the French entrepreneur Ferdinand-Marie de Lesseps started a French canal project in the Panamanian region of Colombia in the 1880s, the United States threatened war and invoked the Monroe Doctrine, but the French project failed due to tropical diseases and poor planning, including the plan to build a sea-level canal instead of following a lock system design. Panama and the United States in the 20th century. The United States and the diplomacy of the Panama Canal. U.S. interest in a Trans-Isthmian Canal increased after 1898 when the USS Oregon had to go around Cape Horn to reach Cuba during the Spanish-American War. Under pressure from those who recognized the strategic value of a canal, the U.S. Congress established the Isthmian Canal Commission in 1899. However, after it investigated possible canal routes, the ICC recommended that the canal be built in Nicaragua, not Panama. When Theodore Roosevelt, a longtime canal advocate, assumed the presidency in 1901, expectations increased that the complicated diplomatic knot preventing construction could be unraveled. The first obstacle for the United States was to acquire treaty rights to build a canal either in Nicaragua or Panama. In 1902 the U.S. Congress passed the Hepburn Bill authorizing canal construction in Nicaragua, but it was later amended to allow the president to negotiate first with Colombia and, if this failed, with Nicaragua. To this end the United States and Colombia signed the Hay-Herran Treaty in 1903. The agreement offered extremely favorable terms to the United States, but the Colombian Senate rejected it largely on the basis of the inadequate monetary incentives and intrusions on its national sovereignty. The decision to build the Panama Canal was the most costly and strategic. Panama. 301. Commitment of the United States in Latin America up to that time. With expanding trade and investments in the region, the construction of the Panama Canal increased concern about the region's stability. The diplomacy of building in Panama involved a complex set of foreign and domestic actors that required new leadership and initiatives by the United States. First, the United States had to confront the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty that called for a joint project with the British in the event a canal was to be constructed. Second, the Colombians displayed little interest in getting rid of their northern province, despite the fact that the Panamanians had long struggled to separate from Colombia. The 1903 Treaty. After the United States helped create an independent Panama, the Roosevelt administration negotiated the Hay-Buenaventura Treaty in November 1903. This was an extremely favorable arrangement giving the United States rights in perpetuity to a canal zone 10 miles wide and 40 miles long. The United States also acquired the right to intervene militarily to quell riots and maintain order and the right to take additional lands necessary for the canal's defense. Panama's part of the bargain included a payment of $10 million and an annual payment of $250,000. For the next 75 years the Hay-Buenaventura Treaty, designed by a French adventurer investor and a forceful U.S. Secretary of State, defined the relationship between the United States and Panama. John Hay, Secretary of State, could not have been more pleased with the favorable terms acquired by the United States. In a letter to Senator Spooner he confided that the new treaty was very satisfactory, vastly advantageous to the United States, and we must confess, with what face we can muster, not so advantageous to Panama. You and I know too well how many points there are in this treaty to which a Panamanian patriot could object. Although Roosevelt faced criticism for his handling of both Panamanian secession and the terms of the treaty, he defied his critics by telling them it was for the good of mankind and the nations of the world. The construction of the canal was an engineer's nightmare. The difficulties of excavation spawned a barrage of criticism of the expensive project. In a splash of bravado, President Roosevelt toured the isthmus in 1906, the first president to leave the country while in office, and returned to answer his critics. As completion neared, the nation began plans for a grand celebration of the project with praises for those who helped create one of the engineering marvels of the Western Hemisphere. Controversy continued to swirl around the 1903 revolution and the treaty. In speaking at the University of California in 1911, Theodore Roosevelt bragged that if I had followed traditional conservative methods, the canal debate would have been going on yet, but I took the 302 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Canal zone and let Congress debate, and while the debate goes on the canal does also. The construction of the Panama Canal cost the United States $352 million and 5,609 lives from disease and accidents. More than 30,000 people died before the canal was finished, first under the French in the 19th century and later during the 10 years that the United States spent constructing the canal. No single construction project in American history had cost as much in dollars and in human life. The canal was a masterpiece of design and engineering, a relatively clean project in terms of graft and corruption, and the culmination of decades of phenomenal effort and human sacrifice. Panama and the United States between the wars, 1914 to 1940. The opening of the Panama Canal in 1914 symbolized the rise of the United States to the status of a great power and the dominant power in the Caribbean. Paradoxically, the gunboat diplomacy that provided the United States its microstate in Panama did not carry over into further efforts to acquire more territory in Latin America. Between World Wars II, Panama was expected to serve the national interests of the United States. In reality, for the first 3 decades there were 2 Panamas living side by side, the Republic of Panama, and the Canal Zone, a mixed civilian-military compound under the control of the U.S. Secretary of War. The 1920s were troubled times for the United States and Panama as power over the canal came to reside in the hands of the governor of the Canal Zone administration. The governor, a senior officer in the Army Corps of Engineers, exercised dual authority, setting policy for both the Republic and the operation of the canal. With a racially based economic reward system in operation in Panama, the white managers were on the lucrative gold roll, while West Indian blacks and Panamanians had to make do with the silver roll. Strikes and protests were frequent. Panamanian presidents, angered over U.S. efforts to take over more and more Panamanian land and the feeling of being shortchanged in a lopsided economic relationship, made constant demands for a new or revised treaty, but the United States refused. Nationalist politicians were outraged when a boundary dispute with Costa Rica led to a brief war after Costa Rican troops seized Pacific lands that had been in dispute for some time. After driving out the Costa Ricans, Panamanians were forced to return the land to Costa Rica with the help of U.S. Marines that landed in 1921. This interventionist response made Panamanians even more determined to do something about the unpopular 1903 treaty. The Great Depression affected Panama through layoffs and the devalue. Panama 303. Ation of the U.S. dollar, which greatly reduced the annual payment to Panama. Political turbulence increased as the economy declined and thousands of silver workers joined the ranks of the unemployed. In January 1931, Acción Comunal engineered a coup that placed one of its sympathizers in the presidency. The United States, in the atmosphere of the good neighbor policy, refrained from taking part in the coup despite concerns over the possible damage to U.S. interests in the zone. In an effort to reduce the growing resentment against the United States and the Monroe Doctrine, Secretary of State Henry Stimson and others recognized that constant intervention in the internal affairs of small countries like Panama and others, along with lengthy periods of military control, was undermining U.S. influence in the region. U.S. Panamanian relations in the 1930s were marked by the emergence of new and aggressive leadership in Panama and new initiatives by the Roosevelt administration to improve U.S. Latin American relations. At the heart of the relationship was the determination of Panamanian nationalists to modify the terms of the 1903 treaty. After the inauguration of Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933, Panamanians took advantage of the changing atmosphere in Washington, where the tenor of inter-American relations seemed to bode well for concessions on the seriously strained relationship. President Harmodio Arias made a surprise visit to President Roosevelt in late 1933 in hopes of convincing him of the urgency of altering the lopsided U.S. Panamanian relationship. In the spirit of the good neighbor policy, Roosevelt agreed to a few changes immediately and then arranged for negotiations to begin in an effort to modify the terms of the 1903 treaty. The Arias-Roosevelt meetings eventually culminated in the formal treaty modifications that were signed in 1936. The 1936 treaty changed Panama's status as an appendage of the United States, but the concessions were hard fought between Zonians and the U.S. War Department on one side, and the Department of State and the White House on the other. The War Department and the Zonians resisted most concessions on the grounds of security interests and the right to special privileges. The State Department and Roosevelt's White House favored the promotion of better relations by seating in non-strategic areas. The U.S. Senate finally ratified the new treaty in 1939, but it was not enthusiastic about giving way on the importance of U.S. strategic interests. As World War II loomed on the horizon, the concessions wrought in the revisions to the 1903 treaty added more fuel to the fires of Panamanian desires to achieve greater independence from the United States. The good neighbor policy paved the way for political changes inside Panama that had serious and lasting effects, particularly in government opposition party relations and the use of the national police to rig elections and undermine opposition forces. In pledging to adhere to the new principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of the Latin American countries, the United States would no longer send troops to supervise elections or preach the virtues of democracy. For Panama, this change meant increasing use of the national police by elected politicians to gain and retain power, even if it meant intimidation and violence. Eventually the militarization of Panamanian society came to haunt those who had forcibly separated Panama from Colombia in the name of the Monroe Doctrine and imperial grandeur. Panama and the United States during World War II. World War II brought Panama to world attention through its importance as a critical link in both the Allied defense strategy and the naval empire of the United States in the Caribbean. Two of Panama's presidents during the war years, Arnulfo Arias and Ricardo Adolfo de la Guardia, projected different views of how best to deal with the United States in times of war, since the protection of the canal was of vital interest to both countries. Until his overthrow in 1941, Arias's intensely nationalist position and attitude toward the war in Europe worried the United States. By demanding high payments for lands leased for military bases, keeping Panama neutral, and maintaining his association with pro-Axis individuals in Italy and Germany, Arias angered policymakers in Washington. Once he was toppled by de la Guardia, with help from U.S. intelligence agents, Panama adopted a policy of moderation and collaboration with U.S. military personnel, signing a defense sites agreement in 1942 that pleased the United States. The war had a major impact on Panama's economy as President de la Guardia, with significant financial commitments from Washington for highway construction, increased purchases of Panamanian supplies, a third locks expansion plan, and the extension of the Pan American Highway, a road system stretching from Alaska to Chile that was completed in 1963, except for the Darien Gap between southern Panama and northern Colombia. With Panamanian collaboration, the United States was able to tighten security around the canal, eliminate Axis intelligence activities in the country, and continue policies to preserve Panama as a convenient protectorate, but with most of the benefits clearly in favor of the United States and Americans living in the Canal Zone. Panama and the United States during the Cold War. U.S. Panamanian collaboration during World War II served to postpone a large number of Panamanian demands for greater independence, equality, and control over the canal itself. After the war, these issues were pursued. Panama 305. Aggressively by the Panamanian government but largely resisted by the United States. Of particular interest to the Panamanians was the question of whether the changing nature of race relations in the United States would also be implemented in Panama. Labor and race relations began to improve in Panama after 1945, but when the Cold War erupted in the late 1940s, Union leaders came and an attack for being communist-tainted. The advent of atomic weapons produced a heightened sense of security among policymakers in Washington, who worried about how to protect the canal while realizing the security value of the canal was declining owing to the growing size of the Navy's newest ships. In 1946, the U.S. Army founded a training center for Latin American military personnel in Panama that after several decades was named the U.S. Army School of the Americas. Funded by the U.S. government, the SOA training programs emphasize counterterrorism, counterinsurgency warfare training, and multinational military relationships. Since moving to Ft. Benning, Georgia in 1984, the School of the Americas has taught courses related to counter-narcotics matters. The substantial number of graduates from the SOA who have been involved in military takeovers and human rights violations has earned it the title of School for Dictators and the scorn of members of Congress and private citizens in the United States and elsewhere throughout the Americas. Panama's growing assertiveness against the forced alliance eventually produced a meeting between President Eisenhower and José Antonio Ramón, Panama's pro-United States and anti-communist president, in 1955. Ramon's demands on the United States were explicit recognition of Panama's sovereignty in the Canal Zone and the right to display the two countries' flags side by side. The treaty revisions signed in January 1955 produced some gains for Panama, but most were economic rather than political because the United States would not alter the 1903 sovereignty rights and refused to give Panama a share in canal tolls. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles rejected every Panamanian demand to obtain sovereignty in the zone. By the mid-1950s the canal had lost most of its military value due to its narrowness and vulnerability to foreign attack. However, Panama's value for counterinsurgency training, intelligence, and projecting U.S. influence during the Cold War increased. Most Panamanians considered the concessions in the 1955 treaty meaningless, and by the late 1950s public dissent raged against the United States. In a surge of public outcry called Operation Sovereignty, Panamanian students planted Panamanian flags in the Canal Zone and demanded the government provide more schools and financial aid. Riots continued in 1958 to 1959 as student and labor leaders derived inspiration from Castro's successful revolution in Cuba. To improve relations with Latin America and Panama, President Eisenhower helped create the Inter-American Development Bank, a centerpiece for the Alliance for Progress. By 1960 the National Security Council had decided to propose the construction of a new sea-level canal across Central America by 1980, a project that never came to pass. The diplomacy of treaty revision. Pressure for recognition of Panamanian sovereignty in the Canal Zone increased during the 1960s. After student-led rioting in 1964 left 24 people dead in a campaign flag riots to have Panama's flag flown in the Canal Zone, alongside the U.S. flag, and demands that the canal's toll profits be shared, President Lyndon B. Johnson negotiated a new treaty with Panama that would have recognized Panamanian sovereignty in the Canal Zone, but it failed in the U.S. Senate. Several years later Presidents Richard M. Nixon and Gerald Ford began talks with the Panamanians on a new treaty that would relinquish U.S. sovereignty, but after Nixon became embroiled in the Watergate scandal, treaty negotiations came to a standstill until 1976, when presidential candidate Ronald Reagan made U.S. control over the Panama Canal a serious campaign issue. Once Jimmy Carter became president in 1977, he reversed his position and negotiated two new canal treaties, one to govern the canal during the transition period, the other beginning in the year 2000. Conservative opponents of the treaties, led by Ronald Reagan and Congressman Daniel Flood, lobbied hard for their defeat in the U.S. Senate, but after the longest treaty debate in history, the Senate ratified the two treaties by only one vote. The Noriega years. The Central American crisis. With the election of Ronald Reagan as president in 1980, U.S. Latin American policy shifted to Central America, where Washington hoped to stop the communists in El Salvador and remove the Sandinistas from power in Nicaragua. To this end, the Reagan administration enlisted the assistance of General Manuel Antonio Noriega, a former intelligence chief of the National Guard who came to power after General Torrijos died in a plane crash in 1981. At first Noriega assisted both sides of the Central American crisis. He cooperated with U.S. intelligence and military agencies but also participated in the Contadora Group, an ad hoc association of 4 states: Colombia, Mexico, Panama, and Venezuela, to settle the conflicts in Central America. After Noriega was implicated in the death of his chief political opponent Dr. Hugo Spadafora in 1987, the United States suspended millions of dollars in aid to Panama and started pressuring Noriega to resign from office. Over the next several years, U.S. Panamanian relations soured as it became increasingly apparent that Noriega was not interested in democratization efforts, combating drugs, and treaty implementation efforts. Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking started early in his military career. By 1968 he had graduated from the Peruvian Military Academy and was a paid informant of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. In 1972 a high-level U.S. drug official proposed to President Nixon that the White House plumbers assassinate Noriega, but Nixon refused to approve the idea. Noriega's reluctance about extending the Pentagon's lease on Fort Gulick under the 1977 treaties frustrated the U.S. military and contributed to the school being moved in 1984 to Ft. Benning, Georgia. When it became known in 1986 that Noriega was a double agent who passed U.S. secrets to Fidel Castro and had connections to Colombian drug mafias, the Reagan administration decided it was time to get rid of Noriega, but not until the Sandinistas were removed in Nicaragua and George Bush was safely in the White House. After all, Noriega was instrumental in smuggling guns to the Contras and allowing the CIA to establish a Contra training camp in Panama. As long as the United States considered the defeat of the Sandinista government in Nicaragua a priority, Noriega was somewhat insulated from criticism over his governing style and drug smuggling. With a prime location, good communications, and the necessary financial infrastructure, Panama has served as a major center of money laundering and transshipment of Andean cocaine into the United States. With more than 600 banks ready to help with drug smuggling and money laundering, some $600 million in drugs were reported to have passed through Panama annually during the mid-1980s. General Noriega learned the drug and weapons business from his predecessor, but after Torrijos died in a plane crash in 1981, Noriega's knowledge of this nefarious activity helped him to greatly expand the trafficking of drugs. Operation Just Cause. The 1989 invasion of Panama by U.S. forces was the first post-Cold War invasion of a Latin American country that was not justified on the basis of a global ideological threat to the security of the United States. Washington's decision to invade was preceded by 2 years of diplomatic bungling by the Reagan and Bush administrations, as well as increasing vilification of General Noriega in the American press for his illegal drug trafficking, money laundering, and brutal suppression of political dissent. At first the United States suspended millions of dollars in aid to Panama in hopes that economic sanctions would force Noriega's removal. But General Noriega only became more defiant, and relations deteriorated through 1988 and 1989. With each attempt by the United States to increase the pressure on Noriega, 2 U.S. grand juries indicted him on drug violations. In 1988 he became more defiant of U.S. policy to rid Panama of his presence. With Noriega shaking his fist at the Bush administration for several months, and personal attacks on President Bush by members of his own party and the press for vacillating, George Bush ordered an invasion called Operation Just Cause. Although Bush justified the invasion on the grounds that he needed to protect U.S. citizens in Panama, help restore democracy, and bring an end to a brutal dictatorship, the real reasons had more to do with domestic politics in the United States at the time. President Bush needed to do something that would lay to rest the image of indecisiveness that had dogged him during the 1988 campaign and his difficulty in figuring out how to conduct foreign policy during his first year in office. Domestic politics would not allow the president to wait for economic sanctions to work, as critics within his own party relentlessly accused him of being a coward who lacked the necessary resolve to deal with the dictator Noriega. Panama 309. The December 1989 invasion was denounced by the Organization of American States in a resolution that was approved by 20-1, largely on the basis of the non-intervention language in the OAS Charter. However, the invasion was supported by both political parties in the U.S. Congress and by 80% of the U.S. public despite the absence of national security alarms concerning communist influence, intrusion by rival superpowers, or Cuban-inspired Marxist guerrillas operating in Central America. Operation Just Cause had nothing to do with the Monroe Doctrine, but it constituted the largest U.S. military force to be used in combat since the Vietnam War and the largest U.S. military operation in Latin America since the Spanish-American War of 1898. After several weeks of U.S. occupation, Noriega finally surrendered and was taken by U.S. drug enforcement officials to Miami to stand trial on drug trafficking charges. Noriega's surrender was facilitated by U.S. military officials, trained in psychological operations, who blasted the papal nuncio's home with music from Bobby Fuller and Linda Ronstadt on a 24-hour basis. The intervention achieved its objective, the capture of Noriega, but it cost the United States $163 million in military operations expenditures, 23 American lives and over 350 casualties, and the enmity of its Latin American neighbors and others around the world. Hundreds of Panamanians lost their lives, and thousands were injured and lost their homes. After a showy and controversial trial, Noriega was convicted and sentenced to 40 years in a U.S. prison for racketeering, money laundering, and violations of drug laws. As he languishes in a Miami jail, General Noriega accepts little of the blame for the invasion and damage to his homeland. He blames George Bush, with whom he met in Washington on several occasions to discuss counterinsurgency activities in El Salvador and Nicaragua, and others in the Reagan administration for his plight. Conclusion. Recent polls conducted in Panama indicate that a huge majority of Panamanians want U.S. troops to remain in Panama after 2000. With 16,000 existing U.S. provided jobs related to the operation of the canal, as well as the recognition of the importance of U.S. assistance to fight powerful drug cartels, Panamanians are again engaged in a process of rethinking their national identity. The United States and Panama reached a formal agreement in late 1997 that will create a multilateral counter-drug center at Howard Air Force Base in Panama, which has been a U.S. facility for many years. However, language in the accord that allows American soldiers to engage in other missions, giving the United States what some critics see as legal grounds to intervene militarily in the 310 region, prompted President Ecobedo Pérez Valladares in 1998 to denounce the agreement as an ill-conceived pile of paper. As such, the drug wars have provided the motivation for retaining a U.S. military presence on Panamanian turf. Panama remains important to the United States, and the hemisphere, less as an interoceanic waterway than as a geographic foothold to deal with a plethora of issues that have little to do with security, economic investments, and predatory foreign powers within the context of maintaining U.S. influence. Despite its quasi-obsolescence, the Panama Canal is still a valuable source of revenue, and the canal watershed is valuable for scientific research on tropical systems important to hemispheric survival. Thus, the future of the Panama Canal may lie more in land use planning and ecosystem protection than in maintaining U.S. sovereignty and protecting against the possible encroachment of extra-hemispheric powers. The notorious School of the Americas, where thousands of Latin American military officers were trained in security practices, is being turned into a five-star hotel catering to eco-tourists by a Spanish-Mexican consortium of venture capitalists. Paraguay declares independence from Spain. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. Triple Alliance War. Chaco War. Pro-Axis military dictatorship of General Higinio Morinigo. General Alfredo Stroessner takes power in a coup d'état. Vice President Nixon visits Asunción. United States provides almost $47 million in economic and military aid. Stroessner supports President Johnson's Dominican intervention. Stroessner extradites heroin boss Augusta Record. President Carter pressures Stroessner on human rights. Ambassador Robert White pressures Stroessner on human rights. World Anti-Communist League holds biannual Congress in Asunción. Stroessner calls Carter a communist. President Reagan reverses some of Carter's anti-Stroessner initiatives. National Endowment for Democracy assists with democratization efforts. Stroessner is overthrown in coup by General Andrés Rodriguez. President Clinton continues Bush administration policies. Juan Carlos Wasmosy is elected president. Attempted coup against Wasmosy by General Lino Oviedo. B-12 1997 General Oviedo, elected Colorado candidate for 1998 presidential elections, is jailed later in the year for insulting the president. 1998 President Clinton warns President Wasmosy of serious consequences if he tries to stop presidential elections scheduled for May. 1998, General Oviedo is sentenced to 10 years in prison for 1996 coup attempt. Raul Cubas Grau, candidate for the ruling Colorado Party, elected president. Introduction. Paraguay's landlocked status, distant location, and negligible strategic and economic importance to the United States have been important factors in explaining the sporadic and limited involvement of the United States in Paraguay. Positioned between two major South American powers, Argentina and Brazil, Paraguay has fought two of the three major Latin American wars and numerous minor conflicts. One war was fought in the 1930s to restore its national honor and territory after a devastating war against a triple alliance of Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay in the 1860s, in which it lost 2/3 of its population and 25% of its territory. According to Riordan Roe et. Had Paraguayans not fought so often and so well, their nation would probably not exist today. Paraguay's history of boundary conflicts has engendered a constant fear of attack by its close neighbors. Since gaining independence in the early part of the 19th century, Paraguay has emphasized the value of internal security and relied on a powerful military apparatus. Whether it is being run by civilians or army officers, Paraguay has experienced an unbroken chain of dictatorships. Between 1811 and 1967 there was only one contested election for president, and even then the incumbent won hands down. Between 1870 and 1954 the average president stayed in power for less than 2 years, unable to govern for long periods due to intense rivalry between the Colorados and liberals and the predatory nature of the military. During the dictatorship of General Alfredo Stroessner, Paraguay overcame this malady by combining an obedient military with a heavy emphasis on anti-communism and a well-disciplined party organization during the Cold War. Paraguay and the United States in the 19th century. During most of the 19th century, U.S. involvement in Paraguay was minimized by the foreign policy of three presidents for life, whose most important goal was the protection of Paraguay's sovereignty and independence. Until the death of Rodriguez de Francia in 1840, Paraguay was so isolated that no nation had recognized its independence, and world trade with it was almost non-existent. The United States did not recognize Paraguay until 1861, fully 50 years after its independence from Spain. Consumed by the fear of powerful neighbors, Paraguay's military dictators used state control of the economy for self-reliance and to repel foreign invaders. The Monroe Doctrine had little impact on U.S. Paraguayan relations. It was never invoked by the United States to prevent foreign powers from colonizing or intervening in Paraguay's internal affairs, and Paraguayans failed to see it as something that could enhance their security or national survival. The Water Witch Affair. With little sustained interest in Paraguay, either for economic or security reasons, the United States maintained cordial relations with Asunción until the arrival of the USS Water Witch in 1854. The U.S. naval voyage was complicated by the economic interests of Edward Augustus Hopkins, an entrepreneur and former naval officer who was also U.S. consul in Asunción during the regime of Carlos Antonio López. Intent on amassing a fortune by promoting his navigation company, Hopkins soon found himself in conflict with Paraguay's president because of his indiscretions and diplomatic blunders. After proceeding up the Parana River in violation of Paraguayan law and contrary to the orders of President López to determine the potential for commerce and to carry out scientific investigations, the Water Witch was fired on by Paraguayan gunners, killing one helmsman. 3 years later, in a belated effort to punish López, the United States decided to send a flotilla of 19 ships and 2,500 men to Paraguay. After Lopez agreed to pay $250,000 to the helmsman survivors in the United States, the crisis was averted. Relations improved in 1859 when Paraguay and the United States signed a treaty of friendship and commerce, a gesture that brought some dividends during the Triple Alliance War. Triple Alliance War, 1865 to 1870. In the Triple Alliance War, fought against Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, Paraguay lost 2/3 of its population and surrendered 25% of its national territory to Brazil and Argentina. One of the bloodiest wars in the history of the Western Hemisphere, the Triple Alliance War had much to do with the ruthless Francisco Solano Lopez, a mentally unstable and ambitious dictator in 314. Search of glory and military prestige. With a well-trained army of 80,000, Lopez envisioned becoming the Napoleon of South America until he was killed in battle by Brazilian soldiers in 1870. Once Argentina was drawn into the Brazil-Uruguay alliance fighting against Paraguay in 1865, the U.S. minister in Buenos Aires wrote to Secretary of State Seward about the possibility of U.S. mediation. Seward's response indicated a willingness to assist with settling the dispute in the interest of hemispheric peace, but the differences were too profound to be settled by mediation. There was considerable sympathy in the United States for Paraguay's plight during the war, despite the fact that the conflict was provoked by Paraguayan dictator Francisco Solano Lopez. New York newspapers sided with underdog Paraguay, and top officials in Washington were strong supporters of Lopez. As the decimation of Paraguay continued after the end of the U.S. Civil War in 1865, some former Confederate officers offered to prepare a fleet of 6 ships to fight against the alliance waging war against Paraguay. After the defeat, Paraguay faced the daunting task of rebuilding its economy after one of the greatest military disasters in modern history. With a succession of military leaders at the helm, Paraguay courted thousands of immigrants from Italy, Spain, Germany, and Argentina. Paraguay continued to be plagued with border disputes, dependency on foreign capital, and authoritarian rule. After a territorial dispute with Argentina in 1878, the President of the United States was called on to arbitrate the right of sovereignty over the disputed territory between the two countries. President Rutherford B. Hayes ruled in favor of Paraguay. Both sides approved of the outcome and expressed their thanks to the United States. Paraguay went even further with its appreciation, naming a city Villa Hayes and one of 19 provinces after the American president. Paraguay and the United States during the early 20th century. The dawn of the 20th century brought the Liberal Party to power in 1904 with promises to guide the nation toward prosperity, stability, and peace. The Liberals were not successful, and internal struggles of one kind or another contributed to the pressures that set in motion the war against Bolivia in 1932. With revolution and political turmoil in Central America and the Caribbean, the United States had little time to devote to Paraguay. The Chaco War, 1932 to 1935. The Chaco War was the consequence of 2 previous conflicts: the Triple Alliance War, and the War of the Pacific stretching back 7 decades. Paraguay 315. AIDS. After the disastrous loss in the Triple Alliance War in the 1860s, Paraguay was better equipped for war in the 1930s. The Chaco area had been in dispute for many generations, and Paraguay was anxious to eliminate the memories of its painful defeat in 1870. Having lost its outlet to the sea in the War of the Pacific, Bolivia was intent on securing a port on the Paraguay River that would enable it to transport goods to the Atlantic. After several skirmishes provoked hostilities between both nations between 1927 and 1932, Paraguay prepared for battle but did not formally declare war until 1933. The Chaco War drained Paraguay's meager resources, and although the war ended in victory over Bolivia, the cost was extremely high for a poor country. The inability of the League of Nations and the other major hemispheric powers to settle the dispute peacefully was a setback to hemispheric cooperation, and the utility of international organizations in conflicts of this nature lost legitimacy. Collective efforts to solve the dispute peacefully were compounded by the belief that U.S. petroleum interests were lending support to Bolivia, whereas Argentina and Great Britain were behind Paraguay's forces. Both countries experienced a wave of nationalism and agitation for political reform after the war was settled by a peace treaty in 1938, and in the case of Bolivia the war was a contributing factor to its revolution in 1952. Paraguay and the Good Neighbor Policy. President Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy coincided with the Great Depression, the Chaco War, the great power rivalry with Britain and Germany, and the expanding power of the military in Paraguay. Hitler's aggressive foreign policy in southeastern South America raised the possibility of security threats to the United States as war clouds hovered over Europe. Because there were numerous authoritarian nationalists in Paraguay during the 1930s, top officials in Washington worried about the possibility of pro-German politicians coming to power and opposing the United States. As a counter-offensive to German expansion in the Western Hemisphere, the Roosevelt administration initiated an effort to bring all the Latin American countries within the political and economic sphere of the United States through several hemispheric conferences between 1938 and 1940. Roosevelt also embarked on a propaganda campaign designed to undermine Nazi influence, and he promoted closer military cooperation, including air and naval base rights to counter German influence. U.S. efforts to propose collective security pacts against outside aggression were opposed by Paraguay because they implied hostile references to Germany. With the United States and Germany competing for influence in South America, it behooved countries like Paraguay to accept funds from both powers without committing themselves unequivocally to one or the 316. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Other. The German presence in Paraguay by 1940 was substantial, the result of liberal immigration policies after the nation's near annihilation during the Triple Alliance War. Out of a total population of less than 1 million in the late 1930s, there were some 26,000 Germans living in Paraguay, including Hugo Stroessner, the father of future dictator Alfredo Stroessner. Hitler's agents had great success in preaching the gospel of National Socialism, and until a few months before the end of the war Paraguayan presidents consistently rejected U.S. complaints against the widespread Nazi presence in the country. Paraguay and World War II. The outbreak of World War II brought the United States and Paraguay together in a concerted effort to expand the U.S. sphere of influence and draw Paraguay away from the influence of Nazi Germany. The task of bringing Paraguay around to the Allied cause during the war was made all the more difficult because of the pro-Axis dictatorial regime of General Higinio Morinigo, a skillful opportunist who did not declare war against Germany until February 1945 in a last-ditch gesture designed to assure Paraguay's membership in the United Nations and guarantee war indemnity claims against the defeated Axis powers. Relying heavily on the army for his support, Morinigo ruled with a heavy hand, jailing opponents, silencing the press, and banning political parties. In addition to economic aid at the beginning of the war, the United States provided $11 million in Lend-Lease military equipment to Paraguay in 1941, and it made loans for public works projects to counter German/Nazi influence. Paraguayan trade with the United States increased dramatically during the war years, and U.S. influence over Paraguay expanded significantly. Paraguay also received vast amounts of economic and material assistance for its international alignment during the war. Until the final years of the war, the Roosevelt administration tolerated the pro-Axis dictator Morinigo in order to maintain the facade of hemispheric solidarity. Ultimately, U.S. Ambassador Wesley Frost convinced Paraguay to break with the Axis powers and support the Allies. Frost considered Morinigo a white Jove dictator, less harsh than other pro-fascist Latin American dictators, patriotic, and free of corruption. This attitude towards so-called benevolent dictators would serve the United States as a useful rhetorical prop to justify support for rulers who violated human rights and opposed any form of democracy during the Cold War. Paraguay and the United States during the Cold War. After using economic and military aid to purchase Paraguay's alignment against Germany during World War II, the United States continued. Paraguay 317. to influence Paraguayan affairs during the Cold War. Between 1945 and 1947, Morínigo succumbed to a shift in U.S. policy in which the State Department began a campaign to encourage democracy and freedom in Paraguay in exchange for continuing foreign aid. Under intense pressure from U.S. Ambassador Willard Bulak, Morínigo had no choice but to modify the non-democratic aspects of his government, but the ambassador's efforts often led to heated protests against foreign intrusion from his military supporters. Nevertheless, U.S. pressure to democratize Paraguay soon led to a destructive civil war led by a coalition of communists, liberals, and Febreristas against the Asunción government. During the intense conflict, the United States remained neutral, a maneuver that some interpreted as support for Morínigo and the Colorado Party. With the use of barefoot peasant reserves and an artillery regiment under the command of Alfredo Stroessner, the Colorados prevailed. Paraguay's new foreign minister, Federico Chávez, informed the United States that Paraguay would remain a close friend and ally in the Cold War and that in return he hoped that the Truman administration would be forthcoming with economic assistance. Despite the absence of democracy, U.S. Paraguayan relations improved from 1948 to 1953, with dramatic increases in U.S. trade, private investment, technical assistance, military aid, economic aid, and loans. By using aid, loans, trade agreements, and military/security pacts, the United States forged a close friendship with Paraguay that lasted for most of the Stroessner era. The Tyrannosaur, Alfredo Stroessner and the United States. Alfredo Stroessner rose through the ranks of the Paraguayan military to rule Paraguay longer than any chief executive, from his seizure of power in a coup in 1954 until his regime's overthrow in 1989. Known in Paraguay as the Stronado, General Stroessner used preventive repression and a well-established political party to dominate Paraguayan politics. Unlike other military dictatorships in Latin America during the Cold War, Stroessner cultivated the Colorado Party as a popular base for his regime. After Stroessner visited the United States in 1953, the Eisenhower administration saw him as a valuable asset in the war against communism. It also regarded Paraguay's government, then under Federico Chávez, as an important ally in dealing with Argentina's anti-U.S. president, Juan Domingo Perón. In the following year, Stroessner seized power in a military coup but received assurances from the Eisenhower administration that relations would remain cordial. In a meeting with U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower in 1956, Stroessner assured him that Paraguay was 100% anti-communist. With a privileged military and secret police to guarantee his grip on power, Stroessner had no trouble suppressing internal revolts. 318. Defeating invasions by Paraguayan exiles living in Brazil and Argentina, and acquiring the backing of the U.S. government. After arriving in Paraguay in 1958, Vice President Richard Nixon told Paraguayan officials that in the field of international affairs, "I do not know of any other nation which has risen more strongly than yours against the threat of communism, and this is one reason why I feel especially happy to be here." In return for generous amounts of aid and political legitimacy, Stroessner became a staunch defender of American foreign policy. For example, he severed relations with Castro's Cuba and supported the U.S.-backed expulsion of Cuba from the Organization of American States, and he agreed to collective armed action during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. In 1968 he offered the Johnson administration the use of Paraguayan troops to fight in Vietnam, but the offer was rejected. Paraguay outlawed the Communist Party and refused to establish diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, as did other right-wing governments in Latin America. The offspring of a German father and a Paraguayan mother, Stroessner spent his early years following a military career in which he acquired the values of order and discipline. During the 1930s he developed an admiration for fascism and Nazi ideology and later a deep hatred of communism. Home of the first Nazi party in South America, Paraguay under Stroessner became a sanctuary for former Nazis like Joseph Mengele and hundreds of other Nazis and fascists from other parts of Europe. In August 1979 Nicaragua's deposed anti-communist dictator, Anastasio Somoza Debayle, arrived in Paraguay, where he was well protected and lived in comfort until he was assassinated by Argentine-based guerrillas in 1980. In 1965, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Selden Resolution authorizing unilateral military intervention in Paraguay to counter the threat of international communism, directly or indirectly. Washington's perception of a Paraguayan security threat evolved from a belief that its location situated close to the economic heartland of South America, where American investments are much larger, would make it ideally suited for left-wing guerrillas to use to export revolution throughout the southern South American region. In return for using Paraguay for mostly military and security purposes, the United States supported the Stroessner dictatorship with economic and military aid, despite tensions over heroin smuggling, child prostitution, and human rights violations. U.S. military forces maintained a large military mission in Asunción, constructed an Air Force base, and carried out training exercises on Paraguayan turf. In sum, U.S. Paraguayan relations during the Stronato were cordial and reliable for the first 2 decades, but they became characterized by conflict and tension over drug trafficking, democracy, and human rights from 1975 to the end of the dictatorship in 1989. Paraguay 319. The United States and Paraguay, from Nixon to Reagan. The Nixon administration was forced to confront Paraguay over one of the largest drug smuggling operations in Latin America, the work of Auguste Ricard, a member of the French Connection, a heroin smuggling ring based in Marseilles, France. With a reputation for rampant corruption and contraband, Ricard used Paraguay to smuggle between 50 and 75% of all the heroin brought into the United States between 1967 and 1973. As Nixon attempted to pressure the Paraguayan government over the protection it seemed to be offering to international drug rings, and the extradition of Ricard after he was arrested in 1972, Stroessner resisted until President Nixon suspended credit lines and military aid. Once Stroessner relented to Ricard's extradition, U.S. Paraguayan relations returned to normal until the inauguration of Jimmy Carter in 1977. After President Carter announced that he would no longer ignore human rights violations and the absence of democracy in Paraguay, U.S. Paraguayan relations deteriorated rapidly. Using threats of cuts in military sales, economic aid, and trade, the United States tried to pressure Stroessner to liberalize his dictatorship. Carter sent Robert White as U.S. ambassador to Paraguay in 1977 to lead a campaign against Stroessner's abysmal human rights record. He managed to get almost 1,000 political prisoners released during his first year and played a pivotal role in creating the National Accord, the first organized opposition to the Stroessner regime. Stroessner responded by attacking the United States for intervening in its internal affairs, and he characterized the U.S. government as Carter communism during an address before the Congress of the World Anti-Communist League in 1977. Paraguay expected bilateral relations to improve with the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980, an assumption based on Reagan's Cold War rhetoric and determination to combat international communism. However, Carter's changes in U.S. Paraguayan relations continued under Reagan, with added pressure on Stroessner's right-wing dictatorship designed to offset criticism of the administration's war against leftists in Nicaragua. In an effort to confront Paraguay on the drug issue, Reagan appointed Clyde Taylor, former Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of International Narcotics Matters in the State Department, as ambassador to Paraguay. Taylor's public human rights diplomacy earned him insults and threats from the Paraguayan government. Despite executive legislative conflicts over efforts to decertify Paraguay as a candidate for U.S. aid, the Reagan administration obtained full certification for it on national security grounds. Reagan's Paraguay policy was not encumbered with serious internal divisions within the presidential advisory system, and Stroessner lacked the 320 support that other right-wing dictators enjoyed in Washington. Both factors played a minor role in Stroessner's downfall shortly after Reagan left office. Paraguay and the United States during the post-Cold War era. The United States and the end of the Stroessner dictatorship with growing protests, domestic and foreign, and cracks in the foundation of the dictatorship, Stroessner won his 8th re-election to the presidency in 1988. To the surprise of many, the dictatorship ended on February 3, 1989, when Army Commander General Andrés Rodríguez, father-in-law of the dictator's youngest son, overthrew Stroessner in a palace coup that resulted in the deaths of close to 200 people. After 35 years in power, the multimillionaire Stroessner had been toppled from within. He was then allowed to spend his remaining years in exile in Brasília, Brazil. After promising a war against drugs as a high priority, the Bush administration faced the problem of recognizing the new government when Rodriguez was reputed to have strong ties to drug traffickers and money launderers. Despite the obvious pleasure that Stroessner was gone, it took the White House 2 weeks to affirm Rodriguez as the legitimate heir to Stroessner. Convinced of the importance of U.S. recognition and international support, the new government in Asunción promised a prompt return to democracy, the protection of human rights, and a commitment to do something about drug trafficking. After having himself re-elected 3 months after the coup, Rodriguez promised not to seek re-election and keep the presidential election timetable on schedule. Under the Stronado, General Rodriguez became one of the richest men in Paraguay. After a 40-year military career with a top salary of $500 a month, he owned several ranches, currency exchange shops, an import-export business, and the nation's largest brewery. To have amassed this much wealth on such a small salary attests to the depth of corruption and cronyism during General Stroessner's long rule. U.S. Paraguayan Relations, 1989 to 1993. With the end of the dictatorship and pledges of cooperation from Paraguay's new president, U.S. Paraguayan relations improved considerably. Top officials in Washington, both governmental and military, traveled to Asunción to praise the positive changes in the government, increase the amount of technical and economic assistance, and wring concessions out. Paraguay 321. Of the Paraguayans of interest to domestic constituents in the United States. In 1990, Vice President Dan Quayle traveled to Paraguay to praise the president's commitment to democracy and human rights, and later that year President Rodriguez met with George Bush at the White House. To combat drugs, the Bush administration demanded that Paraguay agree to the establishment of an anti-drug agency in the capital to carry out national anti-drug policy. The United States awarded Paraguay U.S. trade preferences, provided substantial amounts of economic aid, and welcomed its decision to join the Southern Cone Common Market in 1992. Despite efforts from Stroessner loyalists in the military, and from members of his family, to restore Stroessner to power, Rodriguez managed to finish his full term without being toppled by the military. His successor, businessman-turned-president Juan Carlos Wasmosy, had to assume his role with less than 40% of the national vote. To many observers, however, his was the cleanest, dirty election in 48 years. The Clinton administration and Paraguay. President Clinton, faced with the realization that Wasmosy's election did not represent a real transition to democracy in Paraguay, nevertheless supported it. After all, the inauguration of Wasmosy in August 1993 represented the first civilian president in Paraguay in almost 40 years. With strong remnants of the Colorado/military alliance still visible in Paraguayan politics, moving from the Stronado to some type of democratic system was not easy, as evidenced by the thwarted coup attempt against President Wasmosy in April 1996. In a showdown with General Lino Oviedo, Wasmosy was forced to take refuge in the U.S. Embassy until the general was made to capitulate by a massive demonstration of diplomatic clout by the Clinton administration, the Organization of American States, and the Mercosur governments of Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Threatened with economic and diplomatic isolation, General Oviedo backed down and the first democratically elected Paraguayan government in half a century was saved. Political crisis erupted again in 1997 when the ruling Colorado Party picked General Oviedo as its candidate for the presidential elections in 1998, despite internal opposition and the negative reaction among top officials in Washington. With General Oviedo in jail for conspiring to overthrow the government in 1996, President Wasmosy provoked a pre-election crisis in April 1998 by trying to annul his party's primary and keep front-runner Oviedo from winning the May presidential elections. The crisis was averted after the courts upheld Oviedo's 10-year prison sentence and President Clinton warned Wasmosy of serious international repercussions if the elections did not take place on schedule. In a horse race election, Rael Cubas Grau, 322, candidate for the ruling Colorado Party, was elected president by a narrow vote margin in May 1998. Paraguay's long history of smuggling and contraband has generated a bitter dispute between American companies that are trying to protect their patents, licenses, and trademarks and thousands of Paraguayan entrepreneurs selling cheap imitations of American products. Under pressure from pharmaceutical, recording, and software industries in the United States, Washington has started a campaign to threaten Paraguay with economic sanctions if it does not do something about protecting intellectual property from financial losses attributed to widespread counterfeiting. For example, in 1998 the U.S. recording industry estimates that it lost $125 million over the preceding year from fake products sold in Paraguay's thriving border towns such as Ciudad del Este. Conclusion: U.S. Paraguayan relations have been based on mutual concern over hemispheric security defined as the removal of foreign ideologies, threats from neighboring countries and dissident exiles, and hemispheric drug trafficking and Paraguay's need for constant doses of economic and military assistance from the United States. Although at times the relations with the United States have been strained, particularly during World War II and the last decade of the Cold War, relations with the United States have remained cordial despite differences on issues that are sensitive to both countries. Since the end of the Stroessner tyranny, Paraguayan leaders have attempted to initiate needed reforms, including free market overhauls and membership in the Southern Cone Common Market, but cleansing the state of its corrupt and inefficient habits has been difficult, even with the support of the United States. Paraguay remains a headache for policymakers in Washington because of drug trafficking, commercial pirating, and recent evidence that it has become a staging ground for Muslim guerrillas with links to the Iranian-backed Hezbollah terrorists. Peru. Timeline of U.S. relations with Peru. 1824 Peru achieves independence from Spain. 1826 U.S. diplomatic relations are established. 1846 to 1847 President Castillo organizes military alliance to counter threat from Ecuador's exiled president. 1840 to 1870 Guano trade links Peru and United States. 1850 W.R. Grace Company opens for business. 1865 Andean countries request U.S. intervention in defense of Monroe Doctrine. 1879 to 1884 War of the Pacific. 1888 Grace Contract is signed. 1908 to 1912 Augusto B. Leguía serves as elected president. 1919 to 1930 Leguía seizes power and slavishly supports United States. 1920 to 1930s Victor Radalhaya de la Torre organizes a new political party to attack Leguía and the United States. 1941 to 1942 Peru-Ecuador border conflict. 1942 Rio Protocol settles border war. 1948 General Manuel A. Adria seizes power. Rules until 1956. 1954 President Eisenhower awards Adria the Legion of Merit. 1956 to 1962 Manuel Prado's presidency faces anti-American hostility. 1963 to 1968 Fernando Belaúnde serves as president. 1968 The military overthrows Belaúnde over International Petroleum Company affair. 326. 1968 to 1980 Military rules under banner of institutional revolution. 1980 to 1985 Fernando Belaúnde Terry serves as elected president. 1985 to 1990 Alan Garcia serves as elected president. 1987 Operation Snowcap begins. 1990 to 1995 Alberto Fujimori serves as elected president. 1992 Comrade Gonzalo, head of Sendero Luminoso, is captured. President Fujimori dissolves Congress in April, A new Congress is elected in November 1995 to 2000. Fujimori serves as re-elected president. 1996 Tupac Amaru rebels seize 720 hostages at Japanese ambassador's residence in Lima. 1997 Fujimori orchestrates dramatic rescue, all rebels are killed. Introduction. Peru and the United States have had a perplexing relationship characterized by periods of cordiality and friendship, but tempered occasionally by diplomatic tensions and outright hostility stretching back to the wars of independence. Boundaries with Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, Chile, and the Pacific Ocean have drawn Peru into important international conflicts with its neighbors and the United States. Its mountainous terrain and long coastline have attracted foreign investors in search of minerals and other economic resources. From the early interest in whaling, guano fertilizer, and nitrates, to copper and silver mining in the 19th century, to petroleum exploration and tuna fishing in the 20th century, Peru has provided a powerful magnet for U.S., South American, European, and Asian investors. Beginning in the 1950s, Peru's efforts to exercise national sovereignty and jurisdiction over a 200 nautical mile maritime zone adjacent to its coast to protect its fishing industry generated a U.S.-led international effort to force a change in Peruvian policy and unsuccessfully one that harmed bilateral relations. Peruvians tried to use the Monroe Doctrine during two significant conflicts in the 19th century, but they turned against it after realizing Washington would not invoke it as Peru wanted. The gradual expansion of U.S. economic control over Peru's natural resources, combined with a close working relationship with Peru's oligarchy, contributed to the radicalization of Peruvian politics and bouts of intense conflict with Washington beginning in the 20th century. Since the Cold War, U.S. Peruvian relations have been seriously strained by nationalistic and socialistic governments that threatened U.S. hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. A staggering foreign debt and the rise of the narcotics trade. Peru 327. And terrorism also challenged relations with the United States. To pursue a more independent foreign policy, and to protect its national interests, Peru has emphasized a multilateral approach to regional economic and security issues through the Organization of American States and the United Nations, along with an active search for new markets through regional trade pacts designed to reduce its dependency on the United States. The election of Alberto Fujimori in 1990 increased tensions between Peru and the United States over human rights, constitutional governance, and narco-terrorism, but his neoliberal economic policies also brought praise from Washington. Peru and the United States in the 19th century. The United States and Peruvian independence. U.S. representatives were in Peru even before it achieved its independence from Spain in 1824. Between 1817 and 1826, John B. Prevost, Jeremy Robinson, and William Tudor were instructed by the U.S. government to foster the commercial interests of the United States, oppose conservative European monarchies, and stress the importance of a more open democratic system than the one Sim-6 and Bolívar favored. Tudor became the first commercial representative of a foreign power to be granted recognition by Peru, and this helped pave the way for U.S. diplomatic recognition of Peru in 1826. The liberator of Peru, Venezuelan Simón Bolívar, distrusted the U.S. expansionist desires and interest in dominating the entire hemisphere. Peru and the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe's message of 1823 received only passing interest in Lima and played a minor role in the history of U.S. involvement in Peru. Since Peru's independence in 1824, there have been only two occasions when the Monroe Doctrine influenced diplomatic relations. The first occurred in 1846–1847 in response to the efforts of Ecuador's exiled dictator, Juan José Flores, to plot with European governments to assist him in his efforts to regain power in Ecuador. Peruvian President Ramón Castillo tried to counter the Flores expedition by crafting a military alliance with Bolivia, Chile, and Ecuador. Castillo's diplomatic campaign also included efforts to convince the United States to sell him warships in the name of the Monroe Doctrine, but the Polk administration refused. In the end, neither the U.S. government nor the Monroe Doctrine was a factor in squashing the antics of former dictator Flores or in pushing for an inter-American conference. 328 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. The second instance evolved from Spanish intervention in Latin American politics from 1829 to 1865, often with other European powers, aimed at settling various types of claims or re-establishing the Spanish monarchy. Peru's insecurity was compounded by the fact that the Spanish government had never formally recognized Peruvian independence, and in 1864 a Spanish naval force seized and occupied the Chincha Islands, a source of valuable guano, a fertilizer made from the dried excrement of seabirds. This dispute between Spain and Peru brought the two countries to war in 1865 and an Andean appeal for U.S. intervention. The brief war produced a quadruple alliance: Peru, Chile, Ecuador, and Bolivia, and a request to Secretary of State William Seward for direct intervention in defense of the Monroe Doctrine. Seward rejected the plea on the grounds that Spain was no longer interested in acquiring territory. Hostilities continued for a short while, and a peace agreement was signed in Washington in 1871. Washington's refusal to intervene, the first explicit request by any Andean power for such service, and the inability of the Monroe Doctrine to provide much protection from foreign encroachments gave rise to distrust and hostility toward the United States and contributed to future conflicts over boundaries and economic resources. The Monroe Doctrine declined in importance for Peru and the United States until the Pro-U.S. Augusto B. Leguía governed Peru and used the Monroe Doctrine as a way to win favors from Washington. Guanopreneurs and railroad builders in Peru. Peru experienced some degree of economic prosperity during the middle of the 19th century due to European demand for guano fertilizer to increase agricultural production. With numerous coastal islands and millions of birds, Peru was the world's best source of guano. Contracts were signed with British and French merchants, Chinese laborers were imported to harvest the caustic guano, and a new group of guano profiteers gained power in Peru. By the 1870s, one European company, Dreyfus and Company, controlled the entire guano trade, from harvesting to banking. Flush with guano profits and loads of borrowed money, Peru contracted with Henry Meigs, a daring and unscrupulous railroad builder from New York, to construct a line from the southern coast to the mines in the Andes between 1868 and 1870. His engineering skills earned him the name Yankee Pizarro, but his business strategy included the use of Chinese laborers and bribes for Lima's top politicians. The cost of the railroad was too great for Peru's economy and antiquated financial system, and the nation was forced into bankruptcy in 1876, unable to pay interest on its foreign debt. With its guano deposits exhausted and the discovery that sodium nitrate was a superior fertilizer to guano, Peru soon found itself at war with Chile over nitrate mining in the Atacama Desert. Peru 329. Casa Grace and U.S. control of Peru's economy. Peru's humiliating defeat at the hands of more powerful Chilean forces contributed to civil war and the decision to sign the so-called Grace Contract in 1888, involving a powerful U.S. business and British creditors. The Grace Contract opened the door for foreign capitalists and established a close business relationship with Peru's oligarchy until the 1930s. In exchange for cancellation of Peru's huge foreign debt, the Grace Contract granted foreigners control over its railroads, a steamer franchise, guano, and jungle land, as well as annual payments of 80,000 English pounds for a period of 30 years. Many Peruvians hated the Grace Contract for its assault on national pride, but it marked the beginning of Peru's post-war economic recovery. Coming so soon after the loss of Tacna and Arica in the War of the Pacific, and causing lingering animosity toward U.S. diplomats, the relationship with Grace meant that Washington had to deal as much with those who owned Peru's extractive industries as with its top officials in charge of the government. W.R. Grace Company played a major role in the economic development of Peru and the expansion of U.S. influence during the second half of the 19th century, with interests in shipping, arms, guano, silver mining, and railroads. By the end of the 1880s, the Grace brothers exerted so much influence over U.S. foreign policy that they managed to engineer the downfall of Charles W. Buck, U.S. Minister to Peru, to protect their company's business interests at the expense of existing property rights of U.S. citizens. The Casa Grace was able to manipulate the State Department, circumvent U.S. diplomats, and persuade the U.S. government to abandon a fundamental principle of its foreign policy in dealing with Peru. The Grace brothers became the de facto representatives of the United States in Peru, controlling the flow of information to Washington and directing what policy to pursue. The fate of Charles Buck, and the willingness of the U.S. government to accede to the power of private interests in Peru, demonstrates the importance of non-state actors in the formulation of U.S. foreign policy during the 19th century. The power of W.R. Grace Company continued well into the 20th century, expanding its economic empire with a policy of identifying itself with Peruvian national interests. In business since 1850, W.R. Grace has the longest history of all U.S. firms operating in Peru. Peru and the United States in the early 20th century. Peru's frustrations with the United States gradually gave way to more cordial diplomatic relations after the late 1880s, due in large part to the 330 growing North American participation in the expanding Peruvian economy. Growing investments in copper and silver mining by the giant Cerro de Pasco Copper Corporation after its founding in 1901 helped to improve both diplomatic and commercial relations. During the first 3 decades of the 20th century, Washington enjoyed normal and friendly relations with Peru, while events in Central America and the Caribbean contributed to U.S. marine intervention and occupation, diplomatic blundering, and the expansion of the Monroe Doctrine. Peru supported the United States on such key events as the acquisition of the Panama Canal rights, World War I, the League of Nations, and U.S. occupation of Nicaragua. In return, Peru hoped to receive assistance from the United States in the form of loans, investments, administrative advisors, and support for local foreign policy questions. By the beginning of World War I, the Peruvian economy had moved away from European trade and investment into the political and economic orbit of the United States. Peru's Monroeist president U.S. Peruvian relations were influenced by Augusto B. Leguía, an autocratic president for some 15 years, a tenure longer than any other chief executives in Peru's history. Leguia's tight control over the government enabled him to bring Peru under the influence of the United States, settle territorial disputes with Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia, and provide a dramatic increase in the role of foreign capital in Peru's economy. President Leguía welcomed U.S. economic involvement despite the fact that U.S. financial interests almost monopolized copper mining, petroleum production, and communications because he believed it would help turn Peru into a modern capitalist country. Despite his illegal seizure of power in 1919, Leguia's government was soon recognized by Woodrow Wilson because of his friendly attitude toward the United States and the importance of U.S. investment in Peru. The Leguía administration did everything possible to attract trade, capital, loans, and technology from the United States between 1919 and 1930. President Leguia's Yankeephilism ranged from repressing all dissent to the lavish entertainment of key American businessmen and diplomats. In a string of controversial policies, Leguía supported U.S. intervention in Nicaragua, proclaimed the 4th of July a Peruvian national holiday, and recruited U.S. citizens to head numerous governmental agencies. At one point he stressed that his goal was to put an American in charge of every branch of our government's activities. For good measure, Leguía hung a portrait of President James Monroe in the National Palace to symbolize the close bonds of friendship between Peru and the United States. The North Americans placed in charge of the Customs Service, Tax Bureau, and the Department of Education and Central Reserve Bank were mostly Protestant administrators who spoke little Spanish and angered members of the Roman Catholic Church. It is little wonder, according to Ronald Bruce St. John, that critics of Leguía later charged that by 1930 Peru was directed, governed, and supervised by the U.S. Secretary of State. It would take the disastrous effects of the Great Depression, populist agitation under the leadership of Victor Radilhaya de la Torre, and a popular military figure, Luis M. Sanchez Cerro, to rid Peru of the anti-nationalist Leguía. However, the United States would never find a chief executive in Latin America as ingratiating as Augusto B. Leguía, a Monroeist president of the First Order. Victor Haya de la Torre and the opera movement, one of the most important figures to emerge in Peru in the 1920s and 1930s was Victor Radal Haya de la Torre, head of the most successful mass-based political party in Peru. Haya came from Peru's oligarchy but was impressed by the Marxism of José Carlos Mariátegui that stressed anti-imperialist revolution to solve the situation in Peru. He founded the Alianza Popular Revolucionaria Americana while in exile in Mexico, a party that emphasized anti-imperialism, nationalization of land and industry, internationalization of the Panama Canal, and solidarity with all oppressed people. Haya parted company with Mariátegui after a while but continued to criticize U.S. capitalism and dominance, blaming the United States for Peru's impoverishment and underdevelopment and calling for drastic reforms. However, by the late 1930s opera ideology shifted toward a more moderate stance, ending the old invectives against Yankee imperialism and praising the merits of Franklin Roosevelt's good neighbor policy. In turn, Peruvian politicians became more tolerant of oprismo, although this was not the case with the military. After the military and opera militants clashed in 1932, leaving numerous officers dead, Haya was exiled and hundreds of his followers were arrested or executed in a massacre that occurred in Trujillo. Haya would continue to seek the presidency, but even when duly elected he was never inaugurated, due in large part to the military's hatred of opera. When the youthful and flamboyant Alan Garcia took charge of the party in the mid-1980s, opera overwhelmed the opposition and ruled Peru for the first time in its history. Peru-Ecuador border conflict, 1941 to 1942. During the presidency of Manuel Prado, Peru was a strong supporter of the war effort, allowing the United States to build an airfield in northern Peru to defend the Panama Canal, assisting the United States in tracking down enemy agents, and deporting Japanese Peruvians to the 352. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. United States at President Roosevelt's request. Over 2,000 Japanese from 13 Latin American countries were forcibly apprehended by the United States and shipped to internment camps in the United States during World War II. The Roosevelt administration and Latin American government officials considered the Japanese Latin Americans to be security threats, even though there was no reliable evidence of planned or contemplated acts of subversion, sabotage, or spying. The United States orchestrated and financed the operation, beginning in 1940 when FBI agents were instructed to spy on ethnic Japanese in Latin America. The FBI compiled blacklists of persons to be expelled and provided these to Latin American governments for their Japanese roundups. Washington officials also needed people of Japanese ancestry to exchange for U.S. civilians being held in Japan. In the end, more than 800 Japanese Latin Americans were used in 2 prisoner exchanges in the 1940s, one of the most bizarre, pathetic, and forgotten tales of U.S. Latin American relations during World War II. The major event for Peru during this period was the brief conflict with Ecuador over territorial claims to a disputed region. The hostilities escalated rapidly on both sides in 1941, but Peru's vastly superior military forces soon defeated the weak and unprepared Ecuadorian army on the battlefield. After Peru had occupied a large chunk of Ecuadorian territory, the governments of Argentina, Brazil, and the United States, later joined by Chile, organized a peaceful settlement in Rio de Janeiro in 1942. Known as the Rio Protocol of 1942, the settlement was a major diplomatic victory for Peru but a bitter disappointment for Ecuador. It continued to claim the status of an Amazonian state and repeatedly condemned the unfairness of the imposed settlement, despite the fact that it reluctantly signed and ratified the protocol. Both Peru and Ecuador continued to threaten and sometimes clash, including serious episodes in 1955, 1981, and 1995. Peru and the United States during the Cold War. The harmony that prevailed in U.S. Peruvian relations during World War II continued during the first decade of the Cold War. However, by 1948 Peruvian General Manuel A. Adria, a hero of the 1941 war with Ecuador, had assumed power in a revolution supported by a variety of military and civilian elements of society. Despite his illegal seizure of power and alleged human rights violations, Audrey enjoyed strong support in Washington for his administration's political stability, conservative economic policies, and anti-communism. Peru signed a bilateral aid and mutual defense pact with the United States in 1952 that established close ties with the Peruvian mill. Peru 333. Italy. The Eisenhower administration gave Peru's dictator a Legion of Merit Award in 1954 for dutifully following the anti-communist policies of the United States. The U.S. policy of supporting tyrants like Audrey angered Peruvian nationalists and damaged U.S. Peruvian relations during the rest of the decade. Peru and the Alliance for Progress. Manuel Prado's presidency spanned the last years of the Eisenhower administration and the first year of the Kennedy administration. In the aftermath of General Audrey's 8-year dictatorship, Prado faced a growing domestic animosity toward the United States, fueled by anger over Eisenhower's support for right-wing authoritarian regimes, maritime zone disputes, and U.S. imposed import quotas on Peruvian exports. Vice President Richard Nixon's visit to Lima in May 1958 contributed further to the tensions between Peru and the United States. Nevertheless, Prado still depended on the U.S. government for millions of dollars in military aid. In an effort to reduce Peru's dependency on the United States, Prado developed closer ties to Europe, took a more active role in regional issues, and explored alternative sources of financial and technical assistance. Peru's search for greater leverage and autonomy in its foreign relations coincided with the Alliance for Progress and continuing civil-military conflict. After a rapid-fire series of political events in 1962-1963 including a close presidential election, a brief military takeover, a break in diplomatic relations with the United States, and a new election, Fernando Belaúnde assumed the presidency. Despite charges from Peruvians accusing the United States of interfering in Peru's internal affairs, Belaúnde linked development and reform in accordance with Kennedy's goals of the Alliance for Progress. Educated at the University of Texas, Belaúnde spoke good English and maintained friendly relations with the United States during the Kennedy and Johnson years. At the same time, tensions between Washington and Belaúnde arose over Peru's claims against the International Petroleum Company and against the U.S. fishing fleet operating off the Peruvian coast. Belaúnde's promise to settle the IPC dispute in Peru's favor was undermined by U.S. interference and domestic political opposition. After President Belaúnde thought he had negotiated a satisfactory settlement, IPC ceded its subsoil rights to the government in return for eliminating its tax claims against the company in August 1968. 2 months later, the Peruvian military, charging Vent Patria, took over the government and sent the president into exile in the United States. 334. The Institutional Revolution of 1968. With a reformist military in power under General Juan Velasco Alvarado, Peru's government embarked on an institutional revolution that emphasized the themes of national sovereignty, developmentalism, and anti-imperialism to generate domestic political support. In an attempt to reverse the course of Peruvian politics, the military portrayed themselves as part of a new wave of Latin American militarism, honest, patriotic, and efficient, capable of directing national reform and economic development. Stressing Peru's Inca roots, including the glorification of rebel Tupac Amaru, an Indian leader who led anti-Spanish revolts, the institutional revolution became intensely nationalistic, taking over many U.S. corporations and challenging U.S. dominance in the Americas. The revolutionary government established diplomatic and commercial relations with the Soviet Union, Cuba, China, and other socialist states. The Velasco administration also ventured into radical proposals to reorganize the inter-American system, including resolutions in the Organization of American States to relocate its headquarters to Latin America and charter alterations to reflect the right of ideological pluralism in the Americas. Of course, each of these foreign policy initiatives served to heighten tensions between the United States and Peru. By the late 1970s, Peru was confronted with large foreign debts, which were worsened by the massive expansion of the state under military rule. As economic problems mounted, Velasco became more autocratic. This contributed to his replacement by General Francisco Morales Bermudez, who promised a less radical version of the earlier program. Fernando Belland returned for a second term, but his lackluster performance contributed to the election of opera leader Alan Garcia in 1985. By declaring that Peru would pay up to only 10% of national income on its debt, he both angered the Reagan administration and generated a deep recession and pushed inflation rates to record levels. The Garcia administration also clashed with the United States over Nicaragua and Panama. Peru opposed U.S. support for the Contras, supported all regional peace efforts to settle the conflict in Central America, and denounced the United States for invading Panama by recalling its ambassador from Washington. Garcia's confrontational style and rhetoric, often designed primarily for internal consumption, produced considerable tension as both countries realized the growing threat from the narcotics trade and terrorism. Operation Snowcap. As the world's leading producer of coca, Peru found itself involved in international efforts to counter the rise in the narcotics trade and terrorism. Peru 335. In the 1970s and 1980s. With the increasing demand for illicit drugs in the United States and Europe fueling the demand for cocaine, Peru and the United States faced the troublesome decision of how to confront the problem in hemispheric drug trafficking. After President Reagan signed a secret directive establishing international drug trafficking as a national security threat to the United States, the rules of the drug game changed. Now the U.S. military was used in the Andes to fight the battle against drug production and trafficking. Presidents Reagan, Bush, and Clinton have continued the policy of using small numbers of U.S. troops and increased military aid to the Andean countries involved in the anti-drug efforts. Under the name Operation Snowcap, the Pentagon and the Drug Enforcement Agency have conducted anti-cocaine activities in 12 Latin American countries since 1987. DEA agents receive months of military training and Spanish-language courses before they are assigned to 3 to 4 month rotations accompanying police forces in Latin American countries. The United States and the Shining Path U.S. efforts to fight a war against cocaine in Peru have been compounded by the existence of one of the most violent terrorist movements in 20th century Latin America, the Shining Path. Operating mostly in the countryside, Shining Path guerrillas took more than 20,000 lives between 1980 and 1995. U.S. Peruvian relations have been strained by conflicting strategies of how to deal with drug trafficking and anti-government guerrilla activities. The United States favors control and eradication, whereas the Peruvians believe in direct confrontation with leftist guerrillas and narco-traffickers. Although they don't always agree, members of the Peruvian military and police see a much larger threat to Peru's major institutions and have often carried the war to extremes, retaliating with the same level of brutality as their enemies use. The United States and Peru continue to have fundamental disagreements about the source of the drug problem and how best to reduce or eliminate it. Peru and the United States after the Cold War. President Fujimori and the terrorists. U.S. Peruvian relations under Alberto Fujimori, Peru's president of Japanese ancestry, have been rife with ambiguities over his anti-democratic methods of rule, the war against drug trafficking and guerrillas, and economic liberalization policies. His economic austerity program contributed to a drastic reduction in inflation, and the opening of the economy again to foreign investment pleased the Bush administration. During his first term, Fujimori was successful in countering political violence with the capture of the principal leaders of the Shining Path and the Tupac Amaru revolutionary movement. However, in April 1992 he suspended Congress and the judicial branch in a self-coup designed to help restore governmental authority over the economy and to carry on the struggle against terrorists. These actions were strongly criticized by the OAS and the United States for derailing Peru's democratic system. After some constitutional maneuvering that enabled him to run for a second term, Fujimori was re-elected in 1995 in what was interpreted as a vindication of his economic security measures, human rights violations, and authoritarian schemes. In 1997 he orchestrated a spectacular rescue of more than 700 hostages held by members of Tupac Amaru guerrillas inside the Japanese ambassador's residence for over 5 months. The United States has expressed pleasure with Fujimori's neoliberal economic reforms, but it disagrees with his autocratic style of governing Peru. Conclusion. U.S. Peruvian relations have been characterized by sharp contrasts between public and private interests since the early part of the 19th century. Peru's valuable minerals and other resources attracted significant numbers of foreign investors who developed close ties with Peru's oligarchy, contributing over time to the radicalization of Peruvian politics and intense conflicts with private companies and the U.S. government. This ambiguous relationship was epitomized by the economic and political power of W.R. Grace Company and the International Petroleum Company, two economic giants that displayed an impressive domination over the Peruvian economy until well into the 20th century. In the public realm, the U.S. government tried to ignore Peru until the middle of the 20th century when international fascism and communism raised concerns about U.S. security in the hemisphere. In response to increasing levels of U.S. hegemony, Peru's politics changed beginning in the 1930s from the servile presidents like Augusto Leguía who wanted Peru tied as closely as possible to the United States, to those who tried to forge a more independent foreign policy. The Cold War period was particularly contentious, with the United States and Peru periodically locked in conflict over how best to deal with communism, economic reform, terrorism, and democracy. In the post-Cold War period, the United States and Peru have drawn closer together as both countries have recognized the value of Co. 338. Operation in dealing with drug trafficking, economic reform, and democratization. Yet the bilateral relationship is also strained by historical legacies rooted in economic domination and the lingering effects of authoritarianism in Peru's politics. Tobago. Spain cedes Trinidad to Great Britain. Great Britain acquires Tobago. The two islands become a single colonial unit. U.S. military base is established at Chaguaramas. Caribbean Federation is formed. Trinidad and Tobago achieve independence. Caribbean Federation is terminated. Eric Williams becomes Prime Minister. Black Power movement is established. Islands join non-aligned movement. Trinidad and Tobago becomes a republic. United States returns Chaguaramas. Prime Minister Williams dies. His People's National Movement Party continues to rule until 1986 under leadership of George Chambers. Trinidad opposes U.S. invasion of Grenada. President Reagan establishes Caribbean Basin Initiative ANR. Robinson governs as Prime Minister. Abu Bakr, head of Islamic Jamaat al-Muslimin, attempts coup against Robinson government. Patrick Manning governs as Prime Minister. Bastio Ponde is elected Prime Minister. 340. 1996 to 1998 drug trafficking expands to fill gap after a 90% drop in U.S. aid to Caribbean nations since the mid-1980s. OI Prime Minister Ponde signs series of comprehensive anti-drug measures with the United States. Introduction. The twin island nation of Trinidad and Tobago is located in the extreme southeastern Caribbean Sea, 9 miles off the coast of Venezuela. Like Jamaica, Trinidad is a major economic and political player in the English-speaking Caribbean. Rich in oil, and a producer of steel and petrochemicals, Trinidad and Tobago has one of the highest per capita incomes in the Caribbean. Although most of its population is made up of the descendants of African slaves and East Indian indentured laborers, the two-island nation has managed to live in relative racial harmony. The move to independence in the 1950s and early 1960s was shaped by the work of labor leaders and British-trained nationalist politicians who mobilized opposition to British colonialism. One of the first of the English-speaking Caribbean nations to gain independence, Trinidad and Tobago made the transition from colonialism rather peacefully, unlike the politically turbulent and coup-prone Latin American nations. Constitutional government and competitive party systems have helped prevent military takeovers and other forms of extra-constitutional changes of administration. The United States has enjoyed a number of advantages in its relations with the English-speaking Caribbean. First, throughout the 19th and most of the 20th century, Caribbean islands like Trinidad and Tobago have been the responsibility of the British, a close ally of the United States. Second, the preparation for self-rule included some tutoring in the mechanics of parliamentary rule, a legacy that has brought stability, democracy, and the protection of individual rights. Third, the former British colonies, with the exception of Grenada, have been devoid of revolutions. Finally, with the British engaged in providing the security and political tutelage for its possessions in the Caribbean, the United States was free to concentrate on carving out its own sphere of influence. The 19th century. Originally a Spanish colony, Trinidad provided a safe haven for French royalists fleeing Haiti, Martinique, and Guadeloupe during the French Revolution. Between 1626 and 1814, Tobago changed hands 22 times as predatory European powers fought for possession of its safe har. Trinidad and Tobago 341. Bourse. In 1802 the Kingdom of Spain turned over Trinidad to Great Britain, and in 1814 Tobago was acquired after 100 years of French occupation but as a separate colonial unit. The site of 2 centuries of imperial struggles, Trinidad absorbed cultural and political influences from Europe, Africa, and the East Indies. After the French Revolution in 1789, it remained a Spanish colony until it was taken over by the British in 1797. For a while the French ran the sugar plantations with African slaves, who had been forcibly transported to the island to provide labor for the European-owned estates. After a phase-out or apprenticeship period beginning in 1833, slavery was abolished entirely in 1838. Soon thereafter East Indian indentured laborers were brought to the island to sustain the supply of cheap agricultural labor. In 1889 Great Britain joined the 2 islands as a single colonial unit in order to economize on government expenses. There was little contact between the United States and Trinidad during the 19th century, with the exception of post-emancipation efforts to stimulate black immigration to the island in the 1860s. By the late 19th century the islands were becoming less profitable colonies because sugar was being produced more cheaply elsewhere, particularly in Cuba, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. The decline in sugar income contributed to widespread unemployment and the early stirrings of national leadership, a labor movement, and opposition to colonialism. The process of 20th-century political development in Trinidad and Tobago was greatly influenced by nationalist leaders who fought against colonialism and racism in Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, and the United States. Trinidad and Tobago and the United States in the 20th century. During the early part of the 20th century oil replaced sugar as Trinidad's major export, but because of its capital-intensive nature the new industry did little to alleviate the chronic unemployment among former sugar workers. The arrival of U.S. oil companies after World War I to exploit Trinidad's southern oil fields led to the development of a radical trade union movement and the infusion of North American influence. The labor movement gained inspiration from Andrew Arthur Cipriani, a white man of Corsican descent who organized the masses while teaching them national pride and anti-colonialism. Until his death in 1945, Cipriani struggled against racial discrimination and fought for political reforms and labor rights. The labor disturbances among oil and sugar workers in the 1930s contributed to the militancy of labor unions, which, in turn, developed into political parties intent on achieving national ownership of industries and independence from the British. 342 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Cyril L. R. James, writer and revolutionary. C.L.R. James was born in Trinidad and became a powerful cultural critic and revolutionary throughout most of the 20th century. As an intellectual and political activist, James provided the backbone of West Indian self-government with his historical analysis of the Caribbean and slavery. During his years in England he discovered Marxism and Trotskyism, and he later addressed the Negro problem during his long speaking tours of the United States and elsewhere. James believed that blacks in the Caribbean and the United States were endowed with a fundamentally revolutionary spirit, but he also criticized African and Caribbean independence movements for their pro-Western stance. By the early 1950s James considered himself an independent Marxist, convinced that communism was the only salvation for the black masses. During the anti-communist witch hunts of the McCarthy era in the United States, James was arrested for his anti-American activities but was not detained long before he was deported to England. He taught Eric Williams in the 1920s and served as his mentor during the final years of struggle for Trinidad and Tobago's independence, but eventually he broke with Williams on ideological and other grounds in the early 1960s. His lectures on literature and politics influenced the civil rights movement in the United States, and many black leaders in Africa involved in anti-colonial struggles found inspiration in his writings on race and politics. World War II and the American Era. World War II expanded the military presence of the United States in the English-speaking Caribbean and also brought American culture and oil companies. The American era began in 1941 and ended in 1945, but the influx of U.S. military personnel and the construction of a large military base left a lasting impact on the island. While Trinidad and Tobago was still a crown colony, the British government in 1941 leased the Chaguaramas area to the United States for a period of 99 years. With thousands of American soldiers stationed on Trinidad during World War II, Yankee dollars fostered prostitution, high-paying jobs servicing the base, and a get-rich-quick mentality among Trinidadians. The racial prejudice of those from the United States added to the anti-foreign feelings of those who found themselves subjected to domination by Great Britain and the United States. When the United States showed no intention of giving up the area after the war, Eric Williams became the voice of national control by demanding that Washington return Chaguaramas to Trinidad to be used for the capital site for the West Indies Federation. Trinidad and Tobago 343. Insisting on its 99-year treaty rights, the United States refused to surrender the territory. Williams used the Chaguaramas conflict to organize the Return Charaguamas movement, in which he led thousands of anti-American demonstrators in the nation's capital, Port of Spain, in 1960. Although the U.S. Trinidadian conflict over Chaguaramas dragged on until 1977, when the United States finally gave up control, the intensity of the struggle, together with Trinidad's oil wealth, helped maintain the popularity of Williams's People's National Movement for close to 30 years. Trinidad and Tobago and the United States. During the Cold War, World War II brought pressure upon the British to relinquish its colonial empire. After the war, the British Labour Party with its brand of democratic socialism offered to guide its possessions in the Caribbean to self-government, a promise that proved to be more a delaying strategy than a faithful commitment to independence. As the Cold War progressed, some Caribbean leaders cooperated with the United States and Britain to contain Marxist influence in the labor movement. In need of foreign capital, the small islands of the Caribbean faced demands from multinational corporations to provide generous tax breaks, low wages, and guarantees of labor peace to attract investors. The rise of Dr. Eric Williams. The key figure in the drive toward Trinidad and Tobago's independence was Dr. Eric Williams, a West Indian scholar-politician who studied history at Oxford University and taught at Howard University in Washington, D.C., before joining the Caribbean Commission in 1952. He founded the People's National Movement in 1956, a political party that would become his main weapon for achieving full independence in 1962. A brilliant thinker and scholar, Dr. Williams could be arrogant and at times eccentric, but he became Trinidad's first prime minister and guided the country during its first 25 years of PNM rule. During his tenure as prime minister, he pursued a non-alignment policy and defied both the United States and the Organization of American States by establishing relations with Cuba in 1972. Following Williams's death in 1981, the PNM continued its dominance of Trinidadian politics under George M. Chambers. His decision to publicly condemn the Reagan administration's invasion of Grenada in 1983, a move that put him at odds with the Trinidadian press and the public, who supported the invasion, seemed to reflect the anti-American legacy of the Chaguaramas conflict and the desires of the deceased former prime minister and revered leader. 344. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Independence and the United States. The leaders who helped achieve independence adopted the parliamentary system of government and continued the traditional pattern of economic and political ties to the United Kingdom and the United States. By the time Trinidad became independent in 1962, the United States was confronted by challenges to its influence in the Caribbean, especially the rise of Fidel Castro and the revolutionary ferment in the Dominican Republic. Despite the fact that Trinidad and Tobago's independence leaders had advanced their cause by condemning the American presence since World War II, the United States promptly established diplomatic relations. However, the island's conservative strategies of accommodation with the United States during the 1960s changed in the 1970s as Third World and non-aligned ideas permeated the Caribbean. After Trinidad experienced significant increases in its national income due to the actions of OPEC price increases, it assumed a new role as aid donor to the rest of the Caribbean. The United States and Trinidad's Black Power uprising, Black nationalists and the Black Power movement that developed in the United States in the 1960s influenced the politics of race in Trinidad and Tobago, spurred by unemployment, anti-trade union legislation, foreign control over the economy, and Prime Minister Eric Williams's perceived Afro-Saxonism. Led by Getty's Granger, protest and strikes broke out in February 1970 that led the government to declare a state of emergency, followed by an army mutiny. With U.S. and Venezuelan warships waiting offshore, Prime Minister Williams managed to put down the uprising, but the movement on which it was based contributed to more strident opposition movements, black consciousness and regional identity, and the government's decision to speed up national ownership of foreign firms. The United States and Trinidad. During the 1980s, the Caribbean basin became a focus of U.S. security interests during the 1980s as the politics of change in some parts of the Caribbean clashed with the Reagan administration's efforts to focus its foreign policy on events in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Jamaica, and Grenada. Between 1977 and 1981, Trinidad put the Chaguaramas conflict to rest and improved diplomatic relations with the United States, but the Grenadian Revolution that brought Maurice Bishop and the New Jewel movement to power served to renew tensions in the Caribbean. The death of Eric Williams in 1981 raised further questions about the direction of Trinidadian foreign policy during a time of doubt about conducting an independent foreign policy. Trinidad became increasingly uneasy with the military security orientation of the Trinidad and Tobago 345. United States in the Caribbean, opposed the U.S. invasion of Grenada in 1983, and disapproved of the U.S.-financed regional security system in 1985 that incorporated a number of smaller Caribbean nation neighbors. George Chambers, the successor to Prime Minister Eric Williams, dampened bilateral relations further with the nationalization of Texaco in 1984, creating the Trinidad and Tobago Oil Company. Trinidad and Tobago began to face declining oil prices and pressures for economic reform from international lending agencies such as the International Monetary Fund. To address its economic/financial troubles, the government of A.N.R. Robinson carried out IMF-imposed structural adjustment reforms in line with the prevailing free market policies sweeping the region. The IMF strategy, particularly the reductions in government expenditures and price increases, proved to have harmful side effects, including the rise of the Jamaat al-Muslimin Islamic sect headed by Yassin Abu Bakr. By 1990, 4 years of economic and social tensions contributed to an attempted coup by Bakr's group against the Robinson government, an unprecedented action that led to the occupation of Parliament, 23 dead, and 500 wounded before the rebels surrendered. The Jamaat rebellion undermined the government's legitimacy and contributed to the PNM victory of Patrick Manning in the 1991 parliamentary elections. Trinidad and Tobago and the United States. After the Cold War, security concerns within Trinidad and Tobago, and the growing importance of drug trafficking and trade in the hemisphere in the aftermath of the Cold War, helped to improve relations with the United States beginning in 1990. In 1994, the government backed the U.S.-led, unsanctioned invasion of Haiti to remove the military government and return the democratically elected president-in-exile Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Concerns about being left out of preferential trade arrangements have inspired calls for Caribbean community participation in the increasingly controversial North American Free Trade Agreement, but Trinidad and Tobago opposed the CARICOM agreement, whereby no member can join or negotiate separately to obtain future NAFTA membership. The attempted coup by Muslim rebels in 1990 paved the way for the controversial election of November 1995 that brought Bastio Pandey to power, the first non-African prime minister in Trinidad's history. However, the strains of governing biracial Trinidad and Tobago have not ceased, as Pandey has struggled to convince blacks now in the opposition for the first time of the fairness of his public policies. The Clinton administration remained aloof from the stresses and strains during this time, preferring to leave the mediation efforts and outcome in the hands of Caribbean leaders. 346 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Trinidad and Tobago and the war on drugs. Trinidad and Tobago has not been able to escape the problem of the illicit production, consumption, and transshipment of drugs in the Americas. In Trinidad and Tobago there is a long history of accepted use of marijuana dating from the importation of indentured workers from India following the abolition of slavery in 1838. Rastafarians, Afrocentric socio-religious sects found throughout the Caribbean, claim a religious justification for smoking marijuana. Nevertheless, illicit drug production and money laundering is less of a problem in Trinidad and Tobago than in other parts of the Caribbean, particularly in Jamaica and the Bahamas. The saliency of the drug issue in the Caribbean has also contributed to the view among top officials that security is multidimensional: military, political, economic, and environmental rather than one-sided, as it was according to the Cold War definition that focused almost exclusively on the communist threat. As U.S. aid to the Caribbean region dropped precipitously in the aftermath of the Cold War, drug trafficking expanded to bridge the economic gap. To counter this trend, Prime Minister Pandey signed several anti-drug measures with the Clinton administration. Conclusion: the major concerns that Caribbean governments confront in the 1990s generally involve the questions of political fragmentation and economic viability. The challenges of globalization impose tremendous difficulties on small island countries throughout the Caribbean. St. Kitts and Nevis, the smallest two-island country in the hemisphere, is now contemplating separation of the islands. Although the spat can be traced to the decision by the British in 1882 to join the two islands, the recent animosity is tied to the declining sugar industry on St. Kitts and the thriving offshore banking activities on Nevis, which are used to launder money for drug traffickers. Those who govern Trinidad and Tobago face similar issues, adding to increasing emigration to the United States in search of employment, less crime, and greater economic opportunities. The rapid expansion of drug trafficking in Trinidad and Tobago resulting from a shift in transshipment tactics by the Colombian drug cartels has contributed to a surge in murders and kidnappings and raised fears of a government takeover by narcos. While the government in Port of Spain has pushed ahead with vigorous anti-drug initiatives, its vulnerability to drug corruption is substantial and countermeasures will require greater involvement with the United States. Trinidad and Tobago 347. Uruguay. Timeline of U.S. relations with Uruguay. Uruguayan independence from Spain is achieved. Triple Alliance War. José Enrique Rodo publishes Ariel, an anti-American polemic. José Batlle Ordóñez serves as elected president. Batlle serves as elected president. United States builds naval and air bases. Foreign Minister Eduardo Rodriguez Larreta advances collective intervention doctrine. Colorado Party ends 86 years of uninterrupted rule. Tupamaros guerrilla movement is formed. Tupamaros engage in armed struggle. Uruguay moves from democracy to military dictatorship. U.S. aid official Dan Mitrian is executed by Tupamaros. Juan Maria Bordaberry serves as president. State of Internal War Act is approved, granting unlimited powers to the military. Tupamaro movement ends with capture of leaders. Uruguay is ruled by military dictatorship. U.S. Congress terminates aid public safety program. President Bordaberry is forced to submit resignation to the military. 350. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1985 Tupamaros renounce armed struggle to become a legal party. Democracy returns with election of Julio Maria Sanguinetti. 1989-1993 Luis Albert Lacalle serves as president. 1990 Uruguay agrees to assist United States with anti-narcotics efforts. 1991 Uruguay joins Southern Cone Common Market. 1994-1998 Julio Maria Sanguinetti serves as elected president. Introduction. Uruguay is the second smallest republic in South America. It is situated between Brazil and Argentina, two rival giants of the region. Its official name, La República Oriental del Uruguay, is derived from its geographical position on the eastern shore of the Uruguay River. U.S. Uruguayan relations have been influenced by three critical but overlapping characteristics. First, Uruguay is situated beyond the immediate sphere of U.S. influence and has placed considerable emphasis on remaining aloof from great power rivalries, including interference from the United States. Second, the United States has never had a major economic or financial stake in Uruguay because of its size and agricultural economy. Third, Uruguay's democratic status and political stability during most of the 20th century served the interests of the United States, and in turn Uruguay has tried to maintain a cooperative but independent stance toward Washington. Uruguay experienced at least 60 years of relatively stable democratic rule during the 20th century, longer overall than Costa Rica, Colombia, or Venezuela. During the Cold War, Uruguay became increasingly dependent on U.S. economic and military aid but resisted U.S. pressures to support intervention in the internal affairs of other hemispheric states. Although small and weak, Uruguay is bound to the United States through U.S.-sponsored hemispheric defense treaties, U.S. military missions and training, economic aid and technical assistance, private investment, and cultural exchanges. The economic and political strains that emerged after 1930 led to a period of sustained economic decline, political violence, and, ultimately, an authoritarian military dictatorship between 1973 and 1985. Uruguay has since joined the rest of Latin America in efforts to democratize and initiate anti-statist and free market economic reforms while at the same time protecting its well-established welfare state that provides generous benefits to the citizenry. Uruguay 351. Uruguay and the United States in the 19th century. The United States and Uruguayan independence. Uruguay's location between Brazil and Argentina led to its creation in 1828 as a buffer state, one that could provide a cushion to absorb potential hostilities from its two large neighbors. Although this role has sometimes been exaggerated or failed to stem inter-regional conflict, Uruguay's domestic and foreign policies have been greatly influenced by its association with more powerful adjoining states. The leader of the independence movement was José G. Artigas, part of a wealthy landowning family, who fought for Uruguay's autonomy within the Argentine Confederation between 1810 and 1820. After the Portuguese monarchy invaded Uruguay in 1817, Artigas continued to seek autonomy but was defeated in 1820 and fled to Paraguay. Therefore he was not present when independence was finally achieved in 1828, the result of British mediation of the war between the Brazilian Empire and the Argentine Confederation. Of paramount importance to the British was to provide for uninterrupted trade and access to shipping in the Rio de la Plata region. Uruguay and the Monroe Doctrine. Those who formulated U.S. policy toward Latin America in the 1820s and 1830s alluded to Monroe's message of 1823 but rarely cited it or referred to it as doctrine. For 15 years after Monroe's address, the nations of Europe paid little attention to the essence of the Latin American policy of the United States, did not refrain from meddling, and in some cases even acquired new territory in the region. Top officials in Washington were strikingly indifferent to the encroachments of France and Great Britain in the Rio de la Plata region. For example, there was no protest in 1833 when the British seized the Falkland Islands from Argentina and when the French and British intervened on several occasions to maintain access to trade in Uruguay and Argentina. With the growth of the concept of manifest destiny and the Mexican War in the 1840s, The Polk administration, with or without the Monroe Doctrine, was helpless in stopping a joint French and British blockade of Buenos Aires between 1845 and 1848. In a note to the U.S. ambassador in Buenos Aires in 1846, Secretary of State James Buchanan asserted that Great Britain had flagrantly violated the Monroe Declaration, but that existing circumstances render it impossible for the United States to take a part in the present war. The Monroe Doctrine lay dormant. Bez the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Manned in U.S. Uruguayan affairs until the 1920s, when Uruguay's president proposed an expanded version of the Monroe Doctrine for purposes of mutual defense of the hemisphere and as a counterweight to unilateral declarations by the United States that provoked such Yankee phobia in Latin America. José Enrique Roto and the anti-Yankee movement. The dramatic defeat of Spain by the United States in 1898 and the seizure of Cuba and Puerto Rico deeply troubled many Latin Americans, fearful of a resurgence of expansionism beyond the Caribbean region. How far would the Yankees go to achieve their economic and strategic interests? The U.S. imperial offensive of the 1890s prompted a strong reaction by Latin American intellectuals, led by José Enrique Roto, a Uruguayan writer and ethical philosopher who helped mobilize a generation of anti-American sentiment throughout Latin America. In a reaction to the outcome of the Spanish-American War, Roto published Ariel in 1900, a short essay praising Latin America's cultural and spiritual superiority in contrast to North America's excessive materialism and moral inferiority. By employing Shakespearean images to demonstrate how American materialism can lead to spiritual mediocrity, Ariel contributed to a literary outcry and intellectual support for anti-Yankee polemics by other Latin American writers. Uruguay and the United States during the 20th century. 20th century Uruguay has been profoundly influenced by President José Bataille Ordóñez, a non-Marxist social democrat who established the welfare state and plural presidency or colegiatura, two innovations that helped to end the political instability and coup-prone characteristics of the region in the previous century. The export economy expanded under Bataille, largely the result of the invention of refrigeration plants that allowed frozen beef to be shipped to European markets. The meat processing industry also served as a magnet for the influx of foreign capital from the United States and Britain. Foreign economic penetration would have to face Bataille's economic nationalism and political reforms, but it was a moderate form of national control over economic enterprises, allowing U.S. meatpacking companies like Swift and Armour to operate alongside national producers. Uruguay experienced some remarkable achievements under Bataille, but the Great Depression, changes in the international economy beginning in the 1930s, and the influence of European fascism ultimately produced both internal strains and greater reliance on the United States and Europe. Two military presidents ruled Uruguay. 353. Gay from 1931 to 1943, upsetting the liberal reforms instituted by Bataille and his Colorado Party followers over the previous 3 decades. During World War I, Uruguay became extremely dependent on the United States for oil and coal deliveries, which may have accounted for the favorable views that Uruguayan leaders expressed about President Woodrow Wilson's interventionist Latin American policy. There was also the feeling in Uruguay that it was far enough away from the Panama Canal and the Caribbean to be out of range of the big stick being wielded elsewhere. After World War I, Uruguay espoused a policy of internationalism and Pan-Americanism. In 1920, President Baltasar Brum proposed that the Monroe Doctrine be expanded and an American League of Nations be established. When the Uruguayan delegation submitted the Brum proposition to an International Conference of American States in 1923, the proposal received no support from the United States or the other Latin American states. With no interest in developing a global league devoted to international security, the United States was not about to submit to Brum's idea of a regional league that might diminish its influence and limit its ability to intervene to protect its security. The Latin American delegates at the conference were not in a mood to pledge mutual defense of the Americas either. The Latin American delegations, according to G. Pope Atkins, were intent on attacking the interventionist policies of the United States, which were being justified in the name of the Monroe Doctrine than in negotiating a mutual defense pact with the United States. The United States and Uruguay during World War II. In contrast to the strains in U.S. Argentine relations during World War II, relations with Uruguay were mostly cordial and cooperative. General Alfredo Baldomir declared Uruguay's neutrality in 1939 but was forced to assume a pro-Allied stance after the Battle of the Rio de la Plata involving the German battleship Graf Spee late that year. Baldomir permitted the United States to build naval and air bases for the war effort in 1941, and he broke relations with the Axis powers in 1942. Uruguay gained international prominence for its collective peace initiatives during the last 3 years of the war, including the efforts of Alberto Guani and Eduardo Rodriguez Larreta. Both proposed formulas that offered collective strategies for dealing with governments that attempt to establish themselves by force and ignore democratic principles and human rights. In 1941, President Roosevelt established the Office of Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, a U.S. government agency to promote inter-American trade, counter Nazi propaganda, foster mutual understanding and 354. Appreciation, and obtain Latin American backing for the war aims of the United States. The OTHIA was directed by Nelson Rockefeller and strongly endorsed by the Latin Americanists in the Roosevelt administration who were adamant about preserving the good neighbor policy. With strong pro-Nazi sentiments in Argentina, Sumner Welles, Undersecretary of State for Latin American Affairs, instructed the OTHIA in 1941 to build a long-range radio station in Uruguay to broadcast anti-Axis propaganda to Argentina in order to convince it to break relations with Nazi Germany. However, the heavy-handed nature of the OTHIA propaganda replete with efforts to extol the virtues of the United States failed to convert the Argentines and produced a backlash against the United States within other countries. Uruguay and the United States during the Cold War. After World War II, a new style of populism emerged under the leadership of Luis Batlle Berres, nephew of José Batlle. President Luis Batlle pushed forward with import substitution programs in order to expand Uruguay's industrial base. However, as world prices for agricultural products declined and the cost of technology imports grew, Uruguay's political economy ran into serious problems: decreased production and high inflation that slowly eroded much of the economic gains and social benefits. After achieving one of the highest standards of living in Latin America, Uruguay found itself unable to sustain economic growth and financial liquidity and generous welfare benefits, particularly the burdensome social security system. In this downward cycle of political unrest and labor strikes with strong leftist overtones, the collegiate system of governance, the United States, and international financial institutions were blamed for the political and economic maladies. The United States and the Tupamaros. The growing frustration with Uruguay's sagging economy, its weak and unresponsive political apparatus, and the futility of legal channels of protest were critical factors in the formation of the Movement of National Liberation, or Tupamaros. Named after the famed Inca rebel Tupac Amaru, who tried to free his people from Spanish rule in 18th century Peru, the Tupamaros created an urban guerrilla force without equal in the history of Latin America. Tupamaro guerrillas were mostly middle-class young adults who gained inspiration from the Cuban Revolution and Marxism. The leader of the Tupamaros, Ratel Sendic, 36-year-old law student, was convinced that change in Uruguay would require operating outside the law. Uruguay 355. Since the legal system was flawed and corrupt. For the Tupamaros, violence, bank robberies, political kidnappings, sabotage, jailbreaks, seizures of government property, and executions was considered a legitimate means to destroy the power of the local oligarchy, eliminate foreign capitalists, and ultimately create a socialist system for all. After the Tupamaros carried out some notable military actions and succeeded in earning a significant amount of popular support and respect, the National Police supplied and trained by the USAID Office of Public Safety were given the assignment of combating the group. Later, as Uruguay drifted toward military dictatorship under the presidency of Jorge Pacheco Arico, the police were placed under military rule. After the Tupamaros succeeded in abducting Dan Mitrian in 1970, aborted ransom for prisoners talks led to his execution on August 8, 1970. President Pacheco responded by giving the armed forces carte blanche in their dealings with the urban guerrilla movement. Although the Tupamaros must share some responsibility for the violence that expanded the political influence of the armed forces, they cannot be strapped with the blame for the doctrine of national security employed by Uruguay's faceless junta during the 11 years it ran the country. Furthermore, Uruguayan police and military officers often ordered murders and bombings in order to create public fear and then make it appear as though the urban guerrillas were responsible. With the help of a captured guerrilla leader, the military was instrumental in eliminating the Tupamaros by 1972, however, the task of removing the Tupamaros' influence required a declaration of internal war that severely undermined civil-military relations and democracy long after the end of the military dictatorship in 1985. After serving long prison terms or being forced into exile, the Tupamaros were freed under an amnesty decree in 1985, renounced armed struggle, and committed themselves to left-wing party politics. It is important to point out that while the Tupamaros did pose a physical threat to individual military officers, politicians, business leaders, and foreign diplomats, at no time did they ever possess the capacity to overthrow the government and establish a regime of their own. The Rockefeller Report and the transition to dictatorship. Washington's policies toward Uruguay had at least an indirect role in paving the way for the military takeover that occurred in the 1970s. During the Nixon and Ford administrations, Latin America was viewed as having little importance to the United States, with the exception of Castro's Cuba and the Marxist-Socialist government of Salvador Allende. Governor Nelson Rockefeller of New York traveled to Latin America for President Nixon in 1969 but was met by anti-American demonstrations and violence, and some of his recommendations concerning the military startled those who favored democracy and dialogue. On the basis of his study missions, Rockefeller found that a new type of military man is coming to the fore and often becoming a major force for constructive social change in the American republics. Motivated by increasing impatience with corruption, inefficiency, and a stagnant political order, the new military man is prepared to adapt his authoritarian tradition to the goals of social and economic progress. Under the right-wing presidencies of Pacheco and Bordaberry, Uruguay saw U.S. economic and military aid increase dramatically. Thousands of Uruguayan military personnel were trained under U.S. programs, and U.S. officials traveled to Uruguay to provide assistance with strategies of repression for the new type of military man. The startling revelations of human rights abuses in a 1974 Amnesty International report on torture in Uruguay forced the U.S. Congress to terminate AID's public safety police training program in the same year. In 1977 the United States terminated military aid. Although the United States never considered direct military intervention in Uruguay necessary during this period, it did endorse the Uruguayan military's anti-subversive campaigns supplying advice, equipment, training, and financial assistance. Moreover, U.S.-backed civic action programs helped spread a more popular image of the military in society. Uruguay and the Carter administration. By the time Jimmy Carter arrived at the White House in 1977, Latin America was a graveyard of democracies. Intent on shaping a new approach to inter-American relations, Carter relied on the recommendations found in the Lenowitz Commission, particularly those stressing the importance of human rights and democracy. This dramatic shift in policy served to isolate the United States from much of Latin America, and relations with Uruguay were reduced to diplomatic tensions and low levels of activity. President Carter's efforts to inject morality in foreign policy produced strong rivalries between the National Security Council and the State Department, but clearly the references to a new type of military man cited by Nelson Rockefeller were no longer part of Washington's hemispheric vision. Uruguay and the Reagan administration. The election of Ronald Reagan brought a new group of foreign policy advisors to Washington who were determined to reverse what they perceived as weakness in the previous administration of Jimmy Carter, soft on communism in the Third World, weak on defense, and wishy-washy in protecting U.S. interests and values around the world. Reagan's team of conservative policy advisors viewed the insurgencies in Central America and the increasing number of Marxist or leftist governments in the Caribbean region as the major threat to U.S. security interests. With right-wing military dictatorships in power in South America, the ardent anti-communists who made up the Reagan team placed little emphasis on small countries like Uruguay. The decline in the legitimacy of military dictatorships and the resurgence of democracy in Uruguay puzzled the Reagan administration during its first term. Convinced that the ideas of well-known scholar and UN ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick regarding the necessity of accepting anti-communist, authoritarian government were sound foreign policy, the Reagan administration saw no problem in backing moderate authoritarians in Uruguay, particularly when it could be demonstrated that there was even the slightest influence from Cuba and the Soviet Union. To pursue these new strategies, the Reagan administration decided that criticizing friendly anti-communist governments on human rights grounds was counterproductive to U.S. security interests. Reagan's security-oriented approach to a policy of rapprochement with South American militaries fizzled after a few years as democracy slowly returned to the region. After democracy was restored in 1985, President Julio M. Sanguinetti was invited to the White House and U.S. government assistance with democracy restoration efforts was offered. Despite little evidence to suggest that U.S. policies had much to do with the democratic trend in Uruguay, Reagan administration officials went to great pains to take credit for the resurgence of democracy. Despite the more friendly tone established after the return to civilian rule, Uruguay opposed much of what the Reagan administration was doing in Central America. As a member of the Contadora Support Group, Uruguay was critical of U.S. aid to the anti-Sandinista rebels in Nicaragua and opposed unilateral military intervention in Honduras and El Salvador. Sanguinetti opposed Operation Just Cause in Panama in 1989, characterizing the military intervention to capture General Noriega a step backward. As a sign of further independence from the United States, Uruguay resumed commercial, cultural, and diplomatic ties with Cuba in 1985. Uruguay and the United States after the Cold War. Despite the return of democracy in the 1980s, Uruguayans continue to worry about how much social and economic benefits are being sacrificed by emphasizing democracy at any cost. A reluctance to punish the military, out of fear of enticing them from the barracks, was evident in the 358th 1989 defeat of a referendum that would have subjected the army and police to trials for human rights abuses committed under the rule by the generals. President Lacaille's cooperation with the United States on its anti-narcotics efforts, and its push for free trade, improved relations with the Bush administration. Uruguay joined the Southern Cone Common Market in 1991 in an effort to reduce mounting trade deficits with Brazil and Argentina. Despite the neoliberal economic reforms sweeping Latin America in the 1990s, Uruguayans defeated President Lacaille's economic privatization plan to sell off Uruguay's state-controlled industries, turning again to the welfare state traditions of the past. This sentiment was a severe setback for the president and contributed to the party's loss to former President Julio M. Sanguinetti's Colorados in the November 1994 elections. With 3 democratic elections in the past decade, it now appears that Uruguay is back on a somewhat democratic track, but the military remains a powerful institution, corruption continues to undermine political legitimacy, and the two-party stability that proved so valuable in the early part of the 20th century has all but ended. Conclusion: U.S. involvement in Uruguay, since establishing full diplomatic relations in 1867, have been characterized by cooperation more than conflict. During times of rivalry between Uruguay's two giant neighbors, the United States cultivated Uruguayan cooperation in an effort to resolve the conflict. Uruguay sided with the United States during both World Wars and joined the United States in establishing a collective bulwark against communism during the early years of the Cold War. However, between the Cuban Revolution and 1990, sharp disagreements emerged over the best way to treat Fidel Castro, the use of force to resolve hemispheric disputes and controversies, and democracy promotion and human rights violations. Still, Uruguay is a relatively powerless player in the hemisphere and remains dependent on the United States for trade, loans, and other forms of international financial assistance. Venezuela. Timeline of U.S. relations with Venezuela. Venezuelan independence from Spain is proclaimed. Spanish forces are defeated in Battle of Carabobo. José Antonio Paz serves as president. Venezuela British Guiana boundary dispute. Cipriano Castro assumes power. German Britain Italian blockade. Juan Vicente Gómez seizes power. First commercial oil well is started. U.S. oil companies gain control of Venezuelan production. Juan Vicente Gómez dies. Is succeeded by López Contreras. Isaías Medina Angarita assumes presidency. Medina is overthrown. Rómulo Betancourt leads civilian government. Rómulo Gallegos is elected president. Gallegos is overthrown by the military rule. Dictator Pérez Jiménez is awarded the Legion of Merit by the United States. Pérez Jiménez is overthrown. President Nixon is attacked by angry mobs in Caracas. Rómulo Betancourt serves as elected president. Venezuela becomes model of Alliance for Progress. Rafael Caldera serves as elected president. 362 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1974 to 1980 Carlos Andrés Pérez serves as elected president. 1976 Petroleum industry is nationalized. 1989 Carlos Andrés Pérez is elected president. 1993 Pérez is removed from office on charges of corruption. 1993 to 1998 Rafael Caldera serves as elected president. Introduction. Venezuela has the distinction of being the only Latin American nation never to have gone to war with its neighbors, and it has managed to escape U.S. military intervention and coercive economic sanctions, a rarity in U.S. Latin American relations. Venezuelan dictators have not been immune from the common blunders that provoked the wrath of the United States, but they often enforced an orderly peace during times of international crises, and the generous petroleum concessions and favorable economic policies they provided to U.S. corporations greatly diminished any pretext for intervention. Since the middle of the 20th century, Venezuela has been a supporter of the principles of the inter-American system: diplomatic dialogue, non-intervention, and democratic governance, and the protection of human rights. Caracas accepted, and used, the Monroe Doctrine when it served its national interests, but resented the United States when it was invoked unilaterally and undermined Venezuelan sovereignty. Venezuela endorsed the Calvo and Drago doctrines, both of which addressed the importance of national sovereignty and non-intervention. During the Cold War, aid to dictatorships, anti-communism, and economic nationalism affected U.S. Venezuelan relations, often producing diplomatic tensions and bitterness between the two nations. Unlike other Latin American republics in the 20th century, Venezuela never experienced a revolutionary confrontation with the United States, a tribute to its leadership, vast petroleum resources, and distant location. Venezuela and the United States during the 19th century. With the United States preoccupied with continental expansion and the problem of slavery, relations between Venezuela and the United States were fairly routine and internationally insignificant throughout most of the 19th century. Venezuela's economic problems were compounded by intense military conflict between 1810 and 1909. It was a violent political era dominated by local strongmen from hostile regions. Until the first commercial oil well began operation in 1914, Venezuela relied on Venezuela 363 cacao and coffee exports, but the coffee boom at the turn of the century left Venezuela dependent on foreign loans, mostly from Britain and Germany. The United States and Venezuelan independence. The Creole elite of Caracas proclaimed independence on April 19, 1811, but final liberation from Spanish colonialism did not occur until 1821. Under the leadership of Sim-6 Bolívar and José Antonio Paz, a former royalist and brilliant military tactician, Venezuela won its war of independence and established the century-long dominance of wealthy landlords and merchants. Preoccupied with the War of 1812 and the task of pressuring the Spanish to cede Florida, officially the United States did not recognize Venezuela until 1822. The long delay in formal recognition and U.S. false claims of neutrality bothered the Venezuelans, who had put a great deal of emphasis on emulating U.S. institutions. Bolívar's dream of Pan-American unification soon disintegrated into rule by warring caudillos, with emphasis on strong government, personalism, and macho heroism. The 1820s was a period in which the United States and Venezuela shared liberal values. Bolívar's idea of a republican identity for the Americas paralleled President James Monroe's proclamation of a U.S. sphere of influence, but this harmony soon gave way to periods of neglect, filibustering, and other conflicts. Venezuela and the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine did not impact Venezuela until the middle of the 19th century, when foreign powers, including the United States, sent their warships to Venezuela to back the financial claims of their citizens who were engaged in commerce and trading. By the 1870s, Venezuela tried to revive the internationalist legacy of Bolívar and take a more active approach to hemispheric and Caribbean affairs. Venezuela used the Monroe Doctrine to its own advantage, but was not always consistent in how it interpreted Monroe's message. For example, between 1876 and 1887, Venezuelan ministers in Washington appealed to the Monroe Doctrine on 7 different occasions to warn of foreign encroachments, but these warnings seem to have gone unheeded. Venezuelans criticized Washington for heavy-handed involvement in its internal affairs. After the United States reprimanded Venezuela for using French capital to exploit its natural resources, a Venezuelan newspaper in 1880 responded by telling Washington that it would not close off economic progress because it happens to not suit your Monroe Doctrine or any other idea of a protection you wish to exercise at a distance of 2,000 miles. To do so would be the height of folly on our part. During the 1889 Inter-American Conference in Washington, orchestrated by James G. Blaine, Venezuela challenged U.S. control over the agenda, arguing that more attention should be devoted to peaceful arbitration of boundary disputes and joint efforts to protect the hemisphere from European aggression. Between the Spanish-American War and World War I, the United States used a variety of techniques to put teeth in the Monroe Doctrine in an effort to protect the hemisphere from the rapacious Europeans. This era of protective imperialism also carried noble intentions by U.S. policymakers, helping countries solve development problems and determine how to become more civilized, teaching the South Americans the virtues of democracy and electoralism, and providing the necessary security under the tutelage of the United States. After the British deferred to the Monroe Doctrine during the Venezuela-British Guyana boundary dispute, and Spain was defeated in Cuba in 1898, Germany offered the only security threat to the hemisphere. From the days of William McKinley to Woodrow Wilson, U.S. presidents viewed Germany as the major threat to the region. The perception of a German threat was based on an ambitious and an erratic leader, an expanding military, and Germany's refusal to bow gracefully to the Monroe Doctrine. At the time, the German press referred to the Monroe Doctrine as nothing more than a special manifestation of American arrogance. The threat to Venezuela stemmed from Germany's use of military power to settle claims and debts, and the possibility of foreign occupation. José Antonio Píez and the United States. U.S. Venezuelan relations were generally harmonious between 1830 and 1848. During this time, Venezuela's independence hero, José Antonio Píez, and his close political and economic followers, cultivated warm relations with U.S. representatives in Venezuela. Píez was good at putting down rebellions, and the United States admired him for his strong-arm methods of containing racial and regional tensions. Confidence in Píez's political authority and his military power relieved Washington of having to intervene in Venezuela, while the Píez oligarchy recognized the value of having U.S. warships offshore to intimidate domestic opponents. This early form of gunboat diplomacy also helped to frighten European predators. After the liberal opposition came to power in 1848, U.S. Venezuelan relations slowly deteriorated when the new leadership began to form a militia consisting of lower-class blacks. In order to convince Washington of the necessity of intervention, U.S. representatives in Caracas emphasized the parallel fears of race and revolution. U.S. Charge Benjamin Shields engaged in constant demands for U.S. forces to assist his Venezuelan friends to keep the blacks in submission, but his requests were rebuffed by Washington. Convinced that Shields had overstepped his bounds in representing the United States in Venezuela, the State Department removed him in 1849 for having compromised the interests of the United States. The constant meddling of U.S. representatives in Venezuelan affairs did little to foster good relations during the later half of the 19th century. The age of guano filibustering. U.S. Venezuelan relations during the second half of the 19th century suffered from conflicts over U.S. citizens' claims, many of which were fraudulent or exaggerated against the Venezuelan government. It didn't help that many of the claimants to whom the United States provided protection were Venezuelans by birth who demanded U.S. government intervention if their business interests were threatened. The whole process of settling claims became so enmeshed with bureaucratic delays and questionable claims that it took decades of litigation to settle some of them. When several guano entrepreneurs from the United States laid claim to the guano on Aves Island off the Venezuelan coast and started mining the fertilizer, Venezuelan soldiers removed the U.S. flag and ordered the U.S. citizens to leave. This irritating venture led to 40 years of legal wrangling, with Venezuela finally agreeing to make compensation. Assuming a vastly superior set of values and goals, U.S. representatives often developed a missionary zeal to teach Venezuelans the virtues of American political culture and efficient governance. Two events, a boundary dispute and a European naval blockade between 1895 and 1903, became part of the U.S. drive for hegemony in the Americas. Venezuela-British Guyana boundary dispute, 1895 to 1896. Conflicting claims over the boundary between Venezuela and British Guyana gave rise to a significant extension of the Monroe Doctrine under the presidency of Grover Cleveland and his Secretary of State, Richard Olney. On the basis of a line drawn by British explorer and surveyor Sir Robert H. Schomberg in the early 1840s, the British claimed a significant portion of Venezuela. The Venezuelans claimed a different boundary line. Confronted by continual encroachments into Venezuelan territory, they made little headway in resolving the dispute through international arbitration. In order to force a settlement of the growing dispute, Venezuela appealed to the Cleveland administration to invoke the Monroe Doctrine. Fearing the possibility of war with the British over a territorial dispute, and the necessity of preventing new or expanded European colonies in the Western Hemisphere, the United States entered the controversy by taking Venezuela's side and insisting on settlement by arbitration. The Showdown. 366. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. With the British over territorial claims in northern South America was no small matter for the Cleveland administration. In President Cleveland's mind, not only was Venezuela's claim just, but the Monroe Doctrine, international morality, and U.S. honor and influence throughout Latin America were all at stake in the dispute. In a letter of instruction to Thomas F. Bayard, U.S. Ambassador to Great Britain, Secretary of State Richard Olney invoked the Monroe Doctrine and extended its interpretation with extraordinary disregard for the sentiments of the Latin American states. In what became known as the Olney Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the U.S. Secretary of State asserted on July 20, 1895, that today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition. Why? It is not because of the pure friendship or goodwill felt for it. It is not simply by reason of its high character as a civilized state, nor because wisdom and justice and equity are the invariable characteristics of the dealings of the United States. It is because, in addition to all other grounds, its infinite resources combined with its isolated position render it master of the situation and practically invulnerable against any or all other powers. All the advantages of this superiority are at once imperiled if the principle be admitted that European powers may convert American states into colonies or provinces of their own degree. It was about as blunt and arrogant a statement of the reach of American imperial power as one can find in the annals of U.S. Latin American relations. Olney's famous note, designed to remind Great Britain of continuing U.S. opposition to further encroachments in the Western Hemisphere, angered some Latin American officials, provoked an outcry from the British, and almost caused war between the United States and Great Britain. Fearing a precedent that might extend to other British possessions in the Western Hemisphere, British Foreign Secretary Lord Salisbury, after receiving the note, challenged the United States by refusing to give the Monroe Doctrine the equivalent of international law, accused Venezuela of refusing any reasonable settlement, and denied the right of the United States to insist on arbitration. As war clouds loomed over Venezuela and British Guyana, President Cleveland called for an arbitration commission to begin work in 1896 to settle matters. After complicated negotiations that stretched into 1899, an arbitration tribunal awarded most of the disputed territory to Great Britain, except for land around the mouth of the Orinoco River. In negotiating with Britain, Olney did not consult Venezuela and ignored certain Venezuelan claims on his own authority, making Caracas furious but leaving it little leverage to counter Olney's ploy. By compelling Britain, Venezuela 367, to submit to arbitration and bow to the Monroe Doctrine, Olney's bold message amounted to a declaration that the United States was the sole hegemonic power in the Western Hemisphere. It marked the most significant explication of the Monroe Doctrine since 1823, and it paved the way for further corollaries to the doctrine during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. As the century ended, Venezuela fought with creditor nations over financial claims, many of which stemmed from property damage that occurred during periods of civil strife. In what became a common practice throughout the 19th century, European powers sent warships to collect debts that Venezuela either could not or would not pay. Faced with frequent incursions into the Western Hemisphere by foreign powers to secure repayment, the United States addressed the dilemma of how to preserve the Monroe Doctrine and prevent the acquisition of territory by a non-hemispheric power. Venezuela and the United States in the early 20th century. During the early part of the 20th century, Venezuelan trade and commerce shifted away from Europe to the United States, but Caracas continued to have problems with the use of force by creditors to collect debts. By carefully assuring the U.S. government that it had no intention of acquiring or permanently occupying Venezuelan territory, the European nations demonstrated their acceptance of the Monroe Doctrine. The Venezuela blockade of 1902 to 1903. After years of political turmoil and the difficulties of dealing with Venezuelan dictators, numerous countries were disturbed about debt default, unsettled claims, and the irregular antics of Venezuelan President Cipriano Castro. To force Castro to pay his government's debts, Germany, England, and Italy imposed a naval blockade on Venezuela in December 1902. Germany's gunboat diplomacy was carried out by Reich Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow, who saw the chance for a quick victory and an opportunity to improve Germany's position in the growing Latin American market. Italy was a minor player in the affair, having been invited to join the blockade by the British, not the Germans. The informal alliance between Germany and Great Britain stemmed from similar interests in Venezuela and the perception that a U.S. response to European activity in the hemisphere would cause no uproar, despite the language of the Monroe Doctrine. After all, the United States had remained calm when the European powers strong-armed Guatemala in 1901 and 1902, and President Roosevelt's words seemed clear as to 368 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. The meaning of misconduct and punishment in the Western Hemisphere. In December 1901 he explicitly stated that we do not guarantee any state against punishment if it misconducts itself, provided that punishment does not take the form of the acquisition of territory by any non-American power. By 1902 the Europeans had good reason to believe that there could not be a misunderstanding of the Roosevelt administration's meaning of the Monroe Doctrine, despite the fact that Britain accepted the doctrine and Germany did not. Once the joint European intervention got underway, President Roosevelt realized that the Venezuelan crisis could arouse the U.S. public and lead to events beyond the control of Washington. Did Germany actually threaten U.S. interests in the Americas? The actions that led policymakers in Washington to conclude that Germany posed a threat to the region proved to be a strong mixture of German bravado and American suspicion, more than a serious effort to challenge the Monroe Doctrine and a first step toward the conquest of South America. Eventually the crisis ended with Germany's acceptance of arbitration talks in Washington. In the end each of the three blockading powers received compensation from Venezuela, and the crisis over debt collection helped clarify the privileged position of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. The German threat was groundless, but anxiety over Germany continued. President Roosevelt gained confidence by taking Panama, stopping disturbances in the Dominican Republic, and announcing the Roosevelt Corollary in 1904. In response to the Venezuelan crisis, Argentine Foreign Minister Luis María Drago sought to make illegal the use of armed intervention to force payment of foreign governmental debts, but the United States was vehemently opposed on economic grounds and refused to rule out the possible necessity of armed force. Cipriano Castro and the United States. The diplomatic crisis that erupted in 1902 coincided with the triumph of General Cipriano Castro, a regional tyrant from the Andean state of Táchira, who assumed power through a series of battles with other regional strongmen and re-established the authority of the central government. His open defiance of the United States, he severed diplomatic relations twice during his dictatorship, and Venezuela's European creditors contributed to the challenge to the Monroe Doctrine stemming from the European blockade of 1902 to 1903. Roosevelt's experience with the naval blockade led him to formulate a new policy for the United States. It would exercise an international police power to maintain order and ensure that Latin American nations paid their European creditors. However, Roosevelt's new Latin American policy did not stop Castro's irritating behavior, including Venezuela 369. His brutal treatment of the opposition and his threats to U.S. economic interests. In 1901 to 1902, the New York and Bermudez Company paid General Manuel A. Matos to overthrow Castro. The private U.S.-backed revolt failed, but it cost the Venezuelan government $5 million and the nation 12,000 casualties. Unable to tolerate Castro's chronic wrongdoing, Roosevelt gave the orders to plan for a military invasion of Venezuela to topple the recalcitrant Castro and show those Dagos that they will have to behave decently. Secretary of State Elihu Root advised the president against the use of force, and the United States was left with no choice but to wait for Castro's failing health to solve the problem. In 1908, Castro sailed for Europe for medical treatment. He never ruled Venezuela again. The government came under Juan Vicente Gómez, a trusted aide who ruled Venezuela until his death in 1935. Juan Vicente Gómez and the United States. Shortly after Cipriano Castro's departure from Venezuela, Juan Vicente Gómez announced he was taking over, informed the State Department he was willing to settle all outstanding claims, and requested the assistance of U.S. warships to help maintain order. Gómez consolidated his power and developed close relations with the United States that lasted throughout World War I and the Great Depression. During his 27 years in power, Gómez helped change Venezuela from a predominantly agricultural country to the second largest oil producer in the world. To avoid foreign intervention, Gómez built a national army to maintain order, settled foreign claims as quickly as possible, and used oil revenues to modernize Venezuela and put its financial house in order. He made sure that foreign investors were safe from revolutionaries and the danger of nationalization. He became one of the first of the 20th century's friendly dictators toward the United States. Despite the brutality and corruption of his administration, Gómez evolved into one of the many benign and long-standing autocratic rulers, the last of the caudilos on the Porfirio Diaz model and the first of the 1930s policemen like Rafael Trujillo and Anastasio Somoza. Degree: the United States and Venezuelan oil. After World War I, the United States recognized the necessity of finding new sources of energy to fuel new technologies that were of major economic and eventually, military importance. Venezuela was one of the new production centers. The first commercial oil well began operation in 1914, and by 1929 4 U.S. oil companies had transformed Venezuela into one of the world's leading producers of petroleum. By 1930, thanks to lucrative contracts from Juan Vicente Gómez, U.S. petroleum companies gained 99% control of Venezuelan oil production, investing relatively little while taking billions of dollars out of the country. For the first 3 decades of oil production in Venezuela, Foreign investors could count on generous concessions since the producer government had nothing to lose and a great deal to gain. Over time, however, foreign ownership of natural resources and domestic pressure for national control contributed to strained relations between the United States and Venezuela. Although Venezuela followed the U.S. lead during the major wars of the 20th century, the bilateral disputes that emerged inevitably focused on the ownership of oil. Numerous oil barons from the United States became wealthy through their Venezuelan oil investments. One of the best known was William F. Buckley Sr., a Texas petroleum executive who first invested in Mexico during the Mexican Revolution but was forced out by Mexican authorities for his anti-revolutionary activities in 1917. With concessions from the dictator Gómez, William Buckley used underhanded methods with his local allies to obtain oil drilling monopolies, which angered both the State Department and the oil companies. It wasn't long before Gómez figured out the ploy and vetoed Buckley's plan for a transshipment monopoly. With growing investment and generous revenue from the oil concessions, Gómez was able to balance his budgets, reduce Venezuela's large foreign debt, control political opposition, and avoid invasion by the United States. Moreover, the Venezuelan dictator won over the oil men by allowing them to dictate oil legislation. President Wilson's State Department tolerated Gómez's despotism and declaration of neutrality toward Germany and even suppressed news of his crimes in order to forestall demands from the American public for his removal. Until his death in 1935, Gómez was insulated by the changing views of policymakers in Washington toward the Monroe Doctrine and the use of U.S. troops to restore order and protect American lives and property. When thousands of students revolted in Caracas in 1928, U.S. diplomats recognized the importance of a dictator like Gómez to keep communism and subversion out of Venezuela. Like many Latin American dictators during the 20th century, Gómez employed clever propaganda in the United States to portray his country as a model of stability, progress, and order. In light of U.S. concerns about communism, Gómez labeled nearly all his opponents indiscriminately as either communists or subversives, thus easily justifying his authoritarian abuses. Of most importance to the United States, Gómez managed to eliminate the chronic wrongdoing of his predecessor that had justified U.S. intervention throughout the Caribbean and Central America during his 27 years in power. Venezuela and the Good Neighbor Policy. After the death of Gómez in 1935, U.S. Venezuelan relations changed significantly, assisted by Franklin Roosevelt's Good Neighbor Policy, World War II, and the growing demands inside Venezuela for democratic rule. The prevailing view in Washington, however, was that Venezuela was still underdeveloped and needed political guidance. Roosevelt's Good Neighbor Policy disavowed the right to intervene with military forces to correct uncivilized behavior, and it served to remove a major source of irritation between the United States and Latin America. However, since Gómez had been one of the few Latin American leaders who supported U.S. military intervention and rule in the Caribbean, the Good Neighbor Policy had little effect on U.S. Venezuelan relations. The oil companies had the most to lose from minimal diplomatic contact with the dictator, since their business activity depended on bribes and praise for the tyrant, as well as the assumption that the U.S. Marines would protect American investments. Moreover, the resistance to change among U.S. oil executives contributed to Venezuela's growing hostility toward foreign ownership of its major source of revenue. During the reign of Eliezer López Contreras, Venezuela raised the taxes on foreign oil profits in order to push ahead with public works projects and improve services to the poor. Although there was no talk of expropriating U.S. properties, Washington worried about loss of control over an economic and strategic resource. Tensions mounted after the Mexican oil expropriation of 1938 as U.S. oil companies suffered continual attacks from nationalists of all persuasions. With a keen sensitivity toward Latin American socio-economic aspirations, Lawrence Duggan, chief of the Latin American division in the State Department, led the bureaucratic struggle for a new policy. In a memorandum to U.S. Secretary of State Cordell Hull and U.S. Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles, Duggan argued that a clash between the Venezuelan government and U.S. oil companies would have a negative effect on American investments throughout Latin America. In Duggan's view, American petroleum companies must not be permitted to jeopardize our entire good neighbor policy through obstinacy and short-sightedness. Our national interests as a whole far outweigh those of the petroleum companies. Duggan's memo emphasized the strategic significance of Venezuelan petroleum and helped to further his goal of achieving a unified hemisphere in the event of a war in Europe. Fearful that Nazi Germany might jeopardize access to Venezuelan petroleum and threaten its security interests, the United States worked hard to gain Venezuela's support during the war. The United States agreed to a new oil law giving Venezuela more revenue from the foreign oil industry. And this had the effect of expanding U.S. influence in Venezuela after the war. Venezuela and the United States during the Cold War. The rapid growth of the petroleum economy from the 1920s through the time of World War II resulted in a more powerful national government and the growth of a small middle class demanding greater participation in Venezuelan politics. The emergence of new political parties, trade unions, and peasant leagues during the liberal dictatorship of General Medina Angarita set the stage for more than a decade of civil-military turmoil before a somewhat shaky democratic regime was put in place in 1958. Venezuela and the poor neighbor policy. In his campaign for the presidency in 1952, Dwight Eisenhower criticized the Truman administration for turning Roosevelt's good neighbor policy into a poor neighbor policy. Eisenhower's rhetorical efforts to return to good neighbor principles were commendable, but the issues of the Cold War and anti-communism often required that the democratic idealism engendered by World War II give way to national security and a return to interventionism. When military rulers in Peru and Venezuela replaced the democratic governments there in the late 1940s, the United States had no trouble recognizing these governments, particularly when they promised to oppose communism and support the United States at the United Nations. The promises of U.S. economic assistance for Latin America after World War II did not materialize, and the State Department answered all complaints by telling Latin Americans that the only way they could expect foreign capital was by creating the proper climate for foreign investment. This meant technical cooperation and free trade and investment strategies, not foreign aid from the United States. Unlike its stance in World War II, Latin America did not rally behind the United States during the Korean War because of the Truman administration's stingy economic aid policy. The Truman administration also sought to redefine the Monroe Doctrine, claiming that the interventionism of past U.S. presidents had been protective in nature and necessary for the security of the hemisphere. In what became known as the Miller Doctrine, the United States argued that collective intervention against communism was an imperative of the Monroe Doctrine and the OAS Charter. Venezuela 373. Dictators and double standards. During the early Cold War period, Venezuela became the focus of a policy debate in Washington over the nature of intervention, aid to dictatorships, and support for democracy. The last of the 20th century Venezuelan dictators was Marcos Pérez Jiménez, a military figure who believed the armed forces were the most competent to bring national unity, as well as material and technological progress, to Venezuela. At first part of the military junta that governed after 1948, Pérez Jiménez stole the 1952 election and announced he would solve Venezuela's problems with a new national ideal. During the 1950s, oil production more than doubled, and Venezuela soon became a foreign investor's dream. Creole Petroleum announced that its 1957 profits approached 50%. Opponents of the dictatorship were treated with torture and imprisonment, while Pérez Jiménez and his friends enriched themselves at the nation's expense. U.S. military officers instructed Venezuelan officers on the importance of Cold War ideology and accepted rampant corruption, the absence of civil liberties, and human rights abuses as one of the necessary evils in keeping the Soviets out of the hemisphere and protecting Venezuela's oil supply. Those who represented the United States in Venezuela during the 1950s either ignored the excesses of the dictatorship or offered old shibboleths about immature voters needing further tutelage in operating a fully democratic system. Charge Franklin W. Wolfe, in one of his bouts of wisdom, asserted that the people of Venezuela are not yet ready nor adequately prepared for democracy. Degree to demonstrate their anti-communist credentials, Pérez Jiménez, Venezuelan military officers, and Pedro Estrada, head of the brutal National Security Police Force, conspired with their counterparts in Peru and the Caribbean in a plan to overthrow the elected governments of Jacobo Arbenz and José Figueres in Costa Rica. U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles intervened and warned the conspirators that an OAS conference would be preferable. Moreover, the United States had their own leader removal operation for Arbenz, although not for Figueres. Pérez Jiménez stayed out of the covert CIA effort to remove Arbenz in Guatemala, but the Eisenhower administration offered recognition, praise, and honorific medals to him and Peru's dictator at the time, General Manuel Audría. In November 1954, the Venezuelan dictator was awarded the Legion of Merit by the United States for special meritorious conduct in the fulfillment of his high functions and anti-communistic attitudes. This single act of embracing dictators would haunt Monroe's ghosts for years to come, but it served short-term economic interests by allowing new petroleum concessions to be awarded to U.S. investors in 1956 and protecting U.S. exports to Venezuela. As the Eisenhower administration came to a close, Democrats used Pérez Jiménez as a 374 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine, symbol of brutal dictatorship and a failed Republican policy toward the region as a whole. Dictator Pérez Jiménez was deposed in 1958. Nixon's Venezuelan visit. Vice President Richard Nixon's visit to Latin America in 1958 coincided with the rapidly deteriorating relations between the United States and Latin America. In his 18-day journey throughout the hemisphere, Nixon encountered riotous displays of anti-Americanism motivated by Eisenhower's support for repressive dictatorships, the CIA's removal of Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954, the U.S. refusal to provide economic assistance, and the imposition of tariff barriers against Latin American exports. Nixon attributed all anti-American protests to an international communist conspiracy aimed at the destruction of the United States, and he refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of Latin American demands. Nixon was warned of angry demonstrators planning for his arrival in Caracas and received word of an assassination plot from U.S. intelligence sources. After being assured by the Venezuelan government of its ability to handle the situation, Nixon decided to go to Caracas because he considered it his most important stop on the tour. In his motorcade from the airport, he was confronted with shouts of "Muera Nixon!" and was nearly killed by a howling mob determined to punish the United States for its past connivance with the recently deposed dictator Pérez Jiménez and his notorious chief of secret police. The ugly incident in Caracas sparked a debate within the Eisenhower administration over how to best reform inter-American relations. Several suggestions came from Nixon himself, including a revised recognition policy based on a tepid distinction between dictators and Democrats. Following what he had heard from Teodoro Moscoso, who later headed President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, Nixon suggested that the United States offer a formal handshake for dictators, an embrazo for leaders in freedom. As military dictators fell from power between 1958 and 1960, the Eisenhower administration found it much easier to modify its rhetoric in favor of democracy and respect for human rights, but military aid programs expanded to protect the fledgling democracies of the region. Romulo Betancourt and the Betancourt Doctrine. With the overthrow of dictator Marcos Pérez Jiménez, Venezuelans tried political democracy for only the second time in the 20th century. At the forefront of this effort was Romulo Betancourt, a young lawyer and veteran of previous efforts to combat dictatorships and install democratic rule. Betancourt played a major role in Venezuelan politics, starting with his early protests against the dictator Juan Vicente Gómez in 1928, to his Venezuela 375. Death in 1981. He took charge of the revolutionary government that ruled Venezuela from 1945 to 1948, and later he was elected president. Betancourt championed the promotion and protection of representative democracy and human rights in Latin America. Venezuela provided many of the ideas of economic development and social change that became part of the Alliance for Progress and a model for democratic reform governments in Latin America. Betancourt's unwavering commitment to democracy, social reform, economic development, and anti-communism made him, and Venezuela, a model regime during the Alliance years. To solidify the cordial relationship, President Kennedy visited Caracas in 1961 and President Betancourt made an official visit to Washington in 1963. Yet Venezuela and the United States continued to clash over how to handle all forms of dictatorship in Latin America. While he was president, Betancourt formulated what became known as the Betancourt Doctrine. In this he contended that intervention might be necessary under the Rio Treaty to eliminate Latin American dictatorships. He was not successful in getting the Organization of American States to adopt the Betancourt Doctrine in the sense of active intervention to remove a dictatorial regime, but he did utilize non-recognition as a diplomatic tool to condemn 10 Latin American governments during his time in office. The most noteworthy application of the Betancourt Doctrine occurred in 1960 following the attempted assassination of Betancourt by Dominican strongman Rafael L. Trujillo. Although the Dominican case provided some legitimacy to Betancourt's policy of dealing with dictatorships, Latin Americans across a wide political spectrum still regarded the doctrine as a dangerous interventionist policy with little justification. In return for his alignment with U.S. efforts to isolate Castro's Cuba, the Kennedy administration showered Betancourt with economic assistance to underwrite economic and social change, and with military aid to help him defeat political radicals. The politics of petroleum. After the harmony of U.S. Venezuelan relations during the Kennedy years, tensions developed over global perspectives and regional priorities. Relations with the United States continued to be important for Venezuela, but it expanded its ties to the world through international organizations that provided new opportunities for weak nations to expand their political visions and solve pressing economic problems. Venezuela had a major role in the formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries in 1960 in an effort to raise oil prices, and it nationalized its iron and oil industries in 1975 and 1976. U.S. Venezuelan relations were more a mixture of cooperation and conflict than what had prevailed in the 1950s and 1960s. After joining OPEC, Venezuela continued to supply large 376 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Amounts of petroleum to the United States during periods of disruptions and shortages in world oil markets in the late 1960s and early 1970s. It also pushed OPEC to quadruple world oil prices in 1973 and continued to play a major role in global energy strategies. The two Latin American members of OPEC, Venezuela and Ecuador, enjoyed the benefits of the dramatic increases in oil prices in 1974 but saw fewer benefits from the second round of production cuts by the OPEC cartel in 1978 to 1979. The Ford administration and the U.S. Congress made no distinction between OPEC members and the countries that had joined the embargo against the West, and it passed punitive legislation in retaliation that did great harm to Venezuela and Ecuador despite the fact that they did not cooperate with the embargo. Regardless of the short-term gains by the oil producers in the 1970s, the real losers were the Latin American and Third World importers of petroleum that spent most of the decade of the 1980s struggling to extricate themselves from large foreign debts. Venezuela and the Reagan era. During the 1980s, Venezuela clashed with the Reagan administration over U.S. support for the Nicaraguan Contras, the application of the Reagan Doctrine, and the UN debate over the limits to the expanse of territorial sea that a nation could claim. Venezuela opposed U.S. policy in Central America by joining the Contadora Group in its efforts to pursue a peaceful settlement to the conflict. U.S. efforts to isolate and condemn Cuba also generated controversy and hostility between the United States and Venezuela. In the United Nations and the OAS, Venezuela has been consistent in either abstaining or voting against U.S. resolutions aimed at censuring Castro's Cuba. Along with other Latin American governments, Venezuela opposed U.S. legislation implemented in the 1990s to extend hostile U.S. legislation toward Cuba beyond the shores of the United States. Venezuela and the United States after the Cold War. Venezuela suffered from mounting economic problems and political instability in the late 1980s and early 1990s that opened up serious domestic divisions after 30 years of continual democratic rule. A massive international debt brought the Bush and Clinton administrations to Venezuela's rescue, but the austerity measures needed to win the approval of U.S. investors caused public rioting in February 1989, 2 attempted military takeovers in 1992, and the forced resignation of President Carlos Andrés Pérez during his second term. The Clinton administration was instrumental in Venezuela BHT reversing a coup attempt against Pérez, but the president's removal and arrest did not stop the political and economic problems. After Rafael Caldera returned to the presidency for a 5-year term, Venezuela's economic slide continued until he managed to encourage foreign oil companies to reinvest to bolster the petroleum sector. These initiatives were difficult for Venezuelan nationalists to swallow, but they made Venezuela the #1 foreign supplier of petroleum to the United States. In 1996, Venezuela replaced Saudi Arabia and Mexico as the biggest oil supplier to the United States, due in large part to the fact that Venezuela provided U.S. oil companies with lucrative production sharing agreements. On arriving in Caracas, Venezuela, on October 12, 1997, President Clinton invoked the legacy of Christopher Columbus, telling his audience that a new world was being forged throughout the hemisphere by new explorers interested in a Pan-American free trade zone for the new millennium. Recognizing the importance of Venezuela, the largest exporter of oil to the United States and a $15 billion a year revenue source, President Clinton also mentioned other issues, such as the environment and efforts to combat drug trafficking in the Americas. Conclusion. Since the time of the Monroe Doctrine, U.S. involvement in Venezuela has fluctuated according to the economic, political, and security needs of the United States. When international crises provoked fears of foreign intrusion, the United States assumed the right to control Venezuela's destiny, although Washington never ordered the invasion or occupation of the country. Venezuela's involvement in 2 conflicts at the turn of the century had a major impact on U.S. Latin American policy, paving the way for the expansion of the Monroe Doctrine and the drive to achieve dominance in the Caribbean region after the decision to build a transoceanic canal in Panama. With a long string of friendly dictators during the early part of the 20th century, U.S. investors reaped huge profits from Venezuela's oil. Policymakers in Washington needed little arm twisting to obtain Venezuela's compliance with major U.S. interests. Accustomed to easy wealth, and firm in the conviction that democracy is firmly implanted in national soil, Venezuelans have been perplexed by democracy's failure to produce a more egalitarian and just society that is free of corruption and predatory militarism. Venezuela's troubles are mostly homegrown, but the history of U.S. involvement there is also a factor. Appendix. The Monroe Doctrine. Excerpts from Monroe's original message. December 2, 1823. At the proposal of the Russian imperial government, made through the minister of the emperor residing here, a full power and instructions have been transmitted to the minister of the United States at St. Petersburg to arrange by amicable negotiation the respective rights and interests of the 2 nations on the northwest coast of this continent. A similar proposal had been made by His Imperial Majesty to the government of Great Britain, which has likewise been acceded to. The government of the United States has been desirous by this friendly proceeding of manifesting the great value which they have invariably attached to the friendship of the Emperor and their solicitude to cultivate the best understanding with this government. In the discussions to which this interest has given rise and in the arrangements by which they may terminate, the occasion has been judged proper for asserting, as a principle in which the rights and interests of the United States are involved, that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. It was stated at the commencement of the last session that a great effort was then making in Spain and Portugal to improve the condition of the people of those countries, and that it appeared to be conducted with extraordinary moderation. It need scarcely be remarked that the result has been so far very different from what was then anticipated. Of events in that quarter of the globe, with which we have so much intercourse and from which we derive our origin, we have always been anxious and interested spectators. The citizens of the United States cherish sentiments the most friendly in favor of the liberty and happiness of their fellow men on that side of the Atlantic. In the wars of the European powers in matters relating to themselves we have never taken any part, nor does it comport with our policy so to do. It is only when our rights are invaded or seriously menaced that we resent injuries or make preparation for our defense. With the movements in this hemisphere we are of necessity more immediately connected, and by causes which must be obvious to all enlightened and impartial observers. The political system of the Allied powers is essentially different in this. 380 Appendix. Respect from that of America. This difference proceeds from that which exists in their respective governments, and to the defense of our own, which has been achieved by the loss of so much blood and treasure, and matured by the wisdom of their most enlightened citizens, and under which we have enjoyed unexampled felicity, this whole nation is devoted. We owe it, therefore, to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and those powers to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. With the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power we have not interfered and shall not interfere. But with the governments who have declared their independence and maintained it, and whose independence we have, on great consideration and on just principles, acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them, or controlling in any other manner their destiny, by an European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States. In the war between those new governments and Spain we declared our neutrality at the time of their recognition, and to this we have adhered, and shall continue to adhere, provided no change shall occur which, in the judgment of the competent authorities of this government, shall make a corresponding change on the part of the United States indispensable to their secub. The late events in Spain and Portugal shew that Europe is still unsettled. Of this important fact no stronger proof can be adduced than that the Allied powers should have thought it proper, on any principle satisfactory to themselves, to have interposed by force in the internal concerns of Spain. To what extent such interposition may be carried, on the same principle, is a question in which all independent powers whose governments differ from theirs are interested, even those most remote, and surely none more so than the United States. Our policy in regard to Europe, which was adopted at an early stage of the wars which have so long agitated that quarter of the globe, nevertheless remains the same, which is, not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers, to consider the government de facto as the legitimate government for us, to cultivate friendly relations with it, and to preserve those relations by a frank, firm, and manly policy, meeting in all instances the just claims of every power, submitting to injuries from none. But in regard to those continents circumstances are eminently and conspicuously different. It is impossible that the Allied powers should extend their political system to any portion of either continent without endangering our peace and happiness, nor can anyone believe that our southern brethren, if left to themselves, would adopt it of their own accord. It is equally impossible, therefore, that we should behold such interposition in any form with indifference. If we look to the comparative strength and resources of Spain and those new governments, and their distance from each other, it must be obvious that she can never subdue them. It is still the true policy of the United States to leave the parties to themselves, in the hope that other powers will pursue the same course. Glossary. Act of Chapultepec. A formal declaration made at the Chapultepec Conference in Mexico City in 1945 by representatives from 21 American republics providing for a collective response against any aggressor from outside or inside the region. It expanded the Monroe Doctrine from a unilateral guarantee against intervention into a mutual security system, included provisions that would prohibit aggression by one American state against another, and called for the negotiation of a treaty of reciprocal assistance, foreshadowing the creation of the Rio Treaty in 1947. Alliance for Progress. An ambitious U.S. policy in regard to Latin America established during the administration of John F. Kennedy that included a massive assistance program tied to U.S. economic aid, a concerted effort to build democratic institutions, and a slightly veiled hope that such actions would undermine Fidel Castro's radical revolution in Cuba. The alliance was terminated by the U.S. Congress in 1973 after it concluded that the policy's main objectives had not been achieved. Ambassador: the highest-level diplomatic representative of a foreign government in a host country. In the United States, ambassadors are appointed by the President and require confirmation by the U.S. Senate before assuming duties abroad. Throughout the 20th century, U.S. ambassadors in Latin America have often been powerful figures, deeply involved in the internal politics of the countries where they are appointed to serve. Banana Republic. A disparaging reference to poor and politically incompetent Central American countries whose economies at one time depended solely on the export of tropical fruits and run by corrupt dictators. Dominated by multinational fruit companies that liked doing business with dictators, banana republics often epitomized both economic and political dependency on the United States. Betancourt Doctrine. A policy of commitment to democratic reforms and opposition to dictatorships of both the Marxist and right-wing types named after popular Venezuelan President Romulo Betancourt during the early 1960s. 382x Glossary. Braden Corollary. An interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine named after U.S. diplomat Spruce Braden, a wealthy mining entrepreneur from Montana, for his aggressive and controversial efforts to prevent Argentina's Juan Perón from coming to power in 1946. Braden, like many of his counterparts, tried to justify his strong anti-fascist and anti-communist views in the name of democracy, inter-American security, and the Monroe Doctrine. The Braden Corollary contributed to the rise of Yankee phobia in Latin America during the 1940s and 1950s. Calvo Clause. A principle of international law named after Argentine diplomat and jurist Carlos Calvo, it challenged the position of European countries that said they had a right to intervene on behalf of their nationals when claims arose over civil wars, revolutions, breaches of contract, and the like. Caudillo. A type of leader who exercises dictatorial powers with little concern for democracy, constitutionalism, and human rights. Many caudillos were military men whose main interests were in centralizing power, maximizing personal gain, and eliminating political rivals. Clark Memorandum. An important U.S. State Department document on the Monroe Doctrine prepared by J. Reuben Clark in 1928 in an effort to improve relations between the United States and Latin America by rejecting the Roosevelt Corollary as a false and counterproductive interpretation of Monroe's principles. Its publication symbolized a major shift in American foreign policy and paved the way for the good neighbor policy. Cold War. A crucial period of world history from 1947 to 1990, marked by intense ideological, political, and economic hostility between the United States and the Soviet Union, that had a major impact on U.S. Latin American relations. The Cold War contributed to numerous forms of U.S. intervention in Latin America and the Caribbean and support of counter-revolutionaries who carried out foreign policy initiatives backed by Washington. Inside Latin America, the Cold War contributed to the perpetuation of harsh dictatorships, military takeovers, massive human rights violations against opposition forces, and the expansion of the military, all as a bulwark against various kinds of communism. Containment. The major foreign policy of the United States during the Cold War designed to prevent the expansion, or perceived expansion, of the Soviet Union, its major adversary. While containment's major regional focus was on Europe, it was often tragically misapplied to Latin America and the Caribbean. Communist threats were often misdiagnosed or exaggerated, frequently asserting a connection between revolutionary upheavals and the Soviet Union or Cuba, its Caribbean ally from 1960 to 1990. The father of containment was George F. Kennan, but his views generated many sons who were ardent believers in the containment doctrine. Coup d'état. A common technique of attaining governmental power in Latin America, usually the result of an action by a military or political group within the existing system. Coups are commonly designed to overturn election results, protect economic and perceived security interests, or undertake a revolution. Dictator. See Caudillo. Glossary 383. Dollar diplomacy. A policy of financial reform directed principally at the Caribbean and Central America by President William H. Taft and Secretary of State Philander C. Knox, designed to bring political stability and financial solvency. Although it originated as a more acceptable replacement for military intervention, it was frequently criticized as a device to protect American bankers and as another way to facilitate U.S. economic exploitation of the region. Domino theory. A foreign policy metaphor attributed to President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1954 as a rationale for U.S. commitment to a non-communist Vietnam. According to this theory, if one nation becomes communist-controlled, communism will spread, and neighboring states will fall, thus having a profound effect on the security of the United States. Although not articulated as such, President Wilson's Latin American policy rested on the necessity of intervention to prevent bad revolutions from infecting neighboring countries. President Reagan's interventionist policies in Central America and the Caribbean were influenced by domino analogies and related thinking in dealing with El Salvador and Nicaragua. Although many considered it a crude and false analogy, it provided policymakers in Washington with a powerful metaphor in which to present foreign policy in simplistic terms to the American people. Drago Doctrine. A principle of international law advanced by Argentine Foreign Minister Luis M. Drago in 1902, stating that in the spirit of the Monroe Doctrine the existence of a public debt cannot serve as a justification for armed intervention or occupation of an American state by a European power. After the United States agreed to renounce its interventionist policies in the 1930s, the Drago Doctrine was adopted as a fundamental principle of inter-American relations. Filibuster or filibustero. A mercenary or adventurer from the United States, many of whom went to Latin American and Caribbean countries in the 19th century for the sake of acquiring territory, glory, and financial enrichment. Many were devout believers in manifest destiny and were financially backed by Southerners anxious to expand slave territory. William Walker's exploits in Nicaragua were the most notorious. Good neighbor policy. A period in U.S. Latin American relations in which Washington formally abandoned the policy of intervention, called for the recognition of equality among American states, and emphasized collective and individual responsibilities for inter-American affairs. Gunboat diplomacy. A form of aggressive diplomacy used by the United States in Latin America and the Caribbean that involved dispatching naval gunboats to hostile ports or coastlines to display force and resolve with the intention of coercing obedience. It was particularly important from 1895 until 1934, although it has been employed by policymakers in Washington ever since. Hegemony. A state of affairs in which one nation dominates others regionally or globally through economic, political, and military power. With hegemony in Latin America and the Caribbean, the United States possessed unrivaled leadership at times and the capacity to influence the Western Hemisphere by imposing its economic system, social and cultural values, and political ideology. Many. 384, Glossary. Scholars argue that with the end of the Cold War, the hegemony of the United States in Latin America and the Caribbean has either waned or no longer exists. Iran-Contra affair. A scandal that came to public attention during the Reagan administration in which it was revealed that American arms had been sold secretly to Iran and the profits used to support the Contras fighting against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Junta. A Spanish word that refers to a small governing clique, usually military, that takes charge and attempts to govern while at the same time lacking any legal or constitutional authority. Because of the absence of legitimate authority, juntas often rule in an authoritarian manner, restricting civil liberties and undermining popular participation in politics. Kennan Corollary. Named after State Department official George F. Kennan, who developed the policy of containment against the Soviet Union during the early stages of the Cold War, and extended the meaning of the Monroe Doctrine in the early 1950s by suggesting that U.S. support for brutal Latin American dictatorships was justified in the name of anti-communism and U.S. security. Manifest destiny. A belief in the superiority of the United States and its institutions and values during the 19th and early 20th centuries that served as the basis for U.S. continental expansion and the seizure of territory from Spain, including a major war with Mexico, the annexation of Puerto Rico and the Panama Canal Zone, and protectorates over Cuba and other Caribbean countries. Money doctors. Foreign financial advisors and economic consultants mostly from the United States who designed sweeping economic and monetary reform programs and offered guidance for placating foreign lenders and investors. Money doctors, or monetary medics as they are sometimes called, treated many ailing economies in Latin America and the Caribbean, often hired voluntarily by host countries. The United States supported these economic missions because they provided the appearance of a hands-off foreign policy and served to defuse anti-interventionist criticism at home and abroad. At times, money doctors were accompanied by election doctors, political scientists with expertise in elections, political parties, public administration, and constitutional design. Multilateralism. A form of diplomacy or negotiations conducted by large numbers of states, often in public with the help of international organizations. The Organization of American States, with 34 participating members, has been the primary instrument for conducting multilateral diplomacy in the Americas since its inception in 1948. At times multilateral negotiations include interested non-governmental organizations. Neoliberal economic reforms. Economic policies that emerged in the late 1970s based on anti-government and free market reforms designed to lower inflation, attract foreign investment, reduce the size and role of government, and push for freer trade. Neoliberalism has been controversial despite its economic success in some parts of Latin America and the Caribbean. North American Free Trade Agreement. A 1994 agreement establishing a free trade area among Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The main provisions of NAFTA include the almost total removal of trade and investment restrictions over a 15-year period. NAFTA creates a trade area second in size to Europe and is often mentioned as a precursor to an FTA. Opposition to NAFTA in the United States is one factor in the expansion of other economic integration efforts such as the Southern Cone Common Market in South America. Oligarchy. A government in which a small number of powerful elites exercises tight control, often for personal gain at the expense of the rest of the nation. Olney Corollary. An arrogant and boastful statement made to the British in 1895 by U.S. Secretary of State Richard Olney, it expanded the meaning of the Monroe Doctrine by stating that Latin America is part of a U.S. sphere of influence. It is sometimes referred to as the Olney Note because it was presented in written diplomatic communication. Organization of American States. An inter-American organization in the Americas composed of the United States, Canada, and 33 Latin American and Caribbean states. Established in 1948, it has played a key role in collective security, peaceful settlement of disputes, democracy promotion and protection of human rights, economic development, and regional integration. Pan-Americanism. A movement forged in the early 19th century to bring about greater cooperation among the American states. Through numerous Pan-American conferences, the American states tried to establish mechanisms to deal with security, trade, and cultural relations on a collective basis. The inability to reach agreement on the definition and implementation of the non-intervention principle undermined the spirit of cooperation that lay at the heart of the movement. Pan American Day is celebrated throughout the Americas every April 14. Reagan Doctrine. A component of President Ronald Reagan's foreign policy of supporting guerrillas and other opposition forces fighting Soviet and Cuban-backed regimes in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. The doctrine emerged from Reagan's anti-communist speeches during his first term and was used to justify the creation of the Contra forces to overthrow the Sandinista government in Nicaragua and U.S. intervention in Grenada in 1983. Rio Treaty. The first of several treaties, signed in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 1947, that were to serve as the basis for collective security in the Western Hemisphere. It contains the provisions of the Act of Chapultepec, providing that any attack on an American nation will be met by collective sanctions in line with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Also known as the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the Rio Treaty is implemented by the Organization of American States. It was invoked by the OAS against Cuba in 1962 and in the Dominican Civil War in 1965. Roosevelt Corollary. A statement of U.S. Latin American policy made by President Theodore Roosevelt in 1904 that asserted the right of the United States to intervene in a Latin American country in order to prevent forceful European intervention, often motivated by debt collection. By expanding the interpretation of the original Monroe Doctrine from a defensive to an offensive doctrine of foreign policy in the Caribbean and Central America, Roosevelt's corollary became a justification for U.S. intervention for several decades thereafter. Sandinistas. Members of a Nicaraguan guerrilla-revolutionary movement named after Augusto Sandino, a Nicaraguan rebel and symbol of resistance to U.S. imperialism in Central America. After overthrowing the Somoza dynasty in 1979, the Sandinistas tried to carry out a socialist revolution that was opposed by the Reagan administration. The FSLN was forced to give up power in 1990 after being defeated by a broad coalition of opposition parties headed by Violeta Barrios de Chamorro. School of the Americas. See U.S. Army School of the Americas. Southern Cone. A geographical region encompassing countries located in southern South America. Shaped like a cone, it refers mostly to Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay. There are times when it also includes Brazil and Bolivia. U.S. Army School of the Americas. A training school for Latin American military personnel funded by U.S. government military programs. The School of the Americas originated in Panama in 1946, but under the provisions of the 1977 Panama Canal Treaty it was moved to Fort Benning, Georgia in 1984. It offers over 50 different training programs, and its major mission has been low-intensity warfare training, counter-terrorism, counter-drug operations, professional development, and greater knowledge of U.S. customs and traditions. Since its inception, the school has graduated more than 59,000 officers, cadets, and non-commissioned officers from 22 Latin American countries and the United States. The substantial number of graduates from the SOA who have been involved in military takeovers and human rights violations has earned it the title of School for Dictators, and the scorn of members of Congress, U.S. ambassadors, and private citizens in the United States who have tried in vain to close the SOA. Washington policymakers. Top government officials in the United States with responsibility for the conduct of foreign and domestic decision-making. In dealing with Latin America, many have found the Monroe Doctrine useful as a rhetorical prop for advancing U.S. interests in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially when extra-hemispheric powers have been involved. Its simplicity and reverence enabled foreign policy bureaucrats to more easily justify the use of force and intervention if a foreign threat could be asserted. Yankee phobia. A fear and resentment of the United States on the part of Latin Americans, beginning in the 19th century, based on chronic U.S. political, economic, and military interventions in their internal affairs. This widespread feeling of outrage toward the United States lessened during the Good Neighbor period but resurfaced again during the Cold War when anti-communism contributed to persistent forms of covert intervention.